Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Hello and welcome to Perth Stadium, where the sun has just gone behind the clouds, but it is the first international of the men's summer. It's Australia versus India, and as traditional rivals, they often bring about the best with each team. Our commentary team is Tom Moody, Brad Hogg, Bharat, Sunderasen and Adam White. They're all ready to go, as are the two captains at the toss. We'll have half an hour of analysis and preview before the match starts here at Perth Stadium at 11:30am local time. Whitey, good morning to you.
G'day, Tom. How good is it to be here for the farewell show of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma? It's very, very exciting.
And a man who played 8 tests, 76 one-days and a World Cup winner is Tom Moody. Moods, it's good to see you this morning, albeit with some plaster around your hand.
Yeah, a little bit of delicate surgery done on the hand a couple of weeks ago, but I'm all good, thanks, Tom. And it's good to be here. Looking forward to this big occasion. Always is a big occasion when you're playing against India, and hopefully the Aussies can get off to the summer on the right foot.
Brad Hogg, always good to be alongside you in the commentary box. Last year you were full of stories. I'm looking for more of the same today, please.
Yeah, look, it's a great start to me getting here today. I'm very lucky that I've just arrived. I know that Tom was a little panicky, but arrived, got underneath, used my member's card, and then had to go and get the media pass. And what a delay that was. I'm expecting that we're in Australia, but I felt like I was in India because they've passed me the Brad Hodge media pass rather than mine.
Have you been confused with Brad Hodge before? You played with him at the Renegades?
There was a time over in India where I was commentating at Brabourne Stadium, and you'd walk out the back and the crowd would see you and they'd start chanting my name, but they'd go, Hodge, Hodge.
There's worse people you can be compared to be fair.
Yeah, but there was a Bangladesh T20 league. The owner of who I was playing for, Select Royals, I think they were, put the big paddle up thinking that he's got Brad Hodge for a cheat, you know, beautiful. First game, it's Brad Hogg opening the batting for 3 overs before they realised.
We'll get back to that in a moment. Let's go to Ravi Shastri out in the middle with the two captains.
Internationals between Australia and India. As we come up to toss time here in the West, the two captains, Mitch Marsh, Australia, Shubman Gill, India, the match referee, Jeff Crow, all in readiness. Mitch will give it a flick. Heads is the call. What's it, Jeff? Well, Mitch, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to have a bowl first.
What do you make of the surface?
Looks like a pretty good Perth Stadium wicket. Hopefully it's hard and fast. Little bit of moisture about, so hopefully we can make the most of that today.
Home ground, captain of the side. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's always a huge honour captaining your country, but I guess to do it in front of a somewhat home crowd, it's always an exciting day.
And how's the preparation been?
It's been great. Yeah, the guys got in on Wednesday. We've had 3 great days of training, and obviously it's always a big build-up, Australia versus India, in what's going to be a huge summer for Australian cricket. So hopefully we can get off to a good start.
Many ways aside in transition. What's the morale like?
It's great. I think you get young guys that come in and they're obviously loving the opportunity of playing cricket for Australia. We've got some good young players, lots of power, so it's going to be hopefully an exciting and entertaining game.
And what have you decided to do?
We're bowling first.
And what's your combination today?
7 batters, 1 keeper and 4 bowlers. No, 6 batters. Oh, anyway, I'm not good at maths, but there you go.
Keep it simple. Good luck, Mitch.
Cheers, mate.
Shubman, what would you have done?
We would have bowled first as well. Looking at the weather, there might be a stop and play game, but looks like a pretty good surface, so hopefully we get some runs on the board.
You come here just 3 days back, so preparation time enough for you?
Yeah, I think so. It's all about getting mentally ready. Most of the players we were playing in India and then traveling here together, a couple of days of practice, so I think we are in good mental space.
This surface is different. You've been around in Australia. The bounce is different, so the adjustment has to be pretty quick.
Yes, it has to be. The practice sessions definitely help, adjusting on the kind of surfaces that you play. So I think we are in good shape.
When you look at your team, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli back in the side, so there's youth and experience.
Yes, definitely. I think we have got a great combination of experienced players and some of the gun players that we have in our team.
And what's your combination for today?
Nitish Reddy makes his debut, and we're going with 3 fast bowlers and 3 all-rounders.
Have a good one, Shubman.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It is Australia who won the toss, and they've decided to bowl first.
There you go, Ravi Shastri, Mitch Marsh at the middle. doing the toss. And a new captain for India as well in one-day international cricket, Shubman Gill. No surprise that Australia elected to bowl first there, Tom?
Yeah, looking at the overcast conditions here, obviously there's a huge advantage knowing what you need to chase. If you get a shortened game, it makes it even more challenging for the fielding side. That's, the bowling side second. So Australia be happy with that. And I think also just the atmosphere. There's a bit of moisture around. You can guarantee there'll be a little bit of movement in the first 10 overs or so here. And that'll happen in both innings. But if you can get a jump on your opposition when they're trying to set a total, it puts enormous pressure on them.
Hoggy, the Australian team, it is a team in transition, as Ravi said, out in the middle, but the top is very strong. Marsh and Head. Matt Short will bat 3. Josh Philippi is listed at 4. Wicket-keeping for Australia for the first time. Matt Renshaw at 5. His form for Queensland across the past 4 years has been excellent in both short and long form. Cooper Connolly at 6. Mitch Owen at 7, making his debut. Mitchell Stark at 8. Nathan Ellis at 9. Matt Kuhneman, the spinner, at 11. And Josh Hazlewood at 11. What do you make of that team that the Australians have selected?
Look, I think it's fantastic. The only issue that I have is Renshaw. He made 100 in Shield cricket a couple of weeks ago, and there's another Shield game going on. So if you're looking out for openers for the Ashes series, which was probably more important than this one-day international series, I would have kept him playing Shield cricket and brought someone else in there. That would be my biggest headache, and just have that playoff for an opening position in the Test series with the Ashes.
Well, it hasn't taken Hoggy long, has it, to throw a hand grenade? Hey,
it's 11:04.
Well, it's a bit like
it is a fair point, but I think end of the day, as you know, Hoggy, for him to be playing out here, experiencing playing in front of 40, 50, maybe even 60,000, representing the country, there's element of preparation in that in itself, whether you're batting 1 or you're batting at 6.
So who agreed? Who was right there and who was wrong?
Hoggy's never wrong.
Games for Australia are always good.
Come on. You're the one who dropped me because I was wrong.
Maybe Whitey can have the deciding vote.
1998.
Now, stop bowling full tosses.
Exactly right.
I'm with Hoggy.
Yeah.
If Renshaw is in the frame to potentially be playing Test cricket, he should be playing Shield cricket, because that's the best preparation ahead of the Test series. But maybe he's not in calculation.
Yeah, I don't reckon he's in.
So I think it's almost they're playing their hand by saying,
I think he's probably
no.
3rd or 4th choice in their mind.
Yeah, it's a conversation we can continue throughout the day. This Indian team is just star-studded, and it's headlined by 2 players who haven't played for India in 7 months. Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, who are on their last tour of Australia. And, based on media reports and what I've read and what I've seen, are both still at least somewhat keen to get to the 2027 One-Day International World Cup, at which point Sharma would be 40 and Kohli would be 38. So we're right in the middle of that now, and it's no easy task to come in 3 days before a game and play, especially when you get sent into bat.
Here in Perth as well, where you could argue it's here at the Perth Stadium, it's the quickest, bounciest surface in Australia and arguably in the world. It's extreme pace and bounce here. We talk historically about the whacker and how that, we have those great memories of Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson running in and bowling the speed of light and the pace and bounce there. But the reality is the whacker hasn't been the quick wicket everyone talks about for over 20 years. It's been pretty benign surface that, if you get yourself in as a batter, you're away. You don't sort of have your heart sort of in your mouth as you're facing someone that's got genuine pace, and that's what this surface does. So it's going to be a huge transition for India to bat first on this surface with that pace and bounce, particularly given they've just come and finished, or a number of their players have just finished a test match in Delhi on Tuesday. Get your head around that. On Tuesday, they were in Delhi finishing a test match, and now they're here, and you couldn't get a surface that's more nearly polar opposite to here in Perth to what they would have been experiencing in Delhi for 5 days.
That's a concern for the Indians, especially if the Australians can make early inroads to the top order. If you're watching at home, listen to the SEN call and sync up your TV using SEN Sync. Or if you're heading to the ground here in Perth, you can listen to every ball with no delay using SEN Stadium on the SEN app. This is SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And for Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. We're 23 minutes away from the first ball.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Need assistance with your building project? Like in footy, a strong defence wins games. When legal challenges charge in, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your back line, protecting your assets with expert advice and a winning strategy. For over 30 years, Oldham Construction Lawyers have tackled the industry's toughest cases. Whether you're about to sign a building contract or dealing with defects, they'll go the extra mile to get results. Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, keeping your home and business in premiership form.
Listen up. Now is the perfect time to head into Chemist Warehouse and get big brands at fantastic prices. Get Manicare Precision Tweezers for just $7.24. That's a plucking good deal. Stay hydrated with Liquid IV Hydration Lemon Lime 24 sachets, $19.99. Try Scholl Freeze Away Skin Tag Remover for just $23.99. And upgrade to Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO2 Series Forest Green for just $55.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25, claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts, T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One-Day Cricket. News for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
2 debutants for Australia. Mitch Owen, one-day international cap number 250, presented by his Hobart Hurricanes teammate Tim David, and Matt Renshaw, one-day international cap number 251, presented by Sean Marsh. He's averaging almost 60 in the format for Queensland over the last 4 years. After initially being considered a bit of a plotter at the top of the order in red ball cricket, he's turned his game around at the Adelaide Strikers and he's got himself in a white ball Australian team. If you're just joining us, Mitch Marsh has won the toss and he is elected to field first. So the Australians will bowl first here. Nathan Ellis has just finished going through his paces. Mitchell Starc as well. Josh Hazlewood with one eye on the Ashes, but an important game today as well. It's 8 limited overs games in 20 days. 3 of them one-dayers, 5 of them T20s. You can listen to them all live on SEN and also the SEN app. And alongside me today and joining us in commentary all summer is my new ball partner. He's been across the globe and he's back again for another big season. Bharat Sunderasen. Welcome, Baz.
And I'm also done with footy season. It's time for cricket, Tommy Morris. It's the first time I get to say that. How exciting is it to be here? Still enough cloud cover, but I can see a lot of blue, the Australian blue up in the sky. Hey, I also just realised my first international game at home as an Australian. There you go.
Congratulations, you're an Australian citizen. Well done.
And yeah, look, just looking at that Indian team, without Hardik Pandya, without Jasprit Bumrah, but they still look like a Ripper team.
Strong team. The Ripper players for Red Rooster. Hurry and grab a bacon and chipper and cheese Ripper now. I want your favourite moment from Virat Kohli's time in white ball cricket. Of course, he's on his last tour of Australia now.
Yeah, I've been fortunate. I mean, I started as a journalist in 2008, which is when Virat started as an Indian cricketer in ODI cricket. So I've been fortunate to see a lot of great innings and great moments from his career. But I think the MCG knock with Jared Waitley at his absolute best. I mean, it was seeing two masters at work. Jared in the comm box next to me and Virat Kohli out there in the middle. Those 2 sixes of Haris Rauf. And at a time when you felt like, the game had gone away and Virat wasn't the same player, it just kind of reminded you why he is been referred to as the king. But the other niche one that I remember is he made 100 in Visakhapatnam in 2010. It was Mitchell Stark's ODI debut. So a long time ago. And it was, I think, the first time he kind of really told the world why he was about to become the best run chaser in the history of one-day cricket. That was just century number 3. He's made 48 since.
And he might make another one today. He'll be facing Mitchell Stark, batting at number 3 in a few minutes' time. That's the Ripper players with Red Rooster. Grab and hurry and grab a bacon and cheese at Ripper now. This is SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide. And for Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. The pre-game ceremony and anthems are up in a few moments' time.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
The new flagship TK Maxx Bourke Street is now open. Get down to the biggest TK Maxx in Australia for 2 whole floors of big brands at small prices. TK Maxx Bourke Street, now open.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25. Claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts. T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Haven't you heard? Right now at Chemist Warehouse, you can save on your health and wellbeing essentials. Like Prunelax 80 tablets for just $12.99. And Bioglan L-theanine plus ashwagandha 50 capsules, only $36.99. Hurry and stock up on Claritine Non-Drowsy 110 tabs, only $39.99 for a happy spring. And pamper yourself with Wellco the Hydro Protein Elixir, Pomegranate and Blackcurrant, $44.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximize opportunities for you with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food, never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
It's the roar that rattles your chest.
followed by the deepest of breaths.
The chants, the chaos, the noise. You feel it deep inside. Every fan, every seat, every voice, all as one.
The Hungry Jacks NBL 26 season is here. Fast, fearless, unmissable.
Watch every game live on ESPN and Sundays live and free on 10.
Hungry Jacks NBL. Play it loud.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Yes, SEN One Day Cricket. Pleasure to have your company this morning in Perth or around the country this afternoon as Australia takes on India. The Aussies have won the toss, elected to field first. No surprises there, given what we've seen in the past at this venue. Two quite short games the last time Australia played here, and a couple of debutants for the Aussies. And this Indian team, what do you make of this Indian team and the way it's structured? Brad Hogg and Tom.
Oh, look, Tommy, don't start, okay? You're over here in WA. Who do you go for in the footy?
I'm a Melbourne supporter.
You're a Melbourne supporter. Oh, I was Hawthorn supporter, so I can still jump the fence and give you one here.
What do you make of the Indian team, gents?
The Indian team, well, Tom and I have been speaking about it. Rohit Sharma, I don't think should be in this squad, really. I don't think he should be over here. Jeez, I'm nailing a few today. But I just think he's going to be 40 for the World Cup. You can't have both him and Virat Kohli in the same team. Virat Kohli's a little bit fitter. He's nimble around the field, but Rohit, he's not as nimble out in the outfield as well. And he's not scoring like he used to score. I think he'll be under a little bit of pressure, and you've got too many youngsters coming through that have got the ability to take over. And I'm going to throw it over to Tom, because Tom brought up a big name that should be playing instead of Rohit.
I don't know if it's a big name, but certainly a name that's not unfamiliar to Australians. That's Jaswal.
Yep.
The top of the order, he's a superstar. He's scored another 100 last week, in the Test series just finished in India. He's a very versatile player. He can play T20 cricket, play 50-over cricket. Obviously, he's successful in Test cricket. But to me, he also offers that left-hand option at the top of the order. If you look at their batting lineup, they're all right-handed down to Akshar Patel. So there's an element of predictability in what they can do. So it allows the likes of Kuderman, a left-arm spinner, to be able to really operate without the threat of a left-hander coming in and trying to disrupt the rhythm of the innings. So, look, it's decisions that India have got to make. At the end of the day, we know India are sport for choice. They've got so many talented players that should be or could be in this 11.
And I totally agree with Tom there. Jaswal, the only issue that I have with Jaswal, sometimes when he goes after bowling, he's leaning back. But you have him, he gets more experience, and then when Virat retires, you bring in someone like Sunderasen, another left-hander who's got so much ability and just plays late and can manage the innings and play that anchor role throughout a 50-over match.
So the Australian and Indian teams are making their way onto the ground now for the pre-match anthems. No Kuldeep Yadav either as well. The left-arm wrist spinner is the 5th-ranked ODI bowler in the world, but no room for him in these conditions.
Not in these conditions. You nailed it there. I think under most circumstances you'd see him play, because he's such a destructive player.
Hoggy's frustrated.
But Hoggy, look, just leave it alone, mate. That was many years ago where you operated and you provided your magic. But I think from a team balance point of view, on this surface, they've made the right decision.
A little bit of overspin.
Hoggy, I think Hoggy v Tom Moody, Whitey, will be an interesting little sub-narrative throughout the day in the back row, which I'm looking forward to. Anyway, we've got the pre-match anthems out in the field. The sun is out. Hopefully that remains for the day. There are some showers forecast a little bit later on. If you are just joining us, Australia won the toss and elected to field. We'll go down to the pre-match ceremony now.
It's a space for the whole community to connect and feel supported. And we thank you for playing your role. If able, we now ask you to please be upstanding as we are joined by Wajak Country Elder, Dr. Richard Wally, to conduct the Welcome to Country. Kanik Mongia will then perform the Indian National Anthem, followed by Lauren Marsden, who will perform the Australian National Anthem.
Mamin ngara kopen ye ngara ngara buje narak jenengen wajak buje ngari Mamin ngara kopen ye ngara ngara buje Mamin ngara wajak buje kopen buje Kop kerla kaya wanje narak jenengen burlu wajak buje ngara mut buje kop buje kaya wa Mama janang nanak yai bo bo nanak wot nanak kanak nanak bo nanak bot mama janang nanak. We ask a good spirit to keep everyone safe. This is called the Wajak section of the Nyungar language group. We ask a good spirit that our visit and have good rest, and at the end of our presentation take each and every one of us safely back to our families. Mama janang nanak kopen ye ngara ngara boje. Kaya, may the good spirit be with us. Wop Kerala Kaya Wanjua.
Janagana mana adhinayak jaya hai Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Banga, Vindhya, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchhala, Jaladhi, Taranga, Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mahage, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha. जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So we're not far away from the opening ball here at Optus Stadium. Anthems completed, ceremonies completed, and now we're getting ready for India to head out to take on the Australians. They're almost traditional rivals. We think of England and Australia, boys, but this one, the something a bit special about this. There's this intensity whenever India takes on Australia.
Well, how good has the world of cricket been of late? You had India taking on England over there, and it went right down to the wire to the last day. England, I think, had 4 wickets in hand, maybe 4 wickets in hand, but they only had 40 runs to get. And the first over, 2 boundaries off Harshit Rana from a tail ender, and then Smith out from Siraj, away swinger. Then all of a sudden, it was game on. The Siraj just bowled well. And then you come over here, and we've got India-Australia in this white ball format, just leading into the Ashes. It's just sensational, the entertainment that Australian public are going to get.
Absolutely. So the Australians are already out there in the field, and now the Indians are heading out as well. It is going to be fireworks from the first ball. It is SEN one-day cricket for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Get a Fujitsu, it's Australia's favourite air. What are you expecting, Tom Moody, in the first 10 overs here? Is it fireworks, or in these conditions do they just have to be a little bit careful?
I think they need to certainly be very observant early on and just sort of soak up the different pace and bounce. You know, I know they've been in town for a couple of days, but certainly that's not enough to really acclimatise yourself to conditions. Certainly you might get over jet lag, but not when it comes to pace and bounce and movement. And I expect, particularly given we've had the overcast conditions here in Perth today, and that's going to continue throughout the day, that there's going to be movement with that pace and bounce, and that makes it doubly challenging for top order batters to be able to navigate the first 10 overs. So I'd expect the bowlers to have the upper hand, but in situations like this, batters tend to, try to take the initiative and throw the bowling attack, off their lines and lengths. So it'd be interesting to see how they do approach it, because there's a bit of a subplot in this contest as well. You got Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma here, which is great to see. Then they're great icons of the game for India. They're under pressure. They're suddenly under pressure. You've got these young crew coming through, like your Shubman Gills and your Jaswals and so on and so forth, that are pushing hard for permanent, not only leadership roles, like now Shubman Gill's now the leader, but also permanent positions in the side.
Tom Moody and Brad Hogg are our experts for Ozido brushless power tools. Do you? Mitch Starc has the ball. Rohit Sharma is going to face the first delivery with 2 slips, no gully. So 2 slips and a backward point and a cover point inside the ring, with a third man and a wideish mid-off. Your offside field, and on the onside, it's mid-on, forward square leg and fine leg. So we're just counting down the seconds. Probably about half full at the moment, the stadium. There is a promise that we'll get 50,000 in. They'd want to be hurrying up, particularly if they want to watch Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma.
Hey, Adam, we're on West Australian time. We just take things slowly over here.
Okay, the countdown is complete. We are ready here at Optus Stadium in Perth. At least for the moment, the rain is staying away, and Mitchell Starc is on the runway. In he comes, past the umpire, bowls to Sharma, who defends into the onside and pinches a single. That was good work from Sharma, particularly with that onside field. Travis Head set quite deep there at mid-on. It was Koonman that came around from forward square leg. They couldn't prevent the single. No wicket for 1.
Yeah, he'll be relieved to get off the mark. Nothing better just to see exactly how it's going to unfold at the non-strikers then, before you have to really do your heavy lifting on strike. But he's looking fit, Rohit Sharma. He's certainly looked like he's worked on his physical game. He looks a lot fitter than he has been in the past, so he's clearly got the long term in mind.
Starc again, left arm over the wicket. He bowls to Gill, who leaves outside the off stump with the angle across the right-hander.
Not much swing for Starc early on.
That ball, gentlemen, bowled at 137.2 kilometres an hour. Our stats today for DAF trucks. DAF trucks keep you moving.
Those speed guns are killers, aren't they? They're bowler heartbreakers. Fast bowlers, not spin bowlers.
Starc starting from outside the circle. He's approached the wicket, and he comes again. Bowls to Gill. He pushes forward. He'll take a single up to mid-off. Mitch Marsh doing the fielding. So real hit and run. And both openers are away with singles. India no wicket for 2 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard.
You look at the pace. Yeah. Is Mitchell Starc going to give it 100%, knowing that there's a big summer ahead? You've got the Ashes series as well, so you're just warming up to it and building up so that you've got those overs under your belt so that you're ready for that big Ashes series, and making sure that you're starting from game 1 there well on top of your game.
Starc again rushing in to bowl to Sharma, who's playing away from his body, pushing out to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'd sort of get your point, but I think ultimately the adrenaline and the occasion takes over, and he'll be probably coming into this game, this is Mitchell Starc, coming into this game thinking, yes, I need the workload. Yes, I'd love to get some great rhythm. And then it's thought, how am I going to get that done? You know, I'm obviously going to have maybe 2-3 spells. Let's just concentrate on my run-up. Let's get rhythm in my run-up so I feel strong at the crease, feel tall at the crease. All those key factors that enable him to bowl with pace and with control.
Starc again to Sharma from his thigh pad, turns into the onside, straight to Kuhnemann at forward square leg, who throws the ball into Philippi, and there's no chance of a run.
And the other thing to bear in mind is that sometimes if their conditions are favourable for fast bowlers, you don't need to bowl the fastest ball of the day. You just need to bowl with great control in good areas and take advantage of those overhead conditions and get that swing. We haven't seen a lot yet, but still early doors. And we also know the white ball is only a narrow window where the ball does swing, which is generally that first 6 to 8 overs.
That is the voice of Tom Moody as Starc comes in again to bowl to Sharma, who is cutting half, trying to flay it through the offside. That one came back and went straight over the stumps. And a good finish to the opening over. Just 2 runs coming from it. India sending to bat on SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu, and no wicket for 2.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
SEN one-day cricket for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Adam White, Tom Moody and Brad Hogg with you. Bright sunshine at the moment at Optus Stadium, which is good news, as Josh Hazlewood will bowl the second over from the Justin Langer stand end. He's bowling to Gill, who's leaving the outside off stump. Good carry through to Philippi as well.
Well, he'll enjoy bowling in these conditions. Big Josh, 6'6", length bowler, gets it to bounce with ease coming from his release point, but if there's a little bit of movement too, he can be a nightmare because he challenges both the outside edge, which then creates opportunities for the slip fielders, but also the inside where you can hit the stumps or hit the pad in front of the stumps.
Like for Starc, no gully, a backward point and a cover point instead inside the circle. As Hazlewood bowls to Gill, who plays late, pushing into backward point. Connolly doing the fielding, and there's no run.
Liking the foot movement of Gill very early on in his innings here. Covering that extra bounce from Hazlewood. And Starc in that last over didn't get the first couple of balls to swing, but that last ball just swung massively, hooped in, and beat the gap between bat and pad of Rohit Sharma, who had no idea.
Hazlewood again on the approach. Past the umpire, bowls to Gill. That one a bit wider, and Gill happy to let it go past.
It's a big... you mentioned Hoggy in the last over about Starc and his sort of build-up for the summer and how important it is that he remains fit. It's the same with Hazlewood. You only have to look at Hazlewood's recent history over the last couple of years. I don't think he's completed the series for Australia. So, his injury potential is very much in the red when it comes to this summer and what the workload, what it may look like. So, he needs to be part of that conversation as well. Yes, he's fit now.
Hazlewood again, bowls to Gill, driving firmly down the ground, through mid-off. It races across the turf and gets to the rope. And it's the first boundary of the innings for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Beautiful
It goes
shot.
to the skipper, Shubman Gill.
If you're watching the test series between England and India, it was just all about timing from him. And that just absolute talent, pure class. Reminds me of Damien Martin back in the day where he just blocked it and it just passed the bowl off a four. Just come off the bat beautifully.
Hazelwood again bowls Gill from the stumps, turning into the onside. That one was just backward of a full length. And defended into the onside where Head did the fielding at mid-wicket.
He's full of confidence. He's got plenty of runs. That series you're referring to a couple of months ago in England, he played exceptionally well there. That was his first series as Test captain for India. So huge responsibility on top of what is a responsibility in opening the batting for your country. And now he's taken over from Rohit Sharma, who's the non-strikers then, as captain of this outfit.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls to Gill, who leaves. It was a late decision. Good carry again from Hazelwood, going past it about hip high through to the keeper. No run to the end the over. No wicket for 6 India, having been sent into bat. It's SEN one-day cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you, with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
After 2 overs here at Optus Stadium, India no wicket for 6 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard, with Mitchell Starc on the way again to bowl to Rohit Sharma. He bowls and Sharma defends into the onside. Starc can field on his follow-through, no run.
Just a bit more urgency there from Starc on the follow-through, not letting Rohit Sharma get that easy one on the leg side. Australia have got the left-hander, well, they had their left-hander there out mid-wicket, but now they've got Travis Head there out square leg. If you're looking for those ones and just prodding it into that little region there, it's probably best to have the left-hander there because he's able to throw down out the bowler's end a little easier than Head. Has to come across his body.
Yeah, the voice of Brad Hogg as Starc bowls again to Sharma. Hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside, pitching outside leg stump. It's interesting, Hoggy, they actually changed just before that over started, with Kuhnemann and Head changing positions from forward square leg and mid-on, but they're both left-handers, so it wasn't as though it was a strategic move. Maybe just the faster man Head in at forward square leg, I'm not sure. Maybe the faster man Kuhnemann at mid-on.
Head's right-hander throwing in.
Left-hander batter.
Oh,
left-hander
yeah,
batter.
Yes,
yes,
yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Well, he may be able to do both. Who knows?
Ambidextrous.
Starc bowls to Sharma in the air and over the top of point. Runs, won't be 4. It wasn't properly timed. They've got 2 and they stay with 2. It was interesting there. Owen at cover point actually came in quickly and then realised, nope, that's going over my head. 2 to Sharma to move to 3. India no wicket for 8. Thick edge that just ballooned over the top of point.
I think he was intending to hit that over the top, but he just completely mistimed it and got lucky, really, to be fair, because it only just cleared the infield.
Someone thought he was a chance to catch that. Starc again, bowl, Sharma. Oh, that's much better. Through the legs of Gill at the non-striker's end, and that'll get to the rope for 4. That was much better timing from Rohit Sharma. He moves to 7. India no wicket for 12. Another boundary for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Starc just looking to get a little bit of extra swing, looking to go a little fuller. It didn't move at all in the air, and that was just beautiful from Rohit Sharma.
So Starc throwing 2 up. Sharma liking both of them. He bowls again. This is a bit shorter. Dabbing away on the onside to square leg. Gill was interested for the non-strikers then. Rohit Sharma said no, stay there. Stays at no wicket for 12.
Starc just only getting the one ball to really move in the air. Other than that, It's just been fairly straight. Yes, there's a little bit of overcast conditions here in Perth at the present moment. Doesn't look like it's helping the fast bowlers.
Last ball of the over. Stark over the wicket. Past the umpire to Sharma. Tugs it away on the onside from his thigh pad with a horizontal bat. Just a single out into the deep to Ellis. And that ends the over with a single to Rohit Sharma. Sharma on 8, Gill on 5. India after 3 overs, no wicket for 13 on the Henley home scoreboard.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Adam White and Brad Hogg with you live from Optus Stadium under partly cloudy skies at the moment, so at least at this point the rain is staying away as Hazlewood is on his way again. Past the umpire, bowls to Sharma, who leaves outside the off stump through to Philippe.
Well, Hazlewood getting the extra bounce than what Stark is out the other end, and both players are very watchful off that good length, short of a good length, but anything full and looking to get forward and really pounce on it. Gill has been very watchful, but anything over pitched, he's pounced on it. Rohit Sharma, he's playing for survival in this team with the talent that's coming through.
Hazlewood again to Sharma, who tries to absolutely slog it into the onside and misses. Trying to drag that from outside off stump.
Well, if Jaswell's sitting on the bench, he'll be liking that type of shot from Rohit Sharma. Hasn't faced too many balls from Hazlewood.
I was going to say, that was just an agricultural slog, wasn't it? It's what you'd expect to see in the last 2 overs of a T20 game, where every ball's got to clear the ropes.
Stays at no wicket for 13. Hazlewood again. Sharma feels for it and misses. Tentatively pushing forward. Just beating the outside edge through to Philippe.
Well, all of a sudden you can just sense a little bit of pressure with Rohit Sharma. He's trying to get on that scoreboard, trying to motor along a little bit quicker and make use of the power play where there's only 2 players out, and he's just searching, fending for a ball that's going away off a good length that wasn't there to play at.
Just a little bit of outswing looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen on that occasion from Hazlewood, who approaches again, and this time edging it, caught! Sharp catch at second slip. Renshaw in on the action for the first time in Australian one-day international colours. And Sharma just pushing at that one, just short of the length. Healthy edge, comfortably taken. India 1 for 13.
Beautifully bowled from Hazlewood, just owning that length that just offers steep bounce on the front or the back foot. On this occasion, it was Sharma just getting across on his back foot and just finding that outside edge. And Renshaw, we know he's got a good set of hands, and he just took that in his sleep, didn't he? He looked so comfortable taking that. And that catch is quite important with regards to his day, because that'll give him some confidence going into what his main job is, and that is doing some hard work with the bat in hand.
So while Rohit Sharma leaves, the king arrives. Virat Kohli with India 1 for 13. And listen to this. 14,181 one-day international runs at a staggering average of 57.88 and a strike rate of 93. The king is in the middle of Optus Stadium.
Well, you could comfortably say that he's certainly in the grand final for the best ever ODI player of all time. In my view, I think he's the best that's ever played.
Totally agree with you, Tom.
Hazlewood, in he comes, bowls for the first time to Kohli, hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside. There was an appeal from Hazlewood, not too many others. It is a leg by as it splashes out behind square leg. And Virat Kohli, he's now down at the non-striker's end. He's still on 0. That was a leg by. India 1 for 14 with 1 ball left in the 4th over.
Kohli not even on strike, and the crowd very excited. Strong contingent of the Indians here in the light blue.
It's a sea of light blue, particularly on the lower levels here at Optus Stadium. Hazelwood now to Gill, who leaves the ball that again shapes away from the right-hander. So a successful over there from Josh Hazelwood. India 1 for 14 after 4 overs. That's on the Henley Holmes scoreboard.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Mitchell Starc bowling to Virat Kohli with 2 slips. In he comes, past the umpire, bowls to Kohli, who's dabbing into backward point. There's no run. Good speed there from Mitchell Starc.
Just quickly go through the over, the first 4 balls of the last over from Hazelwood to Rohit Sharma. Just hitting a good length, first 2 balls. Rohit Sharma watched on the first one, then tried to slog the second one, which was similar to the first ball. A good foot outside off stump. Then Hazelwood went a little bit fuller, trying to bring Rohit Sharma forward and a little bit wider, and Rohit played and missed at it, and then he went shorter, and it was just too big for Rohit Sharma.
Starc to Kohli into the onside, clipping straight to head at forward square leg. So of course we've got the king out there in the middle, and we've got the SEN cricket king with us, Bharat Sunderasen, for the first time while play is underway. Baz, welcome.
Oh, thanks, Whitey. That's very kind of you. And speaking of the king in the middle, it's odd seeing Virat Kohli in Indian colours after such a long break. It's like you're so used to watching the same TV show for nearly 2 decades, and then suddenly the main star of that show is appearing in episode 22 for the first time in the year.
Mitchell Starc again on the runway, past the umpire, bowls to Kohli. It's a short one. And Kohli ducks and watches it go by. His grill. And just looking at the speeds in this over with Virat Kohli out there, Mitchell Starc's just pushed it up into the 1 low 40s. Thanks to DAF trucks, keep you moving.
And what a rivalry this has been. Starc to Kohli in one-day cricket. Starc arguably the best in the business since he made his debut in Visakhapatnam in 2010. Kohli definitely the best in the business. Probably 1A, 1B with Sachin Tendulkar.
Starc again, running away from us. Bowls to Kohli, defending up to mid-on, finding in the middle of the bat. Up to Mitch Marsh, who does the fielding at mid-on.
And it can't be easy, can it, Bradley Hogg, for someone like Virat Kohli, who's such a big part of Indian cricket. He had his routine set. He would have known where he's going next. And for him to have not played international cricket for 7 months, played the IPL would have been his last real competitive cricket. And to just get back into the rhythm of international cricket, even for someone as experienced as him.
2 slips, backward point, cover point. Starc bowls, Kohli plays and misses. Trying to push it through the covers. It wasn't an extravagant drive. He was more trying to punch the ball through that vacant cover region. And with the angle across the right-hander, it beats the outside edge and goes through to Philippi.
Well, that was a shot of a man who was eager to get off strike. Beautiful bowling from Starc. He's had a bouncer out Kohli. He's attacked the body. He's attacked the stumps. And then he's just going, right, Virat will be a little nervous. He's been out of the game, as Bharat's been saying there. I'll just go a little bit wider and tease him through that gap and cover. And he took the bait.
Last ball of the over. Starc to Kohli. Kohli pushes up to mid-off on the rise. No run. Straight to Kundaman. And that ends a very good over from Mitchell Starc. A maiden. So he's bowled 3 overs, has the figures of no wicket for 9. India 1 for 14 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard.
Need assistance with your building project? Like in footy, a strong defence wins games. When legal challenges charge in, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your back line, protecting your assets with expert advice and a winning strategy. For over 30 years, Oldham Construction Lawyers have tackled the industry's toughest cases. Whether you're about to sign a building contract or dealing with defects, they'll go the extra mile to get results. Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, keeping your home and business in premiership form.
Hazelwood bowls to Gill, that one down leg side. It was short, he thought about it, he let it go, and it's a wide.
Both Australian fast bowlers been very consistent with their line of length, and all of a sudden just testing the boardroom area.
That is the voice of Brad Hogg, one of our experts today for Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? We've also got Tom Moody, Sunderasen.
Now, Bharat, you've just become an Australian citizen. Yes. Do you understand what the boardroom means? Yep.
Hazelwood again to Gill. Gill pushing forward in defence. Into mid-wicket. Head does the fielding, no run. Stays at 1 for 15.
Look, I spent 30 years of my life learning how to speak English. The first 30. Last 8 I've spent learning how to speak Australian. I've become very proficient at it. Things I can say on air and definitely things I can say off air as well.
Hello to Jason, who's listening to SEN Sync from the Bankwest Club seats. Enjoying the cricket here in Perth. Hazelwood to Gill. He bowls. Gill plays and misses. Trying to push back down the ground. Again, some shape away from the right-hander into the gloves of Philippi, but no edge. Gill stays on 5.
That was the first false shot from Gill. Little fuller from Hazelwood, swings away. No footwork from Shubman Gill there. And that back foot just coming through as well after he played out the shot, just showed that that short ball earlier on has just unsettled him a little bit.
We've had bright sunshine for the last 5 minutes. The sun goes behind the clouds as Hazelwood bowls to Gill. This one down leg side. He tries to tickle it. Doesn't make contact. Another wide. Has to be re-bowled once more. 1 for 16.
Yeah, and we've spoken a lot already about Virat and Rohit, and this being their last time playing one-day cricket or any kind of cricket on Australian soil. You're also looking at Stark and Hazelwood. Outstanding rhythm. You wonder how much longer we'll see these two in wide ball cricket, especially on Australian soil. Australia don't play a lot of one-day cricket on home soil these days.
Balls again. This time a thick outside edge that goes along the ground to backward point. No run. Connolly doing the fielding.
Well, that was a ball that Shubman Gill would be leaving earlier on, but now that he's feeling a little bit confident and he wants to feel bat on ball a little bit more, he's searching for it, but that was better footwork. Right across, in line with the ball. More in control.
Hazelwood halfway through the over with those 2 extras. Approaches again, bowls to Gill, up on his toes, punching into cover point, good fielding. Excellent work from Owen, the big man, having to dive to his right, coming around from cover point. Prevents a chance of a run. Gill just starting to get a little bit twitchy at the crease here. 5 off 13 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. India 1 for 16.
Miserly bowling from Hazelwood and Stark. And that's how he set up Rohit Sharma in the previous over, like Brad Hogg said, gave him nothing and then had him nicked off. He'll be backing himself to do it again with Gill here.
And he comes again. Bowls. Gill. Another one down leg side. Another ball that needs to be re-bowled. As the umpire outstretches his arms to signal a wide.
Hazelwood just getting ready for the Ashes. 3 wides in the over. Just needs to up his workload, he's thinking. But one thing I can't understand here, they've got Big Owen, who's a tall man, out point, and Travis Head behind point. I'd have it the other way around. Someone a little nimbler, lower to the ground. Get in on those ones for the run out.
Hazelwood bowls to Gill, driving, brilliant, through the covers for 4. He doesn't bother running. The moment that left the bat, it was only going to one place, and that was to the cover fence.
Well, how good an over has this been? Hazelwood tests Gill early on with a bouncer first up in the over, And then the next ball was full, just moving away. No footwork from Gill. He was bamboozled there, playing and missing, off balance. Then all of a sudden, a good defensive stroke. Then Hazelwood searching a little fuller, wider. And Gill just pounces on it. And just brilliant timing to one of the longest parts to the ground.
1 for 21. Last ball of the over. Hazelwood bowls. Gill thought about it, then says, nah, I'll let that go. Over bowl. 6 completed here at Optus Stadium. India 1 for 21 on the Henley home scoreboard.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
India sent in by Australia earlier today after 6 overs. The Indians 1 for 21. Sharma already back in the pavilion. Mitchell Starc to start a 4th over. And he is bowling to Virat Kohli. Yet to score. Starc bowls. Kohli in the air. Caught! Brilliant catch by Connolly at backward point. Diving to his left and Kohli's out for a duck. Cooper Connolly playing at home. Flying in the air to his left. Taking it with 2 hands. Kohli took the bait. Trying to play through the covers on the rise. He's walking off. India 2 for 21.
Well, that was a good length delivery. Kohli just trying to overhit it rather than timing it. He just looked a little bit edgy. He's played out one that was wide the over before, playing away from his body. He looked unsettled, and he spent a bit of time outside of international cricket. This is his first game back. He looks as though he needs to go to the nets and have a little bit more preparation for the next couple of games here in Australia.
Well, he kept getting out to the loose drives and flashes outside off stump over and over and over again last year during the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and that finished with him retiring from Test cricket. That was a very loose shot. Mitchell Starc bowled a terrific over to him. First up, gave him nothing away. We saw him flash at one and get away with it. This time, once again, his hands have let him down. Terrific catch from Cooper Conley. And just like that, both Rohit and Virat, the hype around the series was around them, they're gone.
You talked about his hands. It was his chest, his front on. Normally when you see Virat Kohli drive, he's very side on with that elbow going through the line of the ball.
Shreyas, the new batsman, he gets a very fast ball from Starc that goes across the right-hander and it slaps into Philippe's gloves.
There are 2 things there with that Virat Kohli shot. Overhitting it, causing that chest to come on, not getting in good balance, and showing that twine of the old Virat Kohli.
He just got a bit desperate, didn't he? He just wanted to impose himself. 7 dot balls.
Yeah, it was an 8-ball duck. Mitchell Starc at the top of his run again. Shreyas Iyer coming at number 4 with India 2 for 21. Starc bowls, jumping in defence. Shreyas back to the bowler. It was interesting, even when the catch was taken, usually there'd be a big roar from the crowd, but it all fell silent. And I thought for a moment maybe he dropped it because it wasn't that normal roar you'd expect with such a great catch at backward point from a hometown hero.
Exactly that. Kind of tells you a lot about the demographic of this crowd.
That's right.
It's an away game for Australia and even for the Western Australians. Do you feel safe, Bradley?
Yeah. 2 for 21. Starc again to Shreyas. He gets a bouncer. And he picked it up late. Got underneath it, but that was a late move from the Indian number 4. SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. It's great to have cricket back for another summer. And what a summer it is on SEN cricket. The Indians here for the one-days and the T20s. And then the Ashes.
The funny thing is, Indian families here, kids that are born here, go for Australia. And there's a lot of arguments in a lot of households around here in West Australia.
Starc again, bowls to Shreyas. This one down leg side, and it will be called a wide. He's starting to really build up his speeds there. That one was 141.2. All the stats for DAF Trucks. DAF Trucks keep you moving. But unfortunately for Mitchell, he'll have to re-bowl that one because it was down leg side.
I've just got to say, the way that Rowett and Virat Kohli were batting there, India have just got to be thinking we can't leave Jaswal out for much longer. We've got to get him in here.
Stark again to Shreyas, who's playing nicely. Late backward point is the region it goes, straight to Connolly.
There's another player, Sunderasen.
Yep.
He's got to be in this lineup. Watching him in IPL cricket, just his timing, the way that he lets the ball come late onto the bat. 2 left-handers coming in, opening, and number 3. It's got to happen sooner than later.
That is the voice of Brad Hogg for Azudo Brushless Power Tools. Do you? Part of our team here in Perth for the first of the one-day internationals. Stark again, last ball of the over. Bowls to Shreyas, who's pushing nicely into the vacant cover region. Didn't overhit it. He'll be able to come back for 2 with Kuhneman on the chase. Over bowled, 7 complete here in Perth. India batting 2 for 24. Shreyas 2, Gill 9. The next voice you'll hear will be Tom Morris.
How much did the painter say he was going to charge you for that job?
Well, they told me it was a one-off special price of...
Mate, if you're paying for painting and for maintenance, you're getting ripped off.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life or a renovation in need of the finishing touches? Whatever painting job you need done, let Synergy Painting Group's skilled and dedicated team create a lasting impact. Synergy Painting Group, it's where quality meets affordability.
That's much better.
Visit synergypaintinggroup.com.au.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Hazelwood bowls. And Gill defends into the offside, looking for one. He won't get it. It's well fielded by Mitch Owen, who's been excellent at cover point so far. And it's a promising start for the Australians, gents.
Very much so. I mean, so much focus on the old guard of Indian cricket, the superstars. Got rid of both of them. Hazelwood at one end, Stark at the other, and now we're into the current superstars of Indian cricket, and Shubman Gill, the captain, and Shreyas, who's been so good in 50-over cricket for India.
Hazelwood approaches again. There's 2 slips in place. He bowls now. Gill defends again off the back foot this time. A little bit to Mitch Owen's right. And they'll pick up a single. India 2 for 25.
And if... Now this is October 19th, but imagine if this is November 21st and these two are bowling with the new ball and they're bowling this well to the Bass bowlers. Australia will take that. They look in great rhythm. They've looked in great rhythm for the last 18 months, Hazelwood and Stark, across formats.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. The England openers attacking the good length of the Australians on bouncier wickets here in Australia. It's going to be exciting.
Hazelwood right over the wicket to Shreyas. He's letting it go outside the off stump. Philippi keeping for the first time for Australia today in his 4th one-day international.
In a weird way, if, again, going back to what I said, if this is November 21st and Australia won the toss and elected to field, do you think after 7 overs, England would be just 25?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But you never know. They might be a little bit more tentative here in Perth and just take it a little easier.
Just over a month away. You can listen to every ball on SEN. Hazelwood again. Bowls short. Through to Philippi. Jumps high and takes it above his head.
Now this is interesting because when I first came onto the scene, everyone was going, right, he doesn't like the short ball. The way that he played that, it was just beautiful. Just swaying away. Full control.
It was a high bouncer though, but you're right. It's kind of followed him around. His issues against the short ball. You'll see the field set for it as well often.
He averages 48 in this format, 5 centuries, Shreyas. 30 years old. He's got an open stance. He's facing Hazelwood now and he's driving to mid-off. Doesn't time it. Straight back to the bowler.
Got a lot of runs in Asia when you break down his numbers. In a terrific 2023 World Cup. Just never really clicked for him a lot in Australia, has it?
Hasn't really nailed his test spot either. Averages 36 in that format.
What does Rohit Sharma average in Australia?
A couple of seconds, Hoggy.
Because I know that he hasn't got a test 100 in Australia, has he?
No.
No.
He's got a couple of one-day hundreds though.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over. He already has one and will remain that way as it's let through to the keeper. India 2 for 25 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Henley Holmes, hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Tom Morris, Bharat Sunderasen and Brad Hogg taking you through the next little period of play. India are 2 for 25 from 8 overs, and there's a change in bowling. Nathan Ellis into the attack.
I love Nathan Ellis, just his work rate, his adaptability, the way that he's changed his game.
The bowls. Gill down the leg side. There's an appeal foot caught behind, and he's out. Gill tickles one down the leg side. Philippi diving to his left. And it's a bit fortuitous, but Ellis strikes, and then India lose their third.
Well, that was just a little bit of preempting there from Gill. He's moved across with that front leg before Ellis has actually let go of the ball, and then he's chasing it down leg side. He was in no control there. Just thinking Ellis, a smaller man, he's going to be fuller, and just that body weight just slightly going over the off stump, expecting it to be outside off stump first up. And he's paid the price there. Good catch from Philippi behind the stumps as well, low to the ground.
It was dropping on him, and it was a thick edge. It wasn't one of those tickles down the leg side. It was a thick inside edge. And Gill knew it immediately.
So Gill departs. That's a big blow. The Indians are off to a shaky start. He's gone for 10
into their
from 18
all-rounders
balls.
now. Akshar Patel's walked out. Seen often KL Rahul now keeps wicket in one-day cricket for India. Bat at number 5. Maybe they just want to mix it around. You spoke about left-handers earlier, Bradley Hogg. And Akshar Patel is the floater. They've used him in different positions, both in T20 cricket and in one-day cricket.
Well, how good would it be if you had Jaswal up the top instead of Sharma? Then you've got Gill, Kohli, Iyer maybe, and then Patel coming in, then Rahul, then Sundar coming in. So you're really breaking it up with your left-handed, right-handed batsman.
Don't worry, that's the debate that would have already set off in India. It's a Sunday morning. Everybody would have tuned in to see Rohit and Virat. They're both gone. Things turn very quickly in India. You know how it is.
There's a lot of Rohit fans and a lot of Virat Kohli fans. And if you say something with Rohit Sharma, the Virat Kohli fans really get on the back of you if you're positive with Rohit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
SEN cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. India 3 for 25. Ellis is going to be sliding across the left-hander Axar. He's walked out to bat at number 5. 2 slips in place. He bowls now, and Axar drives him straight through the keeper. Play and miss. He's your sort of cricketer, Nathan Ellis, isn't he, Hoggy? I can just tell the way he goes about it. He's got energy. He's got the vibe.
He just wants it. Look, if you look at his height as a fast bowler, should he be out there? That's the question you ask. But he just finds a way, and that's what I love about him. I know he's worked with Jock Campbell, who was our fitness consultant for Australia for many years, and he does a lot of work with fast bowlers, up-and-coming fast bowlers. And Nathan Ellis is one of his products.
Ellis again, he approaches, he passes the umpire, he bowls, and he hits Axar on the pad. And just trickles away to backward point.
He's just a fighter. You know, you talk about fighters, victims. He doesn't have that victim mentality. He's just a fighter. I've got to find a way to stay in this contest. And you look at especially in T20 cricket, and we'll see that out the death overs right now. He's probably one of the best death bowlers going around. Good fast Yorker, good slower Yorker, good change of pace. And he's always working on those deliveries as well, because he knows that batsmen are trying to work him out, figuring him out, and when they do, he's got something else up his sleeve.
He's in his 16th one-day international. He's bowling now with his tail up. It's full, and it's driven to mid-on, mistimed.
He seems like the kind of cricketer, if he had played one-day cricket for Australia in the 90s, you know, when the Tri-Series were at their peak, he would have been such a cult hero. It's kind of pity that not a lot of Australians are into white ball cricket, as bilateral white ball cricket anyway, as they used to be. Whether it's a debate of whether it's just behind a paywall these days or not. But Nathan Ellis would have been a superstar in the 90s.
A great story. New South Wales, Tasmania had to fight for everything. He bowls, and it's defended down the pitch by Axar.
I preferred the try series than the bye series.
Try series was iconic back in the day.
Yeah.
But it lost its figure when people didn't really want to watch Zimbabwe versus England on Australian soil, didn't it? I always did, but we're not necessarily the target audience every single game.
Well, that would have been the latter part of Zimbabwe, not the early Zimbabwe. They were very competitive early on.
Yeah. It's more just two countries playing against each other that aren't Australia, really.
Yeah.
Oh, it's raining.
It's a bit of rain.
Oh, it's come from nowhere.
The bails have come off. It's actually not too dark here at Perth Stadium. That's a shame because the Australians were right on top. The bails have been flicked off. One ball left and Ellis's first over and the covers are coming on. I just wonder whether the curators know a bit more than what we do up in the commentary box.
It's a heavy drizzle. Just came from nowhere, but you're right. The ground staff were on top of it. They wanted
You wouldn't see this in lawn bowls. Stay out there. Keep rolling.
Our experts Brad Hogg and Bharat Sunderasen for Azido brushless power tools. Do you? India 3 for 25 from 8.5 overs. Baz, you were talking before about the lack of cricket from Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. I went back and had a look. So Kohli hasn't played any professional cricket since June the 3rd, and the same for Rohit Sharma. And Sharma hasn't played any cricket for India since March 9. So two players in their mid to late 30s coming back and playing after 4 months out. That's a steep task.
Yeah, it's all about rhythm, isn't it? Like, I mean, however good you are, whatever numbers you have, for 15 years, almost 20 years in Rohit Sharma's case, he's been so used to always being in that rhythm of international cricket. Now suddenly it's broken. Yes, he's worked on his fitness. He looks a lot lighter than the last time we saw him. But whatever amount of work you put in the nets, it can't be replicated with that. And you could see Virat Kohli just a bit desperate in that first over from Stark, and he gave him the wide one, which he chased at. And just knowing Virat Kohli's body language, he just looked restless. He wanted to get that one boundary away and went looking for it and was out. And Rohit Sharma looked all completely out of sorts. A couple of swishes, wild swishes towards the onside, missed, and then finally got nicked off by Hazelwood.
When you talk about fitness, is it fitness or actual change of diet as well?
He does look leaner, Rohit
It's
Sharma.
weight.
Yeah.
And apparently, I was just in one of the Indian commentary boxes earlier. He's lost not 11 kilos. He's lost, according to his fitness trainer, he's lost 11,000 grams.
11,000 grams. Yeah, but the thing is, it's all right losing weight, but what about the muscle? So losing that weight, is he still athletically capable? Does he still have the power? That's the question that you've got to ask yourself as well. And yeah, there was a couple of shots there where he looked as though he didn't have that power. There was one there where he was looking to hit straight. The bat moved on in his hand and he was lucky not to get caught out point region there. Then the hoik over square leg. Just for me, I still think there's still a lack of timing. He's not picking up the ball as well as he was many moons ago.
So the Henley Holmes scoreboard reads India 3 for 25. Sharma, the first one gone, caught by one of the two debutants for Australia today, Matt Renshaw at second slip for 8. And then it was Virat Kohli who was, well, fishing is sort of a polite term for it. He was wafting outside the off stump, caught at backward point, well caught by Cooper Connolly, the local hero from the bowling of Mitchell Stark. Just the second time Mitchell Stark's got Virat Kohli out in one-day international cricket. So Kohli's had the wood over him for some time in this format. And then just recently, Shubman Gill feathered one down the leg side, giving Josh Philippe his first catch as wicketkeeper in Australian one-day international cricket. So the not-out batsmen are Shreyas and Axar Patel. As we just wait, the covers are on. Not the full covers, which is probably a good sign, and we're hopefully not too far away from resuming play.
It has stopped raining, and even just looking at the two batters, Shreyas and Akshar Patel, as they walked off, they weren't overly concerned about their bats getting wet. You see batters sticking it. Steve Smith almost puts a raincoat over his bat when he walks off with some rain. So that told you that it wasn't very heavy, and see, it's thick. My favorite kind of cloud cover, Tommy, you heard me say this, is very milkshakey, the cloud cover. It's thick, but we will have some weather, I think, as the day progresses.
Yeah, we're just talking about Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli not playing amount of cricket internationally. Have they been playing first-class cricket back in India?
No, they've done.
Because there was a rule there, if you're not playing first-class cricket, you're not going to be playing for India, isn't that right?
It is, but because they've retired from Test cricket, and I don't think they've had one-day domestic tournaments between the IPL and now. So
no professional cricket in 4 months.
No professional cricket at all.
Which is unheard of in Indian cricket, really. Hoggy, thank you. It's an excellent stint from you, as you stay there.
Yeah.
Tom Moody's going to jump in. The sun is out here at Perth Stadium. There's a few Indian flags waving. The crowd is building slowly. I've got to say, Baz, bowling first is proven in a short sample size, a small sample size, to be a big advantage here in one-day international cricket. So last November, Australia were all out for 140 against Pakistan, and then a few years before that, all out for 152 against South Africa. It's a good toss to win for the Aussies today.
The first time we saw international cricket here was 2018. And yes, there were the 2 years during COVID when we didn't see international cricket here. There's still so many unknowns about this ground and the conditions from a cricketing sense, aren't there, Tom? Like, we've seen, 5 test matches or 4 test matches over time. But if I were to put you on the spot and say, okay, can you ultimate guarantee say this is what the conditions at Optus Stadium are like? I don't think you can.
I think you can, to be honest with you. I think what we're seeing here, and this is smart planning from the WACA a long time ago when this became a thought in their mind, this stadium, was to prepare surfaces with the same structure, soil structure, as what the old WACA surface was. And apparently they got the very last bit of a specific mud out of a creek that was left, and they stored it and put aside and produced these drop-in wickets. And what we're seeing is a surface which we have talked about and fantasised about around what the WACA used to be like. It hasn't been like that for 20 or 30 years, but in the days of Thompson and Lilly, you know, in the Michael Holding era, all that era where you saw genuine fast bowling, we saw a similar sort of experience where the ball would fly through, the keeper would be taking 50% of the balls above his shoulders, and that's such a spectacle. So to me, that is the identity of this ground. So in Test cricket, it's a battlefield. It is hard work, and you've got to be brave, and you've got to be technically sound. From one-day cricket standpoint, the Scorchers have shown the blueprint. They know how to play this ground. They play the ground square because it's got pace, it's got bounce, so you're not going to get any ball in your half. It's all going to be that hard length at 7 to 8 metre length, which is going to challenge the splice of the bat against sort of hitting the middle of the bat on the half volley.
And they've had all those tall fast bowlers, haven't they? The Scorchers and Western Australia as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of tall.
Joe Angel, Brendan Julian.
And even now, I mean, you look at Kelly and Paris, and they're all so tall.
Kelly's been bowling beautifully recently in first-class cricket.
5-wicket hauls for him as well. And you're right. So the WACA that you would have grown up playing on, Tom, like, had it started losing that characteristic by that time?
I reckon the first half of my career, I sort of started mid-80s, so the first half of that career, it was like, wow, this is quick. And the adjustment, you needed to make a significant adjustment, particularly if you came out of club cricket and you hadn't really experienced that type of pace and bounce. Or, in my case, I played a lot of county cricket, so coming back from England, playing county season, coming back to Australia, getting into the WACA nets and then playing a Shield game on the old WACA, it was a completely different experience. So I can understand why India are 3 for 20 because they've just come from Delhi and are trying to play on the fastest, bounciest wicket.
Our experts, Tom Moody and Bharat Sunderasen for Azido Brushless Power Tools. Do you? The good news is the covers are off, including the Hesham cover as well. The sun is just peeking through the clouds. India 3 for 25. We're hopefully not too far away from restarting play here. I just get the impression we're going to be on and off a little bit this afternoon. It is windy, so the rain will pass through and then the sunshine will go, but stick with us on SEN one-day cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. It just makes me think of Mark Taylor when I say Fujitsu. He's become synonymous with the brand over a long period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to have their support. Certainly India have got their work cut out here. They're way behind the pace of the game. Again, it's a great opportunity for those in the middle order to be able to to take control and I suppose set the ship on the right direction, because it's been Australia very much in control.
Some bowling figures. Mitchell Stark has 1 for 12 from 4, as does Josh Hazelwood, and Nathan Ellis 1 wicket, no runs, and he's bowled 5 deliveries. He got the prize scalp of Shubman Gill, caught down the leg side. The first ball he bowled. Those stats for Daft Trucks. Daft Trucks keep you moving. As you've been everywhere this winter, you've been all over the place. Went to the West Indies, been in Brisbane recently as well, been doing some footy work as well. First footy season as an Australian.
Indeed, yeah.
And genuine all-rounder.
Like
all-rounder.
you. Oh, that's right. Oh, we have 3 all-rounders. Where's Bradley Hogg? Yeah.
We haven't caught football, though. No. Or Hoggy, mate.
That would be interesting.
He's caught a lot of things.
I'm sure. So you captained Hoggy in first-class cricket?
Yes.
For a long time?
A long period of time.
He's not in the room at the moment. How was he to captain? And then you can give us the other answer when he's back.
Oh, look, Hoggy, full of enthusiasm. Obviously, no one trained harder than Hoggy. No one practiced harder than Hoggy. He was a real fire starter in the team, you know, a bundle of energy. And he's one of these characters where you'd walk in before a start of play, you'd walk in together as a group, have your usual team chat or whatever. And if you had a football or a soccer ball in the group as part of the warm-ups and it suddenly went off into, 20 metres away, Hoggy was like a sheepdog. He'd chase after it. Say, no, Hoggy, we're having a chat here. But no, he's focused on that ball. Get the ball and bring it back. But, yeah, look, a great competitor. And I was sort of part of a really interesting journey that he took, where he went from a left-arm modest medium pacer to a wrist spinner.
So do you remember him as a medium pacer?
100%, yeah.
Okay.
I was part of the conversation that said, basically, you really think you'll get a bowl in this side, bowling left arm when you're 5'10", and I've got Bruce Reid who's 6'8". I've got Brendan Julian who's 6'6". I've got Joe Angel that's 6'6". Peter Capes at the time, 6'2". Chris Matthews, another one, left armour. You're not bowling, mate. Try something else. And he used to play around with these wrist spinners in the nets as a bit of fun, and it was actually more than fun because he could do it.
Yeah.
And he was just encouraged to do it.
And then he makes his Test debut in 1996. That came from nowhere.
Yeah,
Him and Peter McIntyre and Shane Warne's absence for the first ever Border Gavaskar Trophy game.
So the Australians are on their way back out now. We're probably only 2 minutes away from a restart of play. If you're just joining us, rain momentarily held up proceedings. India 3 for 25. Because most medium pacers, I'd imagine, who play around with spin in the nets will be bowling left-arm orthodox or right-arm off-spin. So it's a difficult skill to pick up when you're 22 or 23?
Oh, wrist spin?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially left-arm wrist spin.
Yeah, whether it's left or right, it's the same deal. But it's a very, very complex art. And that's why I think we still are in awe of the likes of Shane Warne, is because to absolutely master the hardest art of the game is just quite phenomenal, that we've been privileged to witness that.
And you're a left-arm seamer yourself as well, Baz.
Of the
Whitey Sunbowl's left-arm wrist spin.
There you go. Something about left-armers, we just built differently. In more ways than one.
Well, here are the batters. The sun is out. Axar and Shreyas. Shreyas is on 2. Axar yet to get off the mark. Axar Patel. India 3 for 25 from 8.5. So Nathan Ellis has to finish off this first over. Lion-hearted right-arm seamer from New South Wales originally, then moved to Tasmania in search of first-class opportunities. And he's found his way into the Australian team. And I mean, it'd be very interesting if Pat Cummins was available, because he wouldn't be far away from being in the best 11, Nathan Ellis, the way he's bowled in recent times.
I think he's a massively underrated bowler in this format of the game. 50 overs, 20 overs, with a white ball in his hand, he's in my Australian 11 every time.
Instead of Cummins, Hazelwood or Stark?
We'll have a discussion later.
Whoever was injured at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Last ball of Ellis's first over. He's bowling to Axar. Is yet to get off the mark. 2 slips in place. He bowls now, and it is a plain miss outside the off stump. Ellis thought he had his second. He didn't. India 3 for 25 on the Henley home scoreboard.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
SEN one-day cricket for Remittley and Fujitsu. Remittley, one easy app to send money worldwide. Josh Hazlewood continuing. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 12. Bowled Shreyas. He approaches now and delivers. It's a cut outside the off stump and he plays and misses. It's through to Philippi. Take it away, Moobs.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Ask you.
I'm not used to these little breaks.
It's important. Nathan Ellis.
Yeah.
If he's in your best 11, which of Cummins, Hazlewood or Starkey leave
Yeah, look,
out?
I think you need to identify what their skill sets are and what you're asking of Nathan Ellis. His strength is to bowl sort of back end of power play. He's a defensive bowler basically, and he's very good at the end of the innings. So, who is that bowler out of the 3 that you mentioned? Fill that space for Australia in their attack.
Hazlewood bowls. No. Off the back foot is Shreyas, just punching it to Cooper Connolly, backward point for no run. This is a 49 over game now. It's been shortened due to rain. 49 overs aside.
So Australia rely on obviously Stark and his phenomenal record with the new ball to take early wickets, which he's done again today. You've got Hazlewood, who's basically his permanent partner in that role. So they're the 2 new ball bowlers. So really it falls on Pat Cummins to whether, he is better suited to the conditions or the opposition or whether it's Ellis.
Hazlewood bowls. This one bounces up a little bit. It's Shreyas high on the bat. He defends off the back foot.
And I guess it's very safe to say that Nathan Ellis is your specialist death bowler.
Yes.
Stark is phenomenal in the death overs, but Nathan Ellis has that special skill, which probably, Josh Hazlewood's gotten really good at it with all the years in the IPL. But you'd still pick Ellis to bowl in the death, whether it's T20 cricket or 50-over cricket.
Definitely.
2 slips in place. Matt Short at first, Matt Renshaw at second. Hazlewood bowls to Shreyas and he lets it go.
Big wicket this, Shreyas. I remember speaking to Andrew McDonald the day before the World Cup final in Ahmedabad. Spoke about, how they would approach the final the next day. And I remember him saying, if India bat first and we can get rid of Shreyas Iyer before the 10th over, then we know we're well on our way to winning this game. Yes, there's Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, but Shreyas Iyer is so destructive. Takes his while to get in, but he can really finish off on a high. And they got him in the 10th over.
Hazlewood bowls to Shreyas and he's guiding it down to third man for 1. Safely in the end.
And he's a victim of an overwhelming number of talented batters coming through Indian cricket. In most other teams around the world, he's in your top 6. Simple as that. You're not even thinking about it. And you've got another one in Jaswal who's on the bench here today. Most teams in the world, he's definitely batting number 1. He is a superstar. And there's many more you can add to that list. Sunderasen is another one that's coming through the system that looks very organised. And you can guarantee in time he'll be in this side.
Left-hander on strike now. Axar yet to get off the mark. Still the 2 slips in place. Hazlewood bowls and off the front foot he guides it down to third man where it's fielded by Nathan Ellis. 2 runs from the over. And India a 3 for 27 on the Henley home scoreboard. Adam White will be the next voice you hear.
There's a great movie coming up for fans of The Boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, is coming to cinemas. Lots of people have been looking forward to this film starring Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen and Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere chronicles the life of a young Bruce Springsteen on the cusp of global stardom. You know the songs, now see the story on the big screen. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in cinemas from October 23.
SEN one-day cricket for Remittley and Fujitsu. Mitchell Stark is actually going to come back into the attack now, so Nathan Ellis didn't last very long. There's a bit of a rain delay thrown in as well, but they're going back to Stark. Had to freshen up when he was off the field, Bharat. 3 for 27. Stark bowls, driving through cover point. Good shot from Axar Patel. He won't go to the rope, to the long side of the ground here. at Perth Stadium, but they'll be able to get through comfortably for 3, with Owen doing the chasing and the throwing back in from the deep. So Exeter 4. It is 3 for 30 to start the 11th over.
I think the thinking around bringing Stark back at this point is, in my view, the right thinking, and that is that Mitchell Stark is the one that's most likely to take a wicket at this point of the match, and that's what you need to do, is don't get caught up with too much what's going to happen in the middle phase of the game or the back end of the phase. When you've got a team basically on the canvas at 3 for 30, it's time to actually keep them on the canvas and make sure they don't have life. You can relate to that with your wrestling career.
That's right.
The canvas.
That's right. Don't let them up. Like, when you put them in a submission hole, don't let them get to the rope.
Yes.
Oh, we've got to take 1 off the score. A short run. So Axar isn't on 4, he's on 3, and it's 3 for 29. Stark past the umpire, bowls, cutting, just safely between those 2 men at backward point and cover point. It was in the air a while. Connolly did dive. They get 2 runs out into the deep. So Shreyas up to 5, and it's 3 for 31. That short run was actually called by the TV umpire, not by square leg or by the man in charge at the bowler's end.
Just looking at that shot from Shreyas Iyer, flatter, lower pitches, that goes for 4. You could see kind of ball got a little big on him. Wasn't in control at all.
3 for 31. Stark again bowls. Playing late, this time off the front foot, guiding it into backward point. Connolly doing the fielding. It is quite remarkable, guys, considering I watch so much of the West Indies-India Test Series on the TV on the other side of the world in flat, dusty sort of pitches, and here they are just a few days later. I know they're not all out there, but it is so different. Different format, different conditions, different part of the world within days.
Yeah, I think the format players have adjusted to the unpredictability of that, having to shift from 50 over to 20 over to Test cricket and so on. But it's really the travel and the settling in one place is the challenge.
Stark bowls again in the air and knocked down by Connolly at backward point as he rocked back Shreyas to try and punch off the back foot. They get a single with a ricochet going down to third man to Hazelwood. Shreyas moves to 6 and the score 3 for 32 on the Henley home scoreboard.
There again, Shreyas Iyer rushed by that ball. Stark is bowling at full tilt. He's been quick, the bounce. Is he not really balanced at the crease, was he?
I think there's an argument he could actually have a genuine gully fielder instead of that fielder being back at deep point, because there are a number of balls that are carrying into where a regulation gully fielder would be.
It's a good point, Tom. Looking at that replay there, it's quite obvious that was a thick edge, not off the face. Stark bowls again, this time to Axar Patel, who's back and across, defending back to the bowler.
And you can see that, Shreyas Iyer is brought up on those Indian wickets that don't bounce as much, so therefore his technique is built around that. His technique here is not really built around the ball bouncing and travelling through that off-stump line, because he doesn't get himself back and across on top of the bounce. He plays the ball away from him, expecting to play like more of a flat back cut, which you can't do here in Perth.
Stark again to Axar. Axar cuts well. Good timing with the shot. Straight off the middle of the bat. Through point. Out towards the rope. It won't quite get there. Connolly is the one that hauls it in about 5 metres short of the rope. And they can casually get through for 3. So a good finish to the over there from Axar Patel. He's on 6. Shreyas on 6. India 3 for 35 after 11 overs.
Whoa, Travis Head, where are your clothes?
Gilly, you said no one can see me this summer.
I said the only place to see the Australia versus India series this summer is on Fox Cricket, included with KO Sports.
That explains the weird Uber trip.
KO Sports, get on board.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food, never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. India 3 for 35 as Hazelwood bowls again to Axar, who calmly nurses it into the onside to forward square leg, and there's no run. Adam White, Bharat Sunderasen and Tom Moody with you. Our experts today for Ozito brushless power tools. Do you?
I can already imagine Sunday morning, not much happening in the news. The news channels will be flying with Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Should they be done? What are they doing still playing one-day cricket? How dare they think they can last till 2027? You've been there enough, Tom. You know how it works.
Absolutely.
Hazlewood again to Axar, who this time finds a little bit of a gap behind Squellig, just nursing it off his thigh pad for a single.
Probably, as you say, India, there's 2.5 hour difference here to Perth. So they would have woken up probably for a Sunday early for most of India. So it's probably disappointed probably about 500 million Indians because they would have all got up to see their favourite players in both Rohit and Virat Kohli and very quickly gone back to bed.
Their days have been ruined.
And the one good thing is, unlike in Western Anglo-Saxon societies, come to it.
Hazlewood bowls to Shreyas, who's up on his toes, trying to force to cover point. But no timing in the shot, so as a result, there's no run. It remains at 3 for 36 with Shreyas on 6, Axar on 7.
In India, you don't need to plan your lunch invitations 3 months out like it is here. You can just rock up at anyone's house and there'll always be food. So
and plenty of it.
Yes. So I can see a lot of people, like I said, Tom, have switched off their TV or devices and just walked up for a cousin's house for a meal to talk about how Virat and Rohit should not be playing.
Hazlewood to Shreyas. That's a very short bouncer outside off stump that's called a wide, and rightfully so. He got that one wrong, did Josh Hazlewood. Score moves to 3 for 37 in the 12th over. If you've just joined our coverage, India was sent into bat by Australia, and unfortunately, I'm going to tell you that there are some umbrellas going up around the stadium. A few starting to go up the aisles to get some shelter. So there is some more rain on the way. Hazlewood bowls here, and again, Shreyas staying leg side of the ball and just opening the blade, pushing into point again.
Yeah, just to finish on that, that's proudly Australian now, but that concept I'm still getting used to. When you meet someone and they say, we should really catch up for lunch, and they'll say, yeah, in February.
Yes.
And it'll be August. The amount of planning that goes on here, pretty arbitrary in where I originally come from.
Hazlewood into his 6th over, 1 for 16. Past the umpire, bowls. Shreyas pushing forward nicely, can't beat backward point. Just on contact, just opening the blade and just squeezing it out into the offside, trying to find the gap, but he couldn't do so. He stays on 6.
Also, the umpires.
We're coming off here.
Coming off again.
It's not heavy rain, but looking at the radar, there is heavy rain coming. And I think as much as anything, this is a precautionary move. And at the moment, we're trying to sort of dodge and weave our way through the showers that are coming across from the ocean into the Perth area. We've missed a bit of it. A lot of it has gone south, but we've got a bit of a blob that's just about to hit, I think. And as a result of that, that's why we are coming off. So it's frustrating, really frustrating, especially when it's the first game of the international summer and the heavyweights are going up against each other. And it never rains in Perth, but at the moment it is, with the score 3 for 37. Tom Moody, it's frustrating, particularly for the Indians who are just trying to get this rescue operation heading in the right direction.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? You know, if anything, it works to Australia's advantage, winning the toss, bowling first in conditions that it's overcast, so bowlers want to enjoy that. There also, all the Australian batters are looking at the surface, just summing it up themselves. Oh, this one is a bit quick, or this one is bouncing a bit more, so they can then plan their innings when that comes around in the afternoon. So Australia, will be, disappointed that they're coming off and on all the time, but it's certainly harder for India in this situation when you're 3 for 37, backs up against the wall, your 2 superstars are in the pavilion. All you want to do as a young player when you have that sort of setting is just to be able to have a good chunk of time to be able to rewrite the direction of the ship and say, well, I can do this. I've got the character, I've got the technique and the ability to do this in challenging conditions when the team's up in this, backs against the wall.
And you're right, and the fact that every time this break happens, Hazelwood and Stark are back fresher than they were in the last spell. And we've seen that as soon as we went for the last break, Nathan Ellis, even though he'd taken a wicket, taken off the attack, and Stark was brought in and a couple of times looked very close to getting rid of Shreyas Iyer. And I think that was the question that is being asked with Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma in the mix when he's there at any point, because it's generally at this point, isn't it, 2 years out from the next World Cup, that you start planning for that World Cup. Do they fit into your best playing 11? And like you said, there are so many waiting in the wings, and wouldn't Yashasvi Jaiswal be that opener that you would want alongside Shubman Gill 2 years from now in South Africa? And it does, when you have players of that caliber or of those credentials as Kohli and Rohit, but if they're not really in the best form, and because one-day cricket, unlike T20 cricket, you don't get too many bilateral ODIs these days, you don't want to waste too many of these, and I think that will be a question that will be asked.
Just before you go, Tom, just to set the scene for people that have just jumped in their cars and turned their radios on and wanting to know what's going on with the cricket. Australia winning the toss earlier today and sending India in after 11.5 overs. It is India 3 for 37 with Shreyas on 6 and Axar on 7. The men to fall, Rohit Sharma, he was caught. Renshaw bowled Hazelwood for 8. Virat Kohli, unfortunately, caught. Connolly bowled Stark for a duck. And Shubman Gill caught Philippi bowled Ellis for 10. As I said, Shreyas Iyer on 6, Axar Patel on 7. A wicket each to Stark, Hazelwood and Ellis. We're off at the moment. It's our second rain delay. This one might be a bit longer than the others. There's just some heavy rain in the area, and it might just be one of those days where we're just constantly on and off. And we just got to hope that the heavy stuff misses and we can find a way to get some sort of game of cricket being played today. So back to you, Tom.
Yeah, no, we're just talking about Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma and about their stage of their career, and a lot of our listeners are probably thinking, well, just move them on, because that's the mentality here in Australia, is just move, it's time's up, And to be fair, we've been at fault as a cricketing nation of not moving players on quick enough, and I think we may potentially pay the price for that this summer. Who knows how that unfolds. But back onto the Sharma-Kohli situation, is a lot of people probably don't understand there's more layers to it as well. There's obviously that sort of commercial aspect with regards to the BCCI, the Indian Cricket Board, and what their broadcasters want and who they want, because the way they structure their promotion of their players, it's all about the individual, not the team. So, they'll focus on Kohli being King Kohli, and that is your marketing campaign, and it's all based around that. So there's a huge cost to his retirement as well from an organisation point of view. But then there's the personal situation where it's harder for a player in India to give away the game, because it's not just stopping playing. What that does, it has a ripple effect on all these enormous commercial deals that they have. So there's many things to consider. Yes, you might think that they're nowhere near what they were, but there's so many other things that need to be considered, both from an organisation point of view, from a commercial standpoint, and the player.
Because Brett, this is the reality here for those two, is that this isn't a farewell tour for cricket. It's just a farewell tour for them playing in Australia. They want to go on, as you were saying earlier, for another 2 years. What is their best form of the game to stay in? If they had to choose out of the three, you've got your Test, you've got the One Days, and you've got the T20. Is this 50-over format the best for them if they were to choose one to play on in your views, or would they be better suited to another format?
I think personally Kohli is first picked in any 50-over team. He's arguably the best 50-over cricketer that's ever played the game. Stats will tell you that.
Absolutely.
So there's no sort of argument there, I don't think. With Rohit Sharma, I think he's in a different category. He hasn't been the dominant force that Kohli has been for as long as he has been in all formats. So I don't know where Rohit Sharma fits, to be honest with you. He's now not captaining. That was his real magic dust, his ability to captain and motivate young players and galvanise a group of players, and that's what he's hugely respected for. But the player, Rohit Sharma, we haven't seen that sort of shine for a number of years. So really, that's where the hard decision's got to be made. I don't think there is a format, to be honest with you, particularly with what's banking up behind him as the talent that's pushing him.
Because he's been struggling in international cricket for quite some time, and it's probably, Bharat, the captaincy that was keeping him getting a game.
And as soon as, because everything happens very late with Indian cricket, they announced the squad for this series only, 2 weeks out from now? And that's when we found out that Rohit Sharma is no longer captain. And there's since been a lot of reports that allegedly he's not very happy about it, which is why Shubman Gill made it a point yesterday to talk about, no, it's just like the old times and we're all friends and nothing's really changed. And even the way Virat Kohli finished his test career, I don't think anyone expected him to announce his test retirement after he got out cheaply for the umpteenth time at the SCG. And Rohit Sharma, if you don't remember, dropped himself from the last test, and he was expecting to go to England.
Yes.
And then the selector said, actually, no, you're not. And then he had to announce his retirement from there as well. And the irony in all this is, if Travis Head doesn't play the innings he does in Ahmedabad, and India had won that 50-over World Cup, in all likelihood, both Virat and Rohit might have quit from 50-over cricket first before looking at the other formats. So blame Travis Head for that. But it is interesting. I mean, like Tom said, Indian cricket is complicated. I mean, there's a reason why MS Dhoni is still playing in the IPL. And at some levels, it's not even in your own control how when you call it quits with regards to your career. These two have done that in other formats, famously in Barbados last year after they won the World Cup, finally India winning an ICC event after a long time. And this is the only format left. To your question, Whitey, I think the reason they're still playing 50-over cricket is because that's the only thing left till we get Test T20s or whatever that's being announced recently, and that becomes an international format. So, there's a lot of pressure on them, and there's also the other layer with Virat Kohli. He doesn't even live in India anymore. He's based himself in London with his family. I mean, good on him for doing that. Good things happen to people who move out of India, as we've seen. But they're not the same indispensable forces that they were for a long part of their career. And you do wonder, I mean, this wasn't supposed to be the farewell, but could this end up as the farewell? Very well could.
How does it sit in India with Virat Kohli not living in India? Because we've got the same situation here with Steve Smith living in New York and not playing or not living in Australia. And a lot of people, I don't think, realise Steve Smith doesn't live in Australia. But with Virat Kohli and that kind of thing, does that have any negative impact on the way that the Indian fans see him?
There has been that, and especially in modern day India, without getting very political about it, because there is this fervor around India and this pride that Indians take in where India is right now as a country in the global sphere. For probably the most prominent Indian in many ways, he's up there with the Bollywood greats, whether it's Shah Rukh Khan or Amitabh Bachchan. But for him to not call India base is it has created quite a few ripples, and it has impacted his fandom for sure. I mean, there are a lot of people who weren't overwhelming Virat fans who now started criticizing him for that. Like, you won the IPL and the next day you're off to London, and all those things have come into play.
There's been a few Indian players that have moved to Dubai, and that's not for anything but tax purposes.
True.
I believe.
Yeah.
I think Virat is doing it not to go to London for tax purposes, he's doing it for a life.
Yes. Yeah.
Because he hasn't got a life in India. He can't step out of his own house without being just absolutely inundated with well-wishers. And it's all good-spirited, but it's just overwhelming. As you know so well, it must be very difficult for him bringing a young family up in this personality that he is and this stardom that he has. He's probably just wanting to try to create some normality around his family unit more than anything else.
So for someone like you, Tom, that's lived that life in a coaching capacity over there, how difficult is it for the players? Or is it something that they've just got used to, or is it still not a make-believe world, but an unnatural world to have to not only try and play professional cricket in, but to actually just live when there's that level of spotlight on you. I can't imagine what it would be like.
I don't think you can compare a Virat Kohli, for instance, what he has to deal with, to anyone in the world when it comes to stardom and fan enthusiasm, that sort of overwhelming sort of fanatic.
So is it bigger for him than
comes.
it was for Tendulkar because of the IPL and the...
Well, see, Kohli's been brought up purely in the age of media.
Yes, and social media.
And social media, yeah. Where Tendulkar just got the back end of his career, just started to dovetail into that. So there's a huge amount of stardom around Tendulkar, don't get me wrong, but it's not as deep rooted with this new generation that have a cell phone in their hand and are scrolling constantly on all the social handles, where all the stars come up, constantly on their social handles.
Because it sort of felt like it went Tendulkar to Dhoni to Kohli. Who's the next one? I mean, because Bumrah's a bit different, particularly because he's a bowler. He doesn't quite have that movie star. He's a bit more mysterious, and he's not as marketable a product, etc. Who's the next one that takes over the mantle to be the number one?
It's a very interesting question, Whitey, because yesterday I was at the Indian nets and there were around 400, 500 Indian fans surrounding that practice area. And the two players who got the loudest reception, when they went crazy, there was one guy who started stripping, took his shirt off because I wasn't sure what was happening, but as Kohli was leaving, but he had a giant tattoo of Virat on his left bicep. But when it was everybody else, whether it was Shubman Gill, who's the current captain and sort of the wonder kid of Indian cricket, or KL Rahul, who's been playing international cricket for 10 years, or everybody else, there was almost like they paled in comparison. And I did wonder, I asked a couple of the Indian media who were traveling about, like, is there anyone else? Is there anyone else as marketable as Kohli was? Or to an extent, Rohit has become towards the end, or to the latter stages of his career, and there isn't anyone else. There are TV broadcasters who base their deals around Virat Kohli. And we used to joke in the Indian media about Kohli cam, because there's a camera always on Virat Kohli, whether he was batting or not. I remember KL Rahul won test match, got out on 199. We still don't know how he felt about it, because the camera was on Kohli's face in the dressing room. So, I mean, there's an ecosystem built around Virat Kohli, which also goes back to why you can't just move on from him automatically.
That's the problem. When you've got like an oak tree, like a Virat Kohli, casting the shadow that it casts, it's very hard for others to grow. And until that oak tree is out of the forest, so to speak, you're not going to see the Shubman Gills or the Jaswals or whoever it might be. I'd imagine they're the two. More than likely, in 5 years' time, we'll be talking and saying, well, unbelievable the attention he gets. He can't walk out of his house and all those types of things. It'll be the same conversation.
Because I just feel that I agree with you. I think that does seem the logical too. But with Kohli, because of the aggressive way he plays, the way that he took it up to the Australians, he had this superhero type of aura about him that Shubman Gill's a bit quieter, and Jaiswal's obviously young and plays this brash brand, but his personality doesn't match the way he plays his cricket. So that's I think the added bonus of what Kohli brought to world cricket was that he had great personality on the field, but great personality off it.
Yeah, I 100% agree, but there's no reason why you can't market a different character, a different style, and we've got different characters in movies every day, haven't we? And Shubman Gill will be more of a James Bond type character of cricket, sort of smartly dressed and elegant, and he's graceful, how he goes about, where he's walking to the crease, or the way he bats, the way he speaks is also very articulate. Not saying Kohli's not any of these, but he's got his own style, he's got his own brand. You can guarantee the smart people in TV, in radio, and in all aspects of media will catch on to something, and they'll run with it hard, and people will embrace that.
And Kohli was the one who anointed Shubman Gill as his heir apparent. He went on social media a couple of years ago, and Gill started really killing it in one-day cricket, and he said he's the prince, he said. So, but yeah, I think we won't see it happen till the time Kohli hangs it, even though he's only playing one format. I mean, just look at the series Gill had in his first series as captain in Test cricket in England. The number of runs he made there would have helped if India had won that series. But yeah, I think, see, with Sachin Tendulkar, because globalization happened in India and India opened up to the world in the 1990s, he just became the identity for India. And then Dhoni played a big role in the middle to kind of bridge the Tendulkar era and the Kohli era. But Virat Kohli 2008, I think Twitter was born around that time, and Instagram came a year later, and he just exploded with it. And also, not to forget, Virat Kohli is married to one of the most prominent Bollywood actresses in this century. So it's going back to the point of him having to move to London. So it's not that his wife can get away with.
No, she can't go and do the weekly shop, can she?
Yeah.
They
don't know
do
what
those normal things.
Like.
It's
It is still raining here at Optus Stadium. It's not heavy. It's that annoying rain where you can actually sit out in it and you're not really going to get that wet, but it's heavy enough to keep the covers on. They did take the bigger cover off there for a moment that sort of covers the square. Whether they're going to put that back on, I'm looking at the radar. The radar doesn't look too good, if I'm to be honest. And I like to think, Brad, I'm a positive person. But it doesn't look great. It's not like there's this one big wall of rain that's coming. It's these showers that are unfortunately been a little bit too frequent for our liking at the moment. The umpires with their umbrellas are starting to walk out onto the field now in their very nice looking, is it a cerise they're wearing, Brad? What colour would you call the umpires' shirts?
Ooh. You're better at that. I just
this is your wheelhouse.
Pink.
Yeah, it's a nice pink. Yeah, it's not a baby pink. Yeah.
No, it's not a baby pink.
For people that love their horse racing, it's the Ingham colours that Octagonal and Lonhro used to wear, or the jockeys used to wear them, riding them in all the big races. But they're out having a look at the moment, and yeah, it's really hard to tell exactly what we're going to have for the next half hour or so. So what we might do is we might take a break here from Optus Stadium. The score at the moment, 3 for 37, Shreyas on 6, Axar on 7. As I said earlier, Virat Kohli unfortunately out for a duck in his last game in Indian colours in Perth. He was brilliantly caught by Cooper Connolly at point. Shubman Gill made 10, Rohit Sharma made 8. So we'll take a break here. It is SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and for Fujitsu. You'll hear from Tom Morris, and we'll get Bradley Hogg back on the microphone as well after the break. Lance Morris, he's not far away as well from joining us to have a chat in the box as the rain continues to fall here in Perth.
From 20th Century Studios. October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Whoa, Travis Head, where are your clothes?
Gilly, you said no one can see me this summer.
I said the only place to see the Australia versus India series this summer is on Fox Cricket, included with KO Sports.
That explains the weird Uber trip.
KO Sports, get on board.
You top it, you shank it, you yell for a lot, but you keep coming back because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. Save up to 40% off golf gear during our 40th anniversary sale. Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
What's wrong, Travis Head?
I've got summer FOMO, Gilly.
With KO Sports, there's nothing to fear. With Australia versus India ODI and T20 series, the Ashes, F1, NBA and heaps more, you won't miss a thing. KO Sports, get on board.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Save your hair, skin and money with unbelievable deals on your favourite beauty brands at Chemist Warehouse.
Pamper your hair with Sukin Hydrating and Nourishing Hair Mask 200ml, just $9.49. Show off your best skin with Revlon Age-Defying 3x Foundation for $22.47. And Palmer's Cocoa Butter Body Lotion 1 litre, just $22.99. And stay protected with La Roche-Posay and Thelios Invisible Fluid SPF 50+, $32.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Summer's better on KO.
Travis Head.
Yes, Gilly?
More enthusiasm. KO Sports has exclusive cricket and over 50 live sports.
What a catch that is!
So you won't miss a thing. Now let's try again.
KO Sports, get on board.
That's better.
Knocking off early? Nah, you've been hard at it. Us too, getting you a better retirement. CBus Super, making hard work pay off. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if CBus is right for you.
You top it, you shank it, you yell for a lot, but you keep coming back because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. Save up to 40% off golf gear during our 40th anniversary sale. Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
There's a great movie coming up for fans of The Boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, is coming to cinemas. Lots of people have been looking forward to this film starring Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen and Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere chronicles the life of a young Bruce Springsteen on the cusp of global stardom. You know the songs, now see the story on the big screen. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in cinemas from October 23.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Australia and India on SEN one-day cricket.
Driving firmly down the ground. Through mid-off. It races across the turf and gets to the rope. Chance to catch that. Start again. Bowl. Sharma. Oh, that's much better. Through the legs of Gill at the non-striker's end, and that'll get to the rope for 4. Approaches again, and this time edging it, caught! Sharp catch at second slip. Renshaw in on the action for the first time in Australian one-day international colours. And Sharma just pushing at that one, just short of the length. Healthy edge, comfortably taken. India 1 for 13. The run out. Hazlewood bowls to Gill, driving, brilliant, through the covers for 4. He doesn't bother running. The moment that left the bat, it was only going to one place, and that was to the cover fence. Yet to score. Stark bowls, Coley in the air, caught! Brilliant catch by Connolly at backward point, diving to his left, and Coley's out for a duck. Cooper Connolly playing at home, flying in the air to his left, taking it with 2 hands. Coley took the bait, trying to play through the covers on the rise. He's walking off India 2 for 21.
Bowls. Gill down the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind and he's out. Gill tickles one down the leg side. Philippi diving to his left. And it's a bit fortuitous, but Ellis strikes. And then India lose their 3rd. Well, there we have it. India, 3 for 37 from 11.5 overs. The reason 0.5 is significant is because rain stopped play about 40 minutes ago and the covers are on. In fact, they were coming off about 10 minutes ago, and now, unfortunately, the whole square is covered as it continues to drizzle here in Perth. That is the bad news. The good news is it's quite windy, so hopefully the showers can roll through and we're not too far away. Tom Morris alongside Brad Hogg in the commentary box, and it's disappointing to see this, Hoggy, but it does give us time to take stock and assess what we've seen so far and maybe what's to come in what will be a shortened one-day international. Just a quick one. Lance Morris, the injured West Australian and Australian Quick, will join us soon for a chat. Hoggy, I couldn't believe it when Ravi Shastri said at the toss that this Indian team arrived here 3 days ago. That I know it's modern-day cricket. They were playing a test match on Tuesday in Delhi, and a few of the players playing in this game were doing so. Kohli and Rohit Sharma haven't played any professional cricket, including first-class cricket, for 7 months. That's a poor preparation. That's very hard to perform from that sort of base.
Yeah, but we're in the new world of cricket. And unavoidable, but it's only 2.5 hour time difference here. But the difference is that you've got to fly to Singapore maybe and then fly down to Perth. We need a direct flight here. Yes. So whoever is out there, Perth Airport, I know that are working on a direct flight to come to Perth from India. We need that for the game because it's only 2.5 hour time difference. But now, if you go over to East, it's 3 hour time difference. So they've got to go over East with a 3 hour time difference right now. And Lance Morris coming in. Look at that in the orange as well. The Perth Scorchers. Love it. Absolutely love it. Sorry about the Eastern Staters over there, but the Big Bash is coming up around Christmas, so that's going to be exciting.
And he's in his Perth Scorchers polo right now. Bharat Sunderasen has rejoined us again. Lance, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
It's one of those days in cricket must be quite frustrating when you're on and off due to rain.
It is a bit like that. I must say I'd probably rather be the batting team at the moment. Put your feet up for a little bit. Obviously, I'm a tail ender, so there'll be a few toasted sandwiches in there, I reckon.
What do you say batting?
Batting, I think, for me.
Yeah, why do you say batting? Surely you'd be sitting in the change rooms, right, I've got to get back out there. It's only going to be a short, quick spell now. Whereas if you're bowling second, you might have to bowl the full 50 overs, so at least you get a bit of a break here. And
yeah, it's a good point, yeah. Obviously it looks like they've got off to a great start with the ball, so you can certainly take advantage of it, that's for sure.
I've got to get stuck into him because he's from down south.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, I'm inland. He's from the coast.
What is that for
we're probably only grew up about an hour and a half away from each other. Right. So, yeah, no, it's exciting to see some fast bowling talent come from there because we've got Beardman as well from down that way.
Of course, yeah.
And I think there's a bit of a relationship with me and Beardman somewhere along the line that we're distant relatives or something like that. Yeah, so
not surprised.
Well, he's part of that Australian under-19 crew that's starting to filter into first-class cricket. Sam Constance is the most well-known, but Harry Dixon as well. Beardman, there's a couple of others that are playing around the country. Baz, it's disappointing that Lance Morris...
It is. I mean, these guys are being so impolite. Lance, how are you feeling? How are you? It's good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm going really good, actually. About 5 weeks post-operation at the moment, so everything's been pretty smooth sailing and about as good as we could hope for. So all in all, pretty good.
So you went to Christchurch for this back surgery. Talk us through the specifics of what they've done to you and when we can expect to see you back.
Yeah, so I went in and had a pars stabilisation on my L5 lumbar vertebra area. So a couple of titanium screws and a wire in there. So I'm like the Terminator now, hopefully. Indestructible spine. So, no, obviously Greeny had it recently. It's that one guy down there, Rowan Shooten, down there in his team who do an incredible job. So, it's not a small operation. So you obviously want to go see someone who knows what they're doing.
Now, is this the operation that Shane Bond had many moons ago? He was the first one to have this operation.
Correct.
And he had a lot of success with it.
Yeah. So I believe it's changed a fair bit since then. I think they were doing it by hand and sort of just had the power drill in there and knocking screws in where they could. But it was a computer-driven operation, I believe, and they're very specific about where they're putting the screws and stuff like that. So I was in very good hands.
And how did you feel when you just came out of the operation? Could you walk straight away, or was there
straight up walking same day? So. Greeny had a very similar experience as well. So up and walking and out of hospital after 2 nights and walking around Christchurch, taking in the scenery.
It's a good city to take in the scenery off as well. I remember Cam Green saying Jasprit Bumrah reached out to him because he's another one who got a very successful surgery done. And so when you look at those positive stories and the way they've recovered from it, and that would give you a lot of hope and confidence that like this was like, how difficult was it to take the call that no, I need to go under the knife?
I think in my situation, just over the last 3 years, I've obviously been managed through a fair bit of cricket and having long spells, particularly over the winter, putting my feet up and having to do not a great deal. I think we got to this point where my back was sore when I was getting ready for those ODIs up in the top end there, and it was just a line in the sand moment where we've gone about the natural way of trying to heal this thing up, and it's just not responding how we'd like. So it was actually quite an easy decision to make with the CA support around it, and they've been incredible so far. So I've had all the access to everyone I need.
So you're saying that you had breaks over the 3-year period through the winter. Was that forced upon you because of injury, or would have you liked to have done a bit more physical activity and bowled through that particular period to keep the cogs going? Because I know with Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee, they just kept bowling when they had a little bit of a break as well to keep the body momentum going. So,
I, being a cricketer, obviously I wanted to keep going, and in hindsight, it could have been a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe I could have fractured this thing earlier than usual and actually just gone bang and pulled the trigger on getting this thing done. But full credit to CA's management of me. I think it just goes to show that there was something there. It was asymptomatic over those few years, but it's obviously declared itself now. So I just couldn't get up to a game standard of competitive cricket. So it's just, I just want to put that behind me, and this feels like it's addressing the root cause of my problems and doing all we can to sort of put that behind me, you know.
We're talking to Lance Morris.
I understand that you want to put it behind you, but future fast bowlers that are coming through, what would you recommend to them when you're, since you felt it 3 years ago at that early stages, what would you recommend to a new fast bowler coming through now if they're feeling that same pain?
I think you have to respect it. There is an element of it potentially, obviously as you get older, your bones, the density of your bone continues to get stronger and stronger. So there's an element of that you could potentially respond quite well. But also if you put it, like it gets to a point where you can't get the ball down the other end. It actually hurts that bad. So you just got to listen to your body. So, and it's such a common thing in fast bowlers, you know. I feel like everyone's had it at some point in their career, you know, or a stress spot or something like that. So it's just a reality of cricket, I guess.
So we're talking to Lance Morris, Perth Scorchers, Western Australian fast bowler. So you're 27. Do you feel like this surgery will give your career more longevity? And if so, do you have to change your bowling action or adjust anything about the way you play?
Yeah, so this pre-season I was working very closely with Adam Griffiths. He's obviously come on board to support those sort of pathway bowlers coming through for Cricket Australia, and we did some really good work with correcting my action, and unfortunately I felt like I was doing everything right and just my back wasn't holding up. So I feel like moving along with that in mind and having this operation done on my back, I think we're doing everything we can to get some longevity. So I think you can only take confidence away from seeing Mitchell Starc out there, where is he, 35 or something like that now, so, and bowling as quick as he ever does, swinging it early. So Jasprit Bumrah, Jofra Archer, there's some guys out there that are killing it at the
Jimmy
moment.
Anderson's about 55.
44.
He's going again next year as well.
He is, yeah. but just, you spoke about the physical aspect of it, like a doctor. That sounded like listening to Dr. Morris. But just the mental side of it, I mean, it must be frustrating. And, you know, I remember you in India in 2023. It looked like it was just a matter of time before you're going to get that baggy green. So how have you dealt with that, and who have you been talking to?
Yeah, it is a bit like that. I think when I'm sure, looking back on your career, at times, Hoggy, you felt like it's a bit of a ticking clock, you know, like you've got a finite amount of time to make an impact. So naturally, there's some pressure there to get back out there, and I'm obviously chomping at the bit to get back out there. But taking this season off. I think it's just you just have to, it's for the greater good of my career. So hopefully smooth sailing from now on.
So you've got different formats around the globe now: T20, one day, Test match. With this break and the 3 years that you've had right now coming in, what would your plan be, or how are you going to approach the different formats so that you're prepared for those opportunities when they come? So, we're playing, you might have just come off a T20 tournament of IPL, then all of a sudden Ashes series might be around the corner. How would you prepare for that?
I think moving forward, I guess, I know it's been highlighted, particularly in the red ball format, there's a lot of Test cricket coming up, and at some point there's going to be a transition phase there. So I think prioritising cricket for Australia, and then naturally things fall into place after that. I feel like no matter what time of the year, there's always a tournament on somewhere. So if it so happens that I'm fit and available to play one of those things, then that would be awesome to get over there. But I think you can, again, I'm going to talk about Mitchell Starc again. He's a prime example of playing cricket for Australia, number one, and then picking up bits and pieces around the joint after that.
Yeah.
And this is a bit like looking into the crystal ball, but when you think Lance Morris, you think the wild thing. Firstly, I don't know how well that sits with you. You're one of the sweetest people I've met in cricket. But it's been about speed for you. I mean, I know we're looking at a point when you come back to bowling and bowling at full tilt, but are those things that you think about as well? I mean, are you going to be focusing on the speed gun at all when you come back? Because that was your claim to fame in many ways.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an element of that's my role within a team, I guess. So I want to be bowling as fast as I can, and it's going to take some wear and tear on the body, but that's my step into the team, I guess. So just getting out in the field staying out in the park is the main thing.
I look at Siraj. I think Siraj has played most Test matches in a row, isn't it? It'd be 44 now. He's probably bowled the most overs in a row, so he stayed relatively fit. Dale Steyn was another one that was sensational, but we've got Dennis Lillee in the backyard here who's gone through those back problems and had different surgery and virtually trained himself. Had a bit of medical research behind him, but it wasn't to the status of now. Have you been able to spend some bit of time with him?
Yeah, I've had a couple of catch-ups with DK, so he's been awesome, and I think he's extremely open and willing to offer some advice, and I know he works with Marley, the young kid as well from Melville as well, so he's been really good. And I think what stood out for me is he's quite open to the changing sort of technical cues and things about bowling and stuff like that. Obviously some mindsets about the bowling action and stuff like that, it changes over time, and he was really open about how he was working on his action all the time, really, as well.
Lance, we really appreciate your time.
Just one more. One thing I noticed with Dale Steyn too, he was quick. Dennis Lillee was quick. We've got a bloke in next door here, Terry Orderman, that was rapid, but he had to change his action as well and became a swing bowler. Have you talked to Dennis about bowling within yourself in certain patches? And Dale Steyn was brilliant out this, just swing, and then a couple of wickets, and then just up the ante like that and bowl as quick as he can, because he knew that the game could be opened up here. Have you talked about that with Dennis?
Yeah, he's been pretty big on that as well, particularly obviously at training and stuff like that. You don't want to spend your tickets where you don't have to. So that's probably an element of my game that I feel like even over the last year or two, albeit not many game appearances, I feel like my skill level, I've still been able to improve on that, and swing through the air and things like that has started to become more consistent. So that I feel like having that option and then go to that next gear there, that is key, because not many people have that ability to just go bang up a gear, and particularly when you get a tail out there, it can obviously be a pretty big weapon.
Oh, exactly. There's so many. It's only 27. Such exciting times for you moving forward, and we're just hoping that you get fit and be able to replace a couple of them.
Just bowl some wrist spin, Hoggy. It's not that hard.
No. I'd want him out the other end.
That's a nice match shot.
Lance, appreciate
exactly right, but that's how you operate. And the idea of a spinner, especially out here, will be trying to just hold up an end so that the fast bowlers out the other end can bowl those short, sharp spells. And, that's how you work together as a team. And it's exciting because Lance gets the extra bounce, but he's getting that swing as well, but he can really amp up the pace as well. And I reckon through the Big Bash, last couple of games you played, I reckon you're feeling it there because you could just see that there was a bit of swing there, but you couldn't get that extra pace as well.
Lance, really appreciate your time. I think you're the perfect age to take over from Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood when they retire, whenever that is. And this will hopefully set you up for a long career and you get a gig in the baggy green at some stage, maybe even as soon as next summer. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, guys.
You'll be watching two Southwest boys, Beardman and Morris, opening for Australia.
As a Victorian, I'm absolutely for that. I've got no issue. I don't know. I'm watching them if they're born in Broome. Doesn't bother me one little bit. Lance Morris joining us in the commentary box. Up next, we're going to have a listen to Marnus Labuschagne, who's had a chat to Kath Lotman from Fox Cricket during the rain delay. The covers are on. It's just drizzling a little bit. It's not too heavy, hopefully not too far away from a restart in play. So the score is 3 for 37. India lost the toss, were sent in to bat. And we'll be back with Marnus Labuschagne in a few moments' time. This is SEN One Day Cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food, never quite as good as mom's.
With Remitli, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
You top it, you shank it, you yell for a lot, but you keep coming back because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. Save up to 40% off golf gear during our 40th anniversary sale. Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knockoff. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food, never quite as good as mom's.
With Remitli, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
The McHappiest time of the year is back at Macca's, from now until November 15. Buy a pair of silly socks and donate some happiness. All profits go to RMHC, supporting families with children who are ill or injured, while socks last.
Do you want to experience the best from the best? Then check out Hyundai's all-new Palisade Hybrid, available now at Werribee Hyundai. Plus, enjoy a 7-year warranty across the Hyundai range. Experience world-class service right here at home with Werribee Hyundai, proud winners of the 2025 Global Dealer of the Year. Visit their state-of-the-art showroom at Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing. Werribee Hyundai, where excellence meets experience. T's and C's apply. LMCT 114.
Listen up. Now is the perfect time to head into Chemist Warehouse and get big brands at fantastic prices. Get Manicare Precision Tweezers for just $7.24. That's a plucking good deal. Stay hydrated with Liquid IV Hydration Lemon Lime 24 sachets, $19.99. Try Scholl Freeze Away Skin Tag Remover for just $23.99. And upgrade to Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO2 Series Forest Green for just $55.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White noise.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25. Claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts. T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
There's a great movie coming up for fans of The Boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, is coming to cinemas. Lots of people have been looking forward to this film, starring Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen and Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere chronicles the life of a young Bruce Springsteen on the cusp of global stardom. You know the songs, now see the story on the big screen. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in cinemas from October 23.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Australia and India on SEN One-Day Cricket. Yes, SEN One-Day Cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. The Henley Homes scoreboard. That's right, the Henley Homes scoreboard reads 3 for 37. And our experts for Azido brushless power tools do you. Brad Hogg and Adam White has jumped back in as the rain falls here in Perth, which is disappointing. But what it does do, Hoggy and Whitey, gives us a chance after our Lance Morris chat to have a look ahead to the Ashes. And it is going to be a huge summer. It begins here on November 21. You can listen to every single ball on SEN and the SEN app. In fact, you can catch every ball of the Ashes live all summer on SEN. Starts November 21st with Stuart Broad, part of the team, which is super exciting as well. Whitey, you've been watching a lot of Shield cricket so far this summer. You've been calling it, doing a fantastic job as always. For all the cricket fans out there who maybe haven't been as engrossed in it as you have, what have you noticed about what you've seen, good and bad, that we can put in our back pocket ahead of this summer?
Well, I think the key was that we needed to find a top order batter to be able to partner Khawaja at the top of the order, and I think we've found that. Because what needed to happen was that while Sam Constas is still a work in progress, he was the one that was there at the West Indies. So someone needed to go and do something significant to knock him off. And Marnus has gone and scored 2 big hundreds in red ball cricket, plus 2 in white ball. So while 3 of them were at Allan Border Field, I think the one in Adelaide was, I think, of more merit and batted a long time, but also batted at a strike rate of nearly 80 through that.
That's important when you're batting
very, very important
as well.
Because there has been, I think, a reluctance to put Labuschagne and Khawaja together because they both batted a similar sort of rate. So that's the idea of Constas, is that he's a bit of a... I use the word he's a disruptor with the way he plays. Certainly did that to Bumrah last summer. But that's the way he kind of plays, which means Khawaja can just go and do his thing. But the reality is he wasn't doing it well enough. So I think what Labuschagne has done is particularly impressive. And I also love what Weatherald's done, because he had that big summer last year when he was almost lost to first-class cricket, and he went and put up some big numbers. But the challenge for Jake was to go and do it again when the pressure was starting to build around expectation. And, you know, he's done it in 3 of his first 4 innings for Tasmania as well. So they're the 2 that really stand out from a batting point of view.
Yeah, you bring up Weatherald. I'm thinking Renshaw because of the 100 early on. But Weatherald with his 350s, that's consistent. I'd rather someone 350s than 100 and no other score. Yes. So you want that consistency at the top of the order, and I think it'll be great for him to get an opportunity.
And it's the way he plays, Hoggy. Like, it's that prototype of the disruptor, someone that can take it up to the fast bowlers that England are going to serve up there, let Aussie be able to do his thing, and he might strike at 80 or 90, because that's the way that Weatherald does it. That's what I've liked. I've never had him in the mix. But it's hard to ignore when he's now doing it into a second season.
And when you talk about Constas, I just think after that first innings of Boomer, where he was sensational, I must admit the first couple of shots that he was playing, I'm going, what is this kid on? You know, and he was just lapping it up out the MCG.
Literally,
no better place. And like if you're a young player and you're debuting for Australia and you've got a massive crowd at the MCG, you don't know how you're going to react, and you just let it happen. And he was just enjoying the moment as he should. But I just feel sometimes that he might be getting overcoached now, or there's too much information being thrown at him. Let him find his style. He's got his own mentors that have helped him come through, and let's see how he goes for 10 Test matches the way that he plays. If it doesn't work, well, then move it on. I still remember Sean Marsh coming into first-class cricket, and he was making hundreds and every second innings that he would go. And I remember the coach just having him working on outside off stump. I said, what are you doing? He goes, well, he's got to be tighter there. I said, he's averaging over 50 in grade cricket. He scores all of his runs through there. If he's averaging 10 after 10 games, well, then you work on it. Don't take away his strength and make him overthink that particular strength. Let him go about it, see how he goes, and then adapt as we get that experience. I think sometimes we jump on the boat a little bit too early, but I'm going to go back to Labuschagne and Khawaja. I'm worried about those two because what was the pace that they were facing in Shield cricket compared to what they're going to get with England? Yeah,
South Australia wasn't too bad. There's still, McAndrew's one of the faster bowlers, I think, in Shield cricket. He can get it into sort of the mid-140s. Buckingham at times can do that too. Wes Agar. So South Australia's attack's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I just think Tommy, for the Constas discussion's interesting because, I was there for both his innings against Victoria at the Junction Oval over the last few days. Now, he only lasted 4 balls in the first innings where he missed a straight one, got hit on the pad and was given out. I quite like the way he did go about it in the second innings. He was out there for 75, 80 balls for his 50. So, while people listening to this would have seen the highlights of the reverse ramp and, he hit Fergus O'Neill down the ground, one bounce over the fence. That's the highlights. But I liked what he did around that. I liked his movement at the crease. He had a plan, and it was one plan. I quite like the way he did it. He got out at the wrong time, yes, but that was as settled as I've seen him at the crease for quite some time. But my question to the three of you is, should he be learning on the job at first-class cricket rather than Test cricket?
Yeah,
that would be the question I have about Sam. You don't want to cook him. And Andrew McDonald says, we're not cooking him. I just feel like let him sort it out at Shield level before you put him in the furnace of Test level when he's still trying to work out his game as a 19, 20-year-old.
What do you think, Tom Moody?
I think if he came from another state, he wouldn't be in the conversation. Simple as that.
You actually believe that?
100%. He hasn't got a body of work to justify this sudden sort of superstar sort of that he's. It's not his fault.
No, it's not.
Cricket Australia using him as a marketing piece for this summer. He may not even play the first Test. No. That's egg in their face straight away. I just think unnecessary pressure put on a young talent. It's no question he's talented, but certainly the sample size that I've seen, I don't think he's got a technique quite ready or just a game strategy to be able to match it in the fast lane of international cricket yet. So therefore, your point around him learning those skills, developing those skills, and he'll do it quickly if he's good. He'll do it in one summer, but a good Shield summer of 800 plus runs with a number of hundreds, navigating different situations, different conditions, proving that he can be consistent and composed is what he needs, I believe.
I'll just throw it up there. You mentioned if he was in a different state. Cooper Connolly and Beardman have been on a couple of trips, picked from WA. So, and especially Beardman, he hadn't shown anything, but he's on this trip to just be around the boys.
Like Ollie Peak in Victoria, they're almost like Orange Boys in Davis Cup terms.
So I think he might be from New South Wales, but WA been getting a bit of a a leeway over the last couple of years, but that's probably because of our system and the development that we've been bringing in and the consistency of our success over the years.
So the covers are coming, or the large covers are coming off. That's what was the Raw just a few moments ago. So that's the Constas discussion.
But the one thing, Webster, do you drop him if Green's fit enough to play? Do you keep Green out 3 and have Labuschagne open with Kawaja? Or do you drop Wobbs? Well, I thought Green, he's only played a couple of games out 3. I don't know whether he's suited for that or not. But you're chopping and changing all the time. I don't know.
I think, personally, I think looking from afar, I think this summer is a consequence of poor planning over the last 3 years with regards to constructing a succession plan for the Australian top order. We've got the same situation, just about on the cusp of the same situation with our fast bowling cartel, which has been nothing short of phenomenal, of what they've managed to do and the workload they've carried in all 3 formats. But I think we are potentially, well, we're having these discussions now purely because of poor succession planning 3 years out. There's no way in the world we should be in this situation going into an Ashes series at home. We don't know what our top 3 is. That's just ridiculous that we're in that position, and we shouldn't be in that position. And one of the so-called guarantees is 38 years old and has shown huge inconsistencies over the last 2 years of his career.
Particularly against bowling over 140.
You can't get caught in the sentimental past of where these players have been. We need to be present and what it looks like, in the near future, which is this summer. Usman Khawaja is not the player he was 2 years ago.
Well, I was disappointed when they dropped McSweeney. I felt, low average, but he did a good enough job to get another couple of test matches for me because he was on tricky conditions and he had a reasonable technique and he was getting through some tough times, and he sort of set it up for the middle order there with the time that he spent out in the middle, and I just think they chopped him out of the system way too early.
Yeah, but Hoggy in that, why are they picking him to open?
Oh, exactly right. He should be opening in Shield cricket.
It's like, what people need to understand is that, particularly in Test cricket, it's such a specialist position, that opening position. It's very hard, even the best in the world in Steve Smith, to suddenly think, yeah, I'll do it. I'll fill a gap for you. No problems. I can walk into that position. It's not a T20 game, which you can do.
See, Moods, Pat Cummins has said a number of times on the record that he's a fan of picking the best 6 batters and they will be good enough to bat in any position because they are good enough to play for Australia. That's been their method, hasn't it?
I get that as a defence for what they're trying to do, and I respect that. But at the end of the day, if you said to Pat Cummins that we want you to be just solely a specialist death bowler or solely a specialist new ball bowler, he would have a different argument to that. Everyone's got a tendency to have a strength in a different phase of the game, and you need to be able to respect that, and it's even more important in Test cricket because that's when the microscope is seriously on you and your technique and your temperament.
So Pat Cummins has obviously played a lot more Test cricket than I have played, but I call that rubbish that he said that. And the reason they get away with it is because their bowling unit has been so good for so long that has, I think, wallpapered over a lot of cracks with their batting for the last 3, 4, 5 years. Even the runs that sometimes those players get for them in low-scoring games, that it'll come back to bite them at some point. This thought that you just pick your best 6 batters and they bat anywhere. I just think that's wrong.
No, it is wrong, and it's proving to be wrong because we look at the mess that it's in now. You can't find who the best 6 batters are.
No matter what the Australian selectors do, it's going to be a bit of a punt, isn't it? So Marnus Labuschagne gets himself in because he's making runs.
Well, he should be in because he's head and shoulders above his competition. Yes, he's had a lean 12 months in international cricket. We all know that, and he sort of lost himself in his game. But he's clearly refound that. He's averaging over 50 and doing it consistently, and he knows how to get big hundreds.
I understand why they kept him in the team for as long as they did, because they wanted him to be the man he was 3 years ago. But I think in hindsight, they should have dropped him earlier, because I think he was batting to survive with his spot in the team as opposed to just make runs.
Yeah.
And the moment he was dropped, and I've spoken to him about this a couple of times, is that all of a sudden, right, okay, it's done now. So I start again to get my not just my space in the team back, but to become one of the best players in the world again, which I was 3 years ago. So it was all about building the plan and doing the preparation to be that player. So the mindset wasn't, I've just got to get out there and just find a way to score runs. It's actually now I've got to go and get runs to get my spot back. So the mindset changes straight away. And I think that's what we've seen. He's got one clear plan. He's going about it and he's doing very well.
Well, he's not the first batter that's fallen down that path of batting to survive against batting to score, and there's a significant difference in how you present as a batter against quality bowling with that mindset change of one extreme to the other. You know, every player that is struggling, and you talk about the little man on your shoulder telling you, you know, get forward or keep your elbow up or keep your head still or whatever it is, all these different things that are racing around your head when you're struggling. Funnily enough, when you're in form, people ask you, what are you thinking? You haven't got an answer, I don't know. and that's the real challenge for any batter. So what they tend to do is then think, well, if I stay in long enough, I'll be able to work my way out of it. And I'm not saying I'm saying that's a poor method, but I'm not saying on the other hand you go out there and blast your way back into form, but you look to be, you know, showing intent every time. If you're leaving a ball, you're leaving that with intent and with real purpose. When the ball does present as a half volley or a short wide one, you're in a great position to be able to capitalise that because your frame of mind and your body position is in position to be able to absolutely smash it.
So there's a number of questions with this Australian batting order. We're assuming that Smith at 4 and Head at 5. What do you think Green could bat at 4?
No, Smith should be at 3 and Green should be at 4 because Green averages nearly 50 in first-class cricket at 4. Green will be the number 4 for the next 7-8 years. Don't keep putting him up and down the order, 3, 6, whatever. Here's your 4. Have him at 4 because Steve Smith will probably retire either after the Ashes or soon after.
What if Steve Smith says, I prefer bat at 4 and he's an all-time great? Do you listen to him or not?
Green should bat at 4.
Do you?
Well, no, you don't, because they made the mistake and listened to him when he wanted to open. You know, like,
Steve Smith nearly averages 60 in Test cricket at 3.
You don't sort of,
You don't pander to him.
No, you don't. You do what's the best for the team.
What do you think the best is for the team
need?
there? Green 3 or Green 4? Or Green 6?
Personally, I think Green should be, at the moment, where his game's at, he should be in the side for sure, but he should be 5 or 6.
Hoggy?
Well, Travis has got to stay at 5. But if you're looking at the future of Australian cricket, and Bo Webster's going to be part of that as well, and he's going to be batting 6 because we've got no one else to fill in that void. Well, Green's got to be batting 4 and Steve Smith's got to do the right thing by Australian cricket and bat 3 to make sure that we've got that transition going. And the next opener that comes in, or the opening bat that comes in right now, he's got to be the future of Australian cricket. You know, whether Khawaja has to move on as well, bring in another opener and have Labuschagne to open the batting as well. And I know you don't like that, Tom, because Labuschagne's a number 3. Well, sometimes you're going to have to suck it up and do it. And I still remember Rahul Dravid saying 10, 15 years ago, if you're a top order batsman, you should be able to bat anywhere in that top order, especially...
As in 1, 2, 3?
1 to 5, 1 to 6. He just reckons you should be able to do any role in that batting order.
But not every middle order batter can bat at the top.
No. Well, Green wouldn't be able to do that. But if you're on your game and you're a specialist batsman, he reckons that you should be able to bat in any position in that top 5.
The interesting thing, Tom, with the Webster discussion is there's 2 parts to it. It's, can you have 2 all-rounders in your top 6 when your batting's a bit brittle? That's the first thing. And the second thing is that Webster and Inglis, I think, are vying for that 6 spot. And neither of them played a Shield game yet. You got Inglis with a calf issue, and they've been cautious with Webster with the ankle. But considering they're naming the Test squad after the 3rd round, which starts just over a week, I don't know what they're going to do there.
Webster has to play. In my view, Webster has to play. He'll play this last round of Shield cricket, for sure.
Yeah, he'll definitely play the next round. Yeah.
So he'll play that. He'll pass more so the fitness test against the form test. He's proven since he's come in that he is capable at that level. He's got the composure at that level, and he's actually done some quite significant things in his short time. He's taken some moments in Test matches where the team was struggling, and he's managed to rise out of the ashes and move things forward for the team. So to me, he ticks 3 boxes. He's a great fielder, brilliant catcher, can bowl a few to take pressure off the quicks, and he has proven at number 6 he's capable of playing under pressure.
Well, exactly right. But the other question here is Green. He's not playing here. He's got a side strain. He's just come back from injury as well. So you have Steve Smith going up to 3. You put Green in there at 4 for the longevity of Australian cricket. But if Green doesn't get through the Ashes, then you've got to bring Labuschagne back in, or bring Labuschagne down to 3 or 4, and then you've got to bring another opener in. So you're chopping and changing. So at the moment, Green's injury, Webster's injury is causing havoc as well in the whole lineup. So Cricket Australia, as Tom has alluded to, haven't had that succession planning over the last 3 or 4 years. And, we're spending all this money on high performance, we're meant to be state of the art, and we're not even prepared for the Ashes series. We don't know who we're picking.
I feel like 15, 20 years ago, and this might be just my nostalgic memory, that the selectors were far more ruthless with moving players on who were a bit older and out of form. I remember Mark Ward, when he was dropped from the Test team, the view at the time was that was pretty ruthless. They wanted to get Darren Lehmann and Damien Martin in the middle order. I feel like when Simon Kadich was dropped, that was ruthless as well at the top of the order. David Warner, towards the end, was hanging on, and Usman Khawaja, the odds are against him to make a lot of runs this summer at that age. Not even the very best players of all time have got better at the age of 38 or 39.
There's one big difference, Tom. The guys at the next level aren't making consistent runs. So Warner would have been retired off earlier had someone been smashing down the door with consistent runs. And I think that the case now is with Khawaja, that the ones that were likely to replace
Bancroft
him.
was making a heap of runs back there.
But he didn't do it last
wasn't going to get back in there
Yeah.
because of the things that he was saying in the media.
Yeah, or Harris and Bancroft were the two that were likely to replace Khawaja. But if you look at what they did in last Shield season, their numbers weren't compelling.
But
So Khawaja stays on longer than he probably would have otherwise.
When the decisions needed to be made, there was ample form players to replace those players at the top of the order. We're talking 3 years ago, not last year, because the ship had sailed last year.
And it feels like then to Marcus Harris and Cam Bancroft that their heads are in the spot. Well, I'm done now.
And the thing is that the point around that you look at Shield cricket and who's banging the door down. The reality is, if you've got a cohort of batters in Shield cricket that aren't scoring heavily, well, you pick the best out of that lot, because there must be a reason they're not scoring heavily. Is it the conditions? Is it the ball they're using? What is it, the reason that scores are lower this year than they have been previous years? I think back to the 80s and the 90s, where if there wasn't a half a dozen or more people averaging over 50 in Shield cricket, it was a shock. People like Greg Blewett, Matthew Hayden, Ricky Ponting, these guys all averaging comfortably over 50.
Yeah. Well, Tom, the conditions have changed so much, and the ball's changed as well.
Yep.
And so as a result of that combination, the ball is staying harder, it's seaming around more. You talk to batters around the country and they say, you just feel that at any moment a ball's got my name written on it.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing even, Tom, at a place like the Junction Oval, which is criticised for being like punt road. It
was a flat a couple of years ago.
Three-day Shield matches, exhilarating to watch, no fun for batters.
That's when talent ID is really, really important, because you need to be able to find that needle in the haystack amongst what's happening out in the middle, all the potential headwinds that batters are facing. Well, what am I looking for here? I'm looking for temperament, I'm looking for technique, and I'm looking for character. So you're looking at those things, and you're not looking at just the old school way, this is what they're averaging, this is how many runs they've got. You're digging deeper into the person more than the easy way to think, well, he's got the most amount of runs and he's an opening bat, well, he should be playing.
Our experts are Tom Moody, Brad Hogg and Adam White at the moment for Azido Brushless Power Tools Do You. So that's the batting side of things.
Hang on.
You got one more.
Adam. So Tom made up a very good point, and that's why he's captain for WA for a very long time, and I should have listened to him a lot more. But temperament, who is showing the best temperament if you're going to go down the line with Tom? Who's got the best temperament out of the young players coming through that you could stick with?
Well, the best I've seen, and I'm I'm from Victoria, so I get to see them train as well as play. Ollie Peake, I think he's something special, but he's played 3 games. But he won the game for Victoria against South Australia in the first game, where everything that Tom was talking about was there to see. 74 not out, tough conditions, guiding Victoria home with the tail.
He's batting 4, but isn't he?
He was batting 5.
5,
yeah. So now you're not going to put him in at number 3. He's travelled with the team to Sri Lanka as that orange boy. He's got to do it for longer than he's doing it for so far. But he's the one that stands out to me with this temperament thing. We're seeing a lot of the young players come through that have got all the tricks, almost like YouTube batters. And we see that in the BBL as well and all that sort of stuff. But the old school player that you guys are talking about, he's the one to me that stands out. Renshaw has done it inconsistently for the last decade, really.
But he's now reaching the point, Renshaw.
McSweeney's the other one that can bat time.
Renshaw should be getting to the point of his career now where he's about ready to explode, if he's good enough. He's late 20s, he's had an opportunity earlier, his white ball cricket's improved, they've recognised that.
But he wouldn't have played in the Shield final only that there was an injury and he played late. He wasn't in the team.
What about
Queensland?
What about Henry Hunt? Have you seen a lot of him?
So Henry went through a phase last year where he averaged, I think, high 20s. He was in Australia A, opening the batting for Australia A, dropped away, and then he came back. He made a good score in the first Shield game. Again, he's more the Khawaja type. This is the thing, they're trying to find someone to partner Khawaja, but he's someone that bats a lot of time, doesn't necessarily take the game away from the opposition. Technically pretty compact, but he's either famine or bust. He's either feast or famine.
But if our selectors are looking to partner with Khawaja, that's the wrong method because Khawaja is not going to be there in a couple of years' time.
He might not even make
and he might not even get through the Ashes.
Especially if Australia loses early.
But on that, we're talking about selection, who should be there, and all moving people in the order to accommodate. At the end of the day, and I refer this to you, Hoggy, is that we cannot be thinking of the future now. The future should have been thought about 3 years ago. We're now in a position we need to think about the now. Because we need to win this summer.
The cycle happens after the Ashes, doesn't
exactly.
it? Yeah.
They've missed the chance to do the right succession planning of that top order 3 years ago. So today and this summer is upon us. We need to pick the best team for today to win this series against England.
And it's poor planning because if Australia don't do well in this Ashes series, it has more complications moving forward with Australian cricket.
Yeah.
We've got to be very competitive in this Ashes series.
We've got to win it.
We've got to win.
You expect to win at home.
We
the consequences
have to win.
Well, it's unthought of. To lose it, it's unthought of. But the last time we lost it against England was
2010.
2010-11.
2010,
right.
And before then it was, you can count another.
86.
86. So there you go. That's how rare it is. But the way we're set up for this summer, we've opened another window. Yeah, it's massive window. It's actually
you
not
want
a
to
window.
talk about the bowlers.
The double doors.
I want to talk about the bowlers.
Because this is a really interesting one for me because with the issues around, everyone's talking about the issues around Cummins and, Boland goes into the 11, but you pick a squad of about 13. Who are the next ones?
So let's assume that the first test match here is Stark and Hazelwood, Boland and Line. I think it's probably a fair assumption. Yep. Who's your next quick? Who's the next one in line now? There's probably a group of 4 or 5.
Well, I don't know.
Andrew McDonald mentioned a few the other day, including Jai Richardson,
who's been injured.
That's right.
He's back now, but he hasn't got the body of work, has he? So
who's your next one? Who's
well,
the next
he
best?
is the next. In my view, I think he's the next best bowler, fast bowler in the country. But again, you need to also look at where we're playing. So we're starting in Perth, so you've got that bowling attack set in Perth. I'd be very, very comfortable if Michael Nisa came into the side for the day-night match in Brisbane, but I may not look at him for the next test match. So we're in that position where we may have to be a little bit creative and pick horses for courses. And I think under lights, Nisa would be an absolute dream pick because he knows the ground inside out. He bowls. He's a bowler that bowls that yard fuller than the average test quick, the Australian test quick does. So he's a point of difference. Swings it, nips it.
Can bat as well, which helps, especially when the tail's a bit long.
But the other problem with fast bowlers coming through, is the opposite to the batsmen who have been struggling on these testing wickets. These bowlers have been bowling on wickets which are conducive to pace bowling. They're not going to get that at test level. So you can't pick on performance. You've got to find that talent who's the best bowler that can operate on flatter pitches that you're going to get in Test cricket.
And so that's the question mark, Tom, on Fergus O'Neill, is that when conditions suit, he's borderline unplayable.
His average is 21 in first class.
How much is he going to be able to get that away from conditions to suit? So I think he has to be in the conversation. Brendan Doggett, to me, is right up there, but again, he's injured at the moment, which is not ideal. The one that I want to throw from left field outside the obvious, which is Michael Neser, is Jack Edwards from New South Wales. I think he's a serious player, serious player that has had a lot of injuries over the last few years. He's now starting to settle in. He's captaining New South Wales at the moment. I saw him firsthand at the Junction, bowl at good pace, swings the ball, very thoughtful bowler. He can think a batsman out with the way he goes about it. I don't think he's too far away either. They would be the ones that I'm looking at around Shield cricket at the moment.
Just before you have your say there, Moods, the covers... the smaller covers are still on the pitch. It's just drizzling. We're hoping to get an idea of when they're going to come off soon, but it won't be any time in the next few minutes.
Big lot of rain about to hit.
How's the radar look, weatherman?
There's a big lot of rain about to hit, but then after that, it's not too bad.
Yeah. But there's a lot of questions in this Australian team, Moods, and it even applies to Nathan Lyon, as much as we don't like to say it. He's been great for so long, but he didn't really play much of a role last summer. Is that pitch dependent? Do you play him in the pink ball test? They dropped him in the West Indies. So what's his role looking like moving forward in his late 30s? And how long can he last for as the bowler that he's been for now 10 or 15 years?
Hopefully as long as possible.
Yeah, well, we'd need him to. Yeah.
Just this summer. Just get us through the end of the summer, and then we'll have a conversation whether it's whoever it might be that comes in as his replacement. But I was just going to mention about Fergus O'Neill and his style of bowling. It reminds me a lot of Adam Dale and your Chad Sayer type of bowler. And you only have to look at history. It doesn't bode that well for where he wants to go with his international career. He may need to look at bowling with the Duke ball in England for half his career.
That's right.
Because he'd be dynamite over there.
He was. He played a couple of games for Nottingham at the start of last year.
It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of international cricket here in Australia, is you've got to have high pace. As Hoggy alluded to, in Test cricket, the wickets are generally flat, unless you have that day-night situation, which helps everyone. So, I find it hard to see a way he can break in and be that consistent, successful bowler, because history tells you they don't.
In these conditions. But the Ashes in 2027, you take him.
You take him,
and
definitely.
South Africa next year as well.
Yeah. In different places you take him. You wouldn't take him to the subcontinent, but certainly the UK and South Africa, New Zealand's another one. He would have a field day.
Adam Dale was quite the cricketer. I played against him when he was about 45 and he made me look very silly. And he was just doing this.
Adam swings it a lot. Fergus is more your seam.
And a competitor as well.
He likes to think he's Vernon Philander.
Yeah, he reminds me, he's a bit like that, isn't he? Philander, again, modest pace, but the ball never gave up wanting to do something until it actually arrived on the end of your bat, if you managed to hit it, because at the last minute it would just suddenly dart off,
and that's exactly
left
what
or
he
right.
does. Yep.
And you're thinking, well, I'll bat out of a crease now. So you bat out of your crease, try to get closer to the ball, but you're handing yourself over to him.
It's that cricket saying, Tom, they test the defence, and that's what they do. That's what he does, and he hits pads and he hits stumps. And so you go back and look at all his wickets, so many times it's hitting stumps, it's hitting pads, and it's taking nicks through to the keeper.
So your next seamer is Jai Richardson. Who's your next seamer in this group?
Look, I'm trying to look for a left arm quick to come through.
Joel Paris.
Joel Paris.
Well, yeah, but see, he's injury prone as well.
Yeah.
He's back out again.
Spencer Johnson, when he gets fit.
And they've earmarked him for a couple of years now, but he's just struggled to get
him fit and strong. He is your perfect.
Everyone thinks Spencer Johnson's
but how old is Spencer Johnson now?
He's 29, isn't he?
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, 30. So you're looking at a 30-year-old who hasn't played much
through
cricket.
white ball cricket. I don't know how he's going to get through red ball cricket.
You only need a couple of years out of him. Left arm quicks have a special place in this Australian team, especially with Cummins and Hazelwood at the other end. Imagine Stark, Johnson,
But the other part about Stark is that people often don't sort of take into consideration is the footmarks that he then creates for Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, that's right. That's very important. Hey, great chat. Well done, Moods, Hoggy and Whitey. The covers are still on. Not the full covers, just the half covers. The Henley Holmes scoreboard reads India 3 for 37. We've been stopped now for maybe about an hour and 20 minutes after the rain came. Hopefully it goes away soon. Whitey's got the radar And there wasn't a lot of red, but there's a bit of blue and yellow on that, which is a bit of a concern. But no red or black. So I'm glass half full as the covers are being put down again on the entire square, which tells me how silly I am. Kath Lotman from Fox Sports had a chat to Marnus Labuschagne. We're going to have a listen to that after the break. You can also contribute via the text machine. Question to Adam White. What about Matt Short as an opener? He has the temperament to be aggressive and also a good technique. What do you think?
Matt Short is an interesting one. I'd be keen to talk to you guys about this because he's now becoming the victim, like Glenn Maxwell was, of not playing Shield cricket because of the amount of white ball cricket. So he doesn't get a chance. So his resurgence, or not resurgence, his surge as a cricketer came as a result of getting Shield runs that then became white ball runs after that. But he doesn't play Shield cricket. So you can't really put someone into a test calculations based on what he's doing in white ball cricket, I don't think.
Yeah, again, that's down to planning, isn't it? Is, maybe sacrificing certain white ball tournaments to get him exposed to Shield cricket, so you can at least get a view of where he's at with his game in the longer form, so you can consider him, because he is someone that you can consider at 1, 2 or 3.
So they're looking at him as potentially, Tom, being a top order player for a 2027 World Cup, a T20 World Cup. So they want to see him playing as many games here. Now, me, who focuses more on Test cricket, I'm saying don't worry about these games. Go and play a block of Shield matches and try it and see what happens, because I know Victoria were keen to give him a go opening the batting in Shield cricket just to see how it would go, because he's done it so well in white ball cricket, but he doesn't get the games because he's running around the world playing white ball cricket.
Probably for a lot more money as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as Tom alludes to, the preparation is just not there. We're not looking to the future. What are the most important tournaments coming around? Well, the Ashes are the most important tournament, and India tour last year are the two most important tournaments in red ball cricket. So have we got the depth there? Right. How can we improve that depth? We've got World Cups around with T20 cricket. We don't need to concentrate on T20 cricket at international level, because most of the boys that are going to play in T20 cricket in a World Cup are playing IPL and other T20 tournaments around the world. So they're getting enough of that. White ball cricket, it's a mixture between T20 and Test match cricket. I don't think you have to worry about 50-over World Cup cricket right now. The most important one is Test cricket. If you want to keep Test cricket to survive and you want to be competitive against India and England especially, as well as South Africa, you've got to make sure that you do sacrifice certain tournaments to have players playing Shield cricket so that they're ready for Test cricket.
0433 98 11 16.
Who was it from?
The text machine. There's one for you as well, Whitey. Another one. Adam Dale, my favourite bowler ever. I was a few kilometres down, but went both ways. Adam gave me hope. Only district seconds at Richmond.
He was like Phil Simmons when he played the one-day cricket for the West Indies, where he'd go, that was your era. No one could. He had the figures of like 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 3 and stuff like that through a couple of seasons for the West Indies where he'd opened the bowling.
And I'm going to go back to a point, because Tom was captain of me and he was fielding our first flip. I was that impatient, like bowling one-day stuff, had all the variations. But when you start playing one-day cricket and you don't play enough Shield cricket, you're not learning to play in that longer form of the game, so you're not ready for it. So you do need time to prepare, and you've got to make sure you listen to the right resources around to make sure that you're prepared for that longer form of the game. And I don't think we've got that with opening batters, and I don't think we've got that with fast bowlers now. Juicing up pitches, and I've got to be careful here being on the board of the whacker, but it's not acceptable. You can't juice up wickets to get a result. You've got to have wickets that are conducive to developing the next player to play international cricket. You've got to have the same conditions. Otherwise, what's the point in having Shield cricket?
We'll keep looking ahead to the Ashes in a few moments' time. 0433 98 11 16. Well done, Hoggy and Mood. The rain is still causing havoc here at Perth Stadium. It's pretty steady now. The covers are on, and we'll take a short break. You are listening to SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. The Henley Home scoreboard reads India 3 for 37 from 11.5 overs.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
You top it. You shank it. You yell for a lot, but you keep coming back because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. Save up to 40% off golf gear during our 40th anniversary sale. Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
How much did the painter say he was going to charge you for that job?
Well, they told me it was a one-off special price of...
Mate, if you're paying for painting and for maintenance, you're getting ripped off.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life or a renovation in need of the finishing touches? Whatever painting job you need done, let Synergy Painting Group's skilled and dedicated team create a lasting impact. Synergy Painting Group, it's where quality meets affordability.
That's much better.
Visit synergypaintinggroup.com.au.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
You top it. You shank it. You yell for a lot, but you keep coming back because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. Save up to 40% off golf gear during our 40th anniversary sale. Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
Win $1,000 every week over spring with Tipper, Australia's real-time marketplace for tipsters and punters. Simply add your tips to the app to be in the running, and the tipster with the highest return on investment wins the cash prize. There are 14 weekly prizes to be awarded. Win some cash and grow your following. On now ends November 30. Head to tipper.bet for all the details. T's and C's apply. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Whoa, Travis Head, where are your clothes?
Gilly, you said no one can see me this summer.
I said the only place to see the Australia versus India series this summer is on Fox Cricket, included with KO Sports.
That explains the weird Uber trip.
KO Sports, get on board.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
You top it. You shank it. You yell for a lot, but you keep coming back because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. Save up to 40% off golf gear during our 40th anniversary sale. Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And for Jitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Yes, SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. The Henley home scoreboard is India 3 for 37. It's been sitting there for quite some time. Adam White, who is also our weatherman today. And it is raining.
I told you this was coming.
You did. You said it's going to rain from about 2 o'clock. It's now 2:10 local time. And it's exactly how it's playing out. So Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Always doing a great job. They actually sponsor our Test Blazers as well, Henley. So thank you to the team there. And Ashes, well, the Ashes are so excited. We've discussed the Australians, Tom Moody and Bharat Sunderasen and Adam White but the English team. So this whole Bazball phenomenon has hit world cricket really strongly initially. It feels like they've walked it back a little bit in the last 6 to 12 months. You've been over coaching in the 100. Baz, you're across international cricket more than anyone. What do you say to that?
100% they've walked back. I know the person is named after hates it because it's not his intention at all. His intention is that he wants his players, as he would describe it, to walk towards the fire, not walk away from it. So in Test cricket, you get many chapters of fire. And he's encouraging the English to play a brand of cricket which is don't stand back when you face adversity. I want you to advance forward and take the game on. So the interpretation has been totally lost. It's been coined as Bazball, but it really is just a different approach that England's had to their game and desperately needed, because England have historically played a very conservative brand of cricket. So he's brought a very exciting but a very aggressive style of cricket, and it's unfortunate it's sort of been stamped as Bazball, but it's great to watch, and they're playing some brilliant Test match cricket. You know, the series they've just had against India in the summer in England is a standout series, and as we're going to experience here. So, you know, the likes of Joe Root he's actually publicly talked about this. He sort of fell down a little bit of trying to play beyond his speed that he likes to play his game. So instead of playing it on a second or a third gear, he found himself playing into a fourth gear and playing a few reverse scoops and stuff like that. After 6 to 12 months, he wound that back and realised that, having conversations with a few past players that I've managed to have conversations with as well, and just brought back the Joe Root, which is the wall of cricket at the moment. I know Dravid was the wall many years ago, but, you know, what Joe Root's done, I know he hasn't done it quite yet in Australia, but what he's done around the world is quite extraordinary.
And I'm completely with you, Tom, in terms of, you know, how Bazball, or whatever you want to call it, gets interpreted by everyone not playing it, like those around English cricket. And I think the English cricket media, most of them are really good friends of mine, are as guilty as anyone else to create this whole aura around what is Bazball, or what is this approach that England brought to the game on the back of being horrible here in Australia 4 years ago. You can blame COVID all you want, and we have soon-to-be new colleague in Stuart Broad who said that it should not even be counted a few months ago, what happened 4 years ago. And not to forget, then they went to the Caribbean and they got smashed there as well. And if you look at the team then, Rory Burns and Haseeb Hameed, like they didn't fill you with any confidence that they were going to click as a Test batting lineup anywhere in the world, starting with England. So they bring in Brendan McCullum and they bring in this new approach. But I think those around it, they just latched on to this new style, because I think it has a lot to do with the cricket media culture in England. And we are fortunate here in Australia, there's a proper break. I mean, I know footy is eating more and more into cricket with every passing year, but there, because cricket overlaps with the EPL and English Premier League, and which is so big, you speak to a lot of cricket writers there, they need the flashy headlines. They need to create that additional buzz. At times it's contrived so that they get their stories into the paper. And I think they really latched onto it after the disappointment of the Ashes here. And then it just became what it became. And suddenly you had the players suddenly feeling the need, a lot of them, not Ben Stokes really, but the Ducketts and the Crawleys and everyone else, almost with this feeling that they have to talk a certain way as well, and parade around a certain way. I think all of that is what has led to that Bazball euphoria, which we've all heard about. But when you look at what they're doing, and which is why, like the other day, Adam Gilchrist was saying somewhere that this is what we used to do. So it's not something new. It's not that they're doing anything new, but it is new for English cricket. And I think it'll be a fascinating summer, because using my wrestling brain, this is going to be the WrestleMania main event. Like, so 4 years they worked on this. And if they win, whatever happened in the last 4 years will be forgotten. And if they lose, whatever happened in the last 4 years will be forgotten, and it will be the end of Bazball in that sense. Like, they'll have to find something new, because it is designed, this weapon has been designed to come and beat Australia and Australia.
But to Tom's point before about planning for this, whether it works or not, England have had a plan for 4 years for this summer. And it's been very clear they haven't made too many changes to their batting. Their bowlers have been based largely around injuries and whatever else, but they kind of knew the ones they wanted to bring, and at least at this point in time, they're fit. But there's been a lot more solidity about their team and what it looks like compared to ours. That's the advantage they've got over Australia. Now, I'm still not convinced that it's going to work in our conditions, but at least they've got a clear plan.
Yeah. And they pick players like Jacob Bethel really from, not the wilderness is hard, but he didn't have a strong first-class record. And some of their fast bowlers they've picked as well.
Yeah, but
didn't have strong first-class.
You mentioned
records.
Bethel, but he's no different than Constas.
No, that's right.
You know, if anything, he's probably got more ground.
Does he have the game to
warrant
succeed?
an opportunity ahead of Sam Constas?
Does he have the game to succeed in Australia, Bethel?
Yeah, and again, I'm looking not at the bottom line, as in what he's done, because neither of the examples we're talking about have done a lot yet. I'm looking at the other markers. And what I see in Bethel, with the cricket I've been involved in England, he's a serious player. Whether he's a number 3, he's probably as much a number 3 as what Cameron Green is. Let me put it that way. Both outstanding players, but if you ask them where they prefer to bat, or if you really wanted to position them in your top 6, you'd have them at 5 or 6.
If you're talking about Bethel batting at 6 for England, based on what he's done to this point, you go, oh, it's a bit of a risk, but I can see it. At 3, you go, really?
Yeah,
Really?
but that's no different than Cam Green, is it?
Yeah.
You know, Cam Green's a super talent.
But I think Cam Green's done more at first-class cricket
He
than
has,
Jacob
but he's
Bethel
older.
has.
He's older. He's been around longer, and he's had, you know, he's got more runs on the board with respects to that, you know, games and runs. But his game. You look at his game. You look at his temperament. That to me is a number 5, number 6. It's not a number 3.
He has a calmness about him, Bharat, Jacob Bethel, when he walks. He's serene almost in the way. For someone that's so young.
He's West Indian.
He's got the Bajan blood in him. And I think he's got that presence about him. He does. Right? He's already, I mean, he's yet to become a big star in world cricket. But he walks around like, and not in a cocky way.
No.
He just has that air, that presence about being someone who's made.
He belongs.
Yeah, that he belongs.
And the other marker is you watch him out in the middle and you look at young players, he's got time. And that's to the point around, you know, he looks quite relaxed and calm. Well, they are, because they can afford to be. Because they've got time. They get into position early. They see the ball early. They look like, oh, wow, they've got him behind that one nicely. It's never a rushed overplay.
So they're calm because they're good, not good because they're calm.
Yeah.
Like, they've got to be good in the first.
Shubman Gill's a great example of that.
Yeah, Shubman Gill, they trust themselves. They know they're good.
So a couple of key questions around this England team. Can they take 20 wickets with the spinners that they're going to bring out? And the second question is, can Ben Stokes stay fit for 5 test matches and bowl for 5 test matches?
I think the Ben Stokes question, and they'll need him as a bowler. I mean, we saw even in that series against India, every time he bowled, and he, in a way, bowled himself to the ground, and he had to miss that final test because he was the one who kept them alive in that series while even on the flatter pitches where Gill and these other guys were scoring runs for fun. And he's a freak, isn't he, Ben Stokes? Like, he can do the unthinkable, not just with the bat. I think more so with the ball. He can give you that 11 overs on the hottest day and he'll come and bowl short. He'll swing the ball around where nobody else has found swing with it. He's a freak talent, and I think if he doesn't bowl, if he plays just as a batter, it also impacts his batting. Historically, if you see, when he's bowling, it just feels like a lot of all-rounders. He just bats better as well, and I think they'll need that. Because there will be times when they'll have to protect the likes of Wood and Archer because they would not want to go into a test match with neither of them in it. And Tom, you were saying earlier that they will start with Wood and Archer in the side. I mean, if they are fit at the start of the series, they'll want them to play here and in Brisbane and then probably start rotating around. But Ben Stokes' role as a bowler is massive, and I think if he doesn't bowl, it'll have a huge bearing on how England go because they'll put so much more pressure on the other fast bowlers.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. He's more important to them as the captain bowler than the captain batsman, far more, because he during those tough periods of Test cricket, he rises. He gets a bit between his teeth and he rises beyond anyone's imagination, and that's what gives the aura about him. You just think, how's he doing this? To the point where he blew his shoulder up and he's now out, and I think potentially that's going to have an impact on his influence with the ball this series. So that's the one positive Australia can see out of that spirit that he's got in him. The spinning question is, they got Bashir, who's the off spinner that they persevered. They plucked him out of nowhere in county cricket. He didn't even have a county home. Like,
What do you mean by that?
He's not first picked in a county side, so they were trying to position him at a county where he could be first picked in championship cricket, so he could bowl. So it's quite a typical sort of strategy around how this era has operated under McCullum and Rob Key, the director of cricket. It's very much identifying sort of talent regardless of what they've done in first-class cricket. They've picked it on what they think they can do in international cricket now and long term. So Bethel's one of those examples, and so is Bashir. So they've persevered with him. So he will. I don't see him in the 11 in the first 2 Test matches. And the reason they've picked Will Jacks, who's a top-order batter, an explosive, particularly white ball cricketer, who bowls very handy off-spin, they'll pick him in Perth and in Brisbane purely because they'll feel that they want the depth in their batting. So Jacks can come in at 8 after Smith, so it's a formidable top 8. And they feel that Jacks will still have an equal effectiveness in the conditions here in Perth and a day-night fixture in Brisbane.
But even with that, Tom, that's why Ben Stokes bowling is so crucial for them. Like if they pick Jacks as the 4th bowler, then you're looking at a very weak bowling attack. So that works if Ben Stokes is going to give you 15, 16 overs and if his body can keep up with it. And I think that's where Australia will need to exploit it as well, which is keep those bowlers out there for longer periods, like make them bowl the 5th and 6th spells, which goes for England as well. With a bowling attack without Pat Cummins, now we know at least for 1 test, who knows for how many more. If England are smart, and I think the English team, what they showed against India, the way they won the 3rd test, they are playing smarter, baseball with brains or whatever they want to call it, and they'll want to do what India have done successfully the 2 times they won the series here, which is make those first 2 test matches count, where Hazelwood and Stark and Cummins have bowled 6-7 spells, and they've sort of tired them out by the time we've reached the end, because now we know Scott Boland will come in for Cummins, and with an average of 12, he's a like for like. I mean, he's no Pat Cummins, but he's Scott Boland. But what happens if Stark or Hazelwood go down or Boland goes down? Like, who do you have? I mean, there's always hashtag Neesa must play.
Well, who's yours? We asked these before, and Mood said Michael Neesa.
Yeah. I mean, it's always Michael Neesa.
I said that for Brisbane.
Sorry, that's right.
Yeah, for
Jai
Brisbane.
Richardson
But
otherwise.
if I'm picking for the summer, it'll be Jai Richardson, because I think he's by far the most skilled fast bowler outside that group.
He was bowling yesterday, but George Bailey said he can see him play Premier cricket in November, so I don't think he's going to be ready before the 4th test, maybe. Which is not
ship that sailed.
Yeah, exactly. So
will Brendan Doggett play the 3rd Shield game?
He is supposed to. Yeah. So I think in a way, Brendan Doggett, with what he did last year, I remember Tony Dormade was at the Shield final, go South Australia, and he originally from there.
Of course. The Crow-Eaters.
So he was there, and they are really high on Brendan Doggett, but unfortunately, every time they pick him, he goes down. I mean, in the Caribbean, he was in the squad. Not sure he would have played, but then, he breaks down and Sean Abbott was brought into the side. So I think he is number 1 in the pecking order, and he has the numbers to show for it.
And then Sean Abbott, playing for New South Wales the other day, went to field a ball on his follow-through, split the webbing in his hand, and just walked straight off the field. Game over. We had the first injury substitute in Sheffield Shield cricket. So, Abbott's always the one that no one really talks about, but he's always in the squad.
He's been around the mark.
He is.
And he can bat a bit as well, which is helping.
Safe.
Yes. You know what you're going to get.
He's safe. He's good quality human, good cricketer, offers with bat, ball and field. Obviously, his primary suit is with the ball, but you wouldn't get a poor return if he got his opportunity, but he's not sort of bashing the door down, is he, and saying, well, I should be in this side.
I must confess, Tommy, when we were having cricket here earlier and seeing Stark, who wasn't bowling at full speed, but the ball was still flying through, all I could think of, Bharat, was when we were watching Mark Wood at Headingley back a couple of years ago, where he had that beautiful view where you're virtually on top of him as he's running away from you, and you're seeing Labuschagne and Khawaja jumping off the ground, just playing defensive shots. It was as fast a bowling and scary bowling I've ever seen, except Mitch Marsh just decided to smack him into the...
They started pulling him for 6.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But if they've got Archer and Wood here in Perth, it's just going to be electric cricket, which goes back to your point, Tom. We haven't got a top order that's specialised to face that sort of stuff. Good luck.
And Tom, and you've seen a lot of the others as well. We're speaking a lot about Wood and Archer, but I think in Atkinson they have a very skillful bowler.
100%.
And Kars is the kind of guy, he's a lot like Ben Stokes. His shirt tucked out, he'll just run in like a gold chain or whatever he wears around his neck. He's the kind of guy who will give you 4 for 17 overs. He'll get stuck into the Aussies. He's got that air about him, doesn't he? So it's not just Wood and Archer, but Wood and Archer with much quality in there.
A lot of our listeners probably think Gus Atkinson, because he's never really sort of touched our waters yet. But the bottom line is Gus Atkinson took 50 Test wickets last calendar year.
Yeah.
So Gus Atkinson has arrived in Test cricket. He belongs in Test cricket, and he's good enough for Test cricket. So don't think that get through Archer and Wood, I'm okay, because Atkins I'm not saying he's as good as, not quite yet, but he's a similar style bowler to what Hazelwood is. Yeah. He's a length bowler. He'll bowl similar pace. He's around that 140. So he'll challenge you if you need to pace-wise. So he'll go upstairs and cause you, a little bit of a heart flutter, but he's also got the skill to be able to hit the top of the stumps regularly. So they've got the depth, and Kars has got a heart of a lion.
Yeah.
He just runs in and runs in. He's a bit like he's out of the mould of Stokes. And the reason he's in the side is because of Stokes. Because Stokes plays with him at Durham and knew his character, and just said, I want that character in this side, and I'll turn him into a Test bowler, but I want the character.
Unlike Mr. Robinson from 4 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say Atkinson's not Robinson. Don't
No, please.
He won't be bowling off spin.
Those stats for Daft Trucks. Daft Trucks keep you moving. Catch every ball. The Ashes live all summer on SEN. Starts November 21st with Stuart Broad part of the team. The covers are coming off, Whitey, the weatherman.
Yeah.
What can we expect in the next few minutes?
There'll be a break in the weather for about half an hour, and then it'll come again.
Don't tell us that.
but not as significant as what we've just had. And it's definitely looking better than it was over the last hour or so. So it got so heavy that the fans were actually coming from, when the ones that weren't in cover were going back up underneath. It got that heavy. They weren't even prepared to sit there in their rain jackets, their umbrellas, but they're now starting to get themselves back towards their seat. So it definitely looks better for the moment. It's noticeably brighter.
Lance Morris is on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Platinum, the new fragrance by Messi, only at Chemist Warehouse. If you want to have a listen to that, go back and do so on sen.com.au.
Fragrances you're going with at the moment? The Messi?
It smells beautiful. Whitey? I'm sure it does. Yeah, I'm sure it does. That's Platinum, the new fragrance by Messi, only at Chemist Warehouse. So hopefully we're not too far away from restarting play here. 3 for 37 is the score on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. Adam White, Bharat Sunderasen and Tom Moody taking us through what we hope will be an incredible Ashes series on home soil.
So straight away, you've got the tractor out there with the rope trying to dry the field like it's a heavy dew, and they are taking all the covers off. So obviously the ground staff know a lot more about the weather than we do up here. That is a good sign that we might get at least some in before the next lot comes.
I was really looking forward to the small tactical play today when the captain would have to choose which ball they played with in the last 16 overs of the bowling innings. So for those who've missed it, it's the new playing conditions that have come in earlier this year where the fielding team uses 2 new balls at the start of the innings, and that lasts until the 34th over. And then the fielding captain gets to choose. Now, do they choose the slightly harder ball if they're 7 or 8 down, or the older, softer ball if they're 2 or 3 down? And that's a change that the ICC has brought in essentially to favour the bowling team, doesn't it? Because it was easier for the batters to bat.
And there's no reverse swing at all. So I think they wanted to at least open up the doors, because with the 25-over ball, which is what we were getting practically, and with the outfields these days, reverse swing almost went away from 50-over cricket. And Tom Moody had to face.
That's when thumbnails were trimmed. Before you enter any stadium, have your thumbnails trimmed.
100%.
It reminds me, Tom, of the when I was playing English league cricket, where you could start the second innings with their ball. And you could actually choose. You could choose your new ball and take it at any time. So
it's so quirky.
So it's winning draws and losing draws and the whole lot.
The team that bat first gets 52 overs, and then we get 48 overs, and we could use their ball. And then with 15 overs to go, if we had them 5 or 6 down, we'd take the new ball and actually have the fast bowlers with the new ball to try and knock up the tail over. Because if they didn't get your runs, but they weren't all out. It was a draw.
What league was that in, Whitey?
That was called the Thames Valley League.
Right.
Which was about 4 or 5 different counties.
I remember going to play the Surrey Premier League for Wimbledon, and I couldn't believe that people were talking about winning draws and losing draws.
Yeah.
Well done today, lads. We had a winning draw. I thought, what's going on? What sort of cricket
Moral
is this?
victory.
Well, I didn't want to say moral victory's coming through there. All right,
this is why they needed something like baseball. That's English cricket for you.
They needed something like baseball. I get the feeling, Baz, based on our messages over the last few months, you are very much on Australia's side this summer, whereas last year you sat on the fence. Maybe because you're an Australian citizen now. Congratulations.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, every time I've been asked for my prediction in the last few weeks, I dilly-dally. And it also, being a wrestling guy these days, I have to cut a promo. So I build it up and then say 5-0. Yeah. Crush the palms, I say.
Glenn McGrath style.
You're fighting McGrath, are you?
Stay with us on SEN Test Cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. The big covers are off, Whitey. The small covers are still on, but hopefully we're not too far away from restarting play. Just a reminder, India were sent into bat. Mitch Marsh won the toss. They are 3 for 37. Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli in their last international innings in Perth both failed. Kohli with a duck. Rohit Sharma made 8 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find something real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Haven't you heard? Right now at Chemist Warehouse, you can save on your health and wellbeing essentials. Like Prunelax 80 tablets for just $12.99. And Bioglan L-theanine plus ashwagandha 50 capsules, only $36.99. Hurry and stock up on Claritine Non-Drowsy 110 tabs, only $39.99 for a happy spring. And pamper yourself with Wellco the Hydro Protein Elixir, pomegranate and blackcurrant, $44.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25, claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts, T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Welcome back to Optus Stadium here in Perth. India 3 for 37 after 11.5 overs. Shreyas on 6, Axar on 7. It does feel like it's been some time since we've actually had any play, but the good news is that the covers are off. Just the Hessian that's remaining, that's sort of been peeled back a little bit. The tractor continues to do its work with the rope off the back of it, with one of the ground staff sort of chasing along to try and dry things out as much as possible. I'm seeing Matt Short doing some loosening up exercises on the side of the ground. So we haven't got official word yet, but I don't think we're too far away, gentlemen, from play, which is good.
Which is very good. We lost 1 over because of that first break. I'm assuming we'll lose many more. This has been a much longer break. But yeah, I guess in a way it suits India because they can just, you don't have to worry about building the innings. I'm assuming, and this is just me doing mental math, we'll be down to what, a 35-over game possibly, considering they quickly took away 1 over. Because generally we hear the whole, there's a drama around, so-and-so time and then overs will be lost, which is always said in a dramatic fashion when it comes to white ball cricket. But they just took 1 over off already, so I'm assuming...
We're into eating overs.
Yeah,
simple as that.
Definitely.
So you're right. I think it's going to be somewhere between 30 and 35. And you're right, it does suit India, given that they've lost 3 passengers already. So they're not...
3 pretty important ones.
Yeah,
sort of in
they
the
are,
front
but
of the
it
the
enables
aeroplane.
them to not have the fear of, depth of their batting. We're in, early crisis. The game's been short, and they're basically going to bat for about another roughly 20 overs. They've got 7 wickets in hand. What can they get in 20 overs is what their thinking must be. And then the calculations with DLS will happen, and we'll see what Australia chasing down, which I'd say they're in a huge position of advantage with that situation.
The umpires have just left the field, and they have given some information, so we should be only moments away from determining what sort of game we've got going here. If you've just turned on SEN and want to know exactly what's happened to this point, India was sent into bat by Australia earlier today. Rohit Sharma was the first to fall. Caught Renshaw bowled Hazelwood at second slip for 8 off 14 balls. Virat Kohli caught Cooper Connolly at backward point off the bowling of Mitchell Starc for a duck. And then Shubman Gill caught down leg side by Philippi off the bowling of Nathan Ellis. It was Ellis's first ball. He was out for 10. So wickets to fall at 13, 21 and 25. The current score is 3 for 37 with Shreyas on 6 and Axar on 7. Shreyas 20 balls for his 6, Axar 11 balls for his 7. So it was really tough. It was that real rescue type of operation before the rain came again. So we had a good bit of play. Went off, came on, not for very long, off again, and we've been off now for well over an hour. So yeah, we just have to wait to see what the DLS come up with.
Yeah, and also because I've been getting some questions from India as well about why they can't just extend it and make it a day-night game, like out-and-out day-night game. But that's where the whole time difference comes into. People, you want to worry about the people on the East Coast on a Sunday night. They need to go to work tomorrow.
Okay, so we have got it through now. So it will be a 35-over game with play to resume in 13 minutes from now at 2:50 local time. Frustrates me here that it can't be done a little bit earlier, but we have been off for long enough that the players, I guess, Tom, have got to do their stretches.
Well, it's not about that decision's not about the players. That's about ground preparation. So that would have been the umpires speaking to the ground staff around how quickly can you get this ground ready to play. They would have said, well, this is what we need to do with the outfield. We need to obviously get the final hessian off the surface. We need to tidy up, draw the lines, do what they need to do at the crease. And they said, we'll be ready at this point.
Okay, so that information is just starting to filter around, and we are now seeing the Australians come out onto the ground to do their warm-ups. Already we're getting some catches hit and more stretches being done by some of the bowlers. So just repeating that news that if there is no further rain, we will be resuming in 12 minutes from now at 3:50 local time, and it will be a 35 over a side game. Sorry, 2:50 local time, and it'll be a 35 over a side game. That's not too bad. If we don't get any further rain, 35's, it's not a Mickey Mouse sort of game.
Oh, absolutely. Room for some exciting cricket for sure. Just around your point about your friends messaging you from India about the time, well, why don't they, they've got a great stadium there, put the lights on, but it's like, where does the string end? How long can we can draw the string? So that's why they have these regulations in place, because they can be manipulated in certain circumstances to suit one side or the other. So it's very clear in the rules and regs around, I think it's an hour, isn't it, for ODIs? So an hour until you start eating into overs, and then that's the compromise of rain, is that you then lose overs and end up with a 35 over.
But my friends in India, Tom, and you've been more a part of the IPL than anyone else in Australia, but also used to the IPL where games can go on till 1:30 a.m.
Well, what about in Barbados, where they just kept bowling over and over in the test match just to get it done?
I've been involved, the latest game I've been involved in my life, not as a player, was in the Caribbean Premier League. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. Get your head around that. 3 a.m.
Especially in the Caribbean, yeah.
Well, they're just starting to party.
Yeah, that's right.
They're thinking this is perfect timing. I'll be able to go out now.
Exactly.
To the beach bars.
What we might do is we might take just a short break now and then come back and reset and start to focus back in on the game here at Optus Stadium. It's very rare for there to be a rain interruption in an international match in Perth when it comes to cricket. It's never meant to rain here at this time of year. Unfortunately, there's been plenty of it today. But the score at the moment, 3 for 37. It is SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. We'll come back with the resumption after this.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Join Qantas Business Rewards free by 31 October and earn up to 20,000 bonus Qantas points when your business earns across Qantas and our partners. The more ways you earn, the more your business is rewarded. Search Qantas Business Rewards today. T's and C's apply.
Mackay Timber is 100% family owned and operated and has been servicing the building industry for over 80 years. Mackays provide quality Tasmanian oak and imported timbers through our distribution centre in Dandenong. So whether it's a residential build or a large commercial project, Mackays have you covered statewide or nationally through our supply chain network. So ask your architect or builder if they're using Mackays for the timber in your project. And if they're not, ask them why not.
Continuing a legacy of managing this country's elite athletes, Bravo Sport, the athlete management division of SEN, is now branded Odyssey Sports Management, a standalone dedicated full-service active athlete agency and steered into the future by James Pitcher. The prime focus of Odyssey Sports Management is managing current and emerging stars of Australian sport. Current AFL and AFLW stable stars include Darcy Moore, Josh Dunkley, Jacob Wiedering, Chloe Malloy, Monique Conti and Ruby Schleicher. For brand opportunities or representation with Odyssey Sports Management, visit odysseysport.com.
Tassie is the perfect place to race, and now is the time to plan your trip to the Apple Isle this summer. The biggest and best time for racing in Tassie is over summer, with feature races across all 3 codes. There's Group 1 racing across greyhounds and harness with the Hobart 1000 and Tasmania Cup, and of course the 3 main thoroughbred cups in Devonport, Hobart and Launceston.
And like a Calix, it's the Tassie winning the Tassie Derby.
Across every part of the state, Tassie is the perfect place to race. Visit tasracing.com.au.
Need assistance with your building project? Like in footy, a strong defence wins games. When legal challenges charge in, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your back line, protecting your assets with expert advice and a winning strategy. For over 30 years, Oldham Construction Lawyers have tackled the industry's toughest cases. Whether you're about to sign a building contract or dealing with defects, they'll go the extra mile to get results. Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, keeping your home and business in premiership form.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Yes, welcome back to Optus Stadium in Perth. SEN One Day Cricket for Remitli and for Fujitsu. India 3 for 37. We are now less than 5 minutes away from a resumption after a rain delay of quite some significance. And we're now looking at it being a 35-over-a-side game. So still plenty of time for India to post some sort of score for Australia to chase a little bit later on. Adam White, Tom Moody and Bharat Sunderasen with you on SEN Test Cricket. The Henley home scoreboard doesn't look great for India at the moment, but there's plenty of batting there, Tom Moody, left, even though the superstars have gone, to put something up for Australia to chase later on.
They certainly have got plenty of batting. Obviously, the two at the crease in Iyer and Axar Patel, who's really primarily a left-arm spinner that bats. You wouldn't call him a batting spin bowler. He's more primarily a spinner, but after him they've got the experience of KL Rahul, who's a pure player. We know that he's capable.
He's almost playing the best of his form of his life at the moment.
Yeah, and he's probably thinking, I'm quite happy I didn't have to bat up front here. I'll come in when the ball's about 20 overs old. But so he's yet to come, and you've got the all-rounders in Nitish Reddy and Washington Sundar as well. So they've got a bit of depth there. They've got obviously to get, you would think after this slow start, they'd have to get cracking after they get settled for the first couple of overs to get some sort of contest in this afternoon.
And also with just 35 overs, so they just have to face 3 overs and 1 ball of Hazelwood and Stark. Because Mitchell Stark's bowled 5 overs, so he gets only 2 more, and Hazelwood's just 1 ball short of finishing his 6. So it's 3 overs of Stark and Hazelwood and the rest. And we haven't seen Matt Kuhneman, who hasn't played a lot of white ball cricket for Australia. They will go after him. There's enough left-handed. Like Axar Patel plays a big role then. So I mean, I think India will back themselves in, and they say they aren't as much out of the game as they were when the rain hit.
Yes, and it does show, and we did talk about this at the start, that whenever you win the toss on a day where the weather's a bit dodgy, it's such an advantage, because India really, they didn't know how much rain or if any was going to come, and Australia knows exactly the permutations as they go.
Well, the rules change, don't they?
Yeah.
They change on the run. You start the game with 50 overs each, and suddenly you lose 2 hours. The rules change. India don't have the luxury of a number of overs to recover significantly, and for one of their top order players to score 100 to get them out of a situation where they've had a slow start. We've seen that time and time again in all formats of the game, for that matter. So that's been taken away from them. They now need to scrap to a competitive total, which will be adjusted for Australia to chase down, and they've got the advantage of 10 wickets to do it.
So you can hear the crowd cheering the fact that the umpires and the players from both teams are walking out to the middle. So we're only moments away from a restart. The weather, it is very grey. And just looking at the radar, there's still a bit around, but certainly that heavy band that came across has passed, which is a good sign. I don't think it's the last time we'll have an interruption, unfortunately. We've just got to hope that we can dodge and weave our way through the rest of the day. Being a day game here, essentially,
it is
in Perth, to match up with times over on the eastern seaboard.
I saw some a comment that was made that I think it relates to international cricket. This is the first time the covers have been used at this stadium for an international.
Yeah, 2018?
It was open in 2018. So that tells you how much it rains here in Perth in the summer. I've had to dust them off and get them out of the museum.
That's right, exactly. And thank you to all the texts that are coming through on the Temper text machine. We'll get to that as we go along, probably in the next rain delay. But thank you to everyone for sending through so many messages. So we're just about ready to go. Shreyas will face the first delivery, and it'll be 1 ball from Josh Hazlewood before that's it for the innings, Baz.
Yeah, just 1 more over from Hazlewood after this.
Oh, he's got 1 more after this, yes, of course.
2 from Stark. So maybe India just play them off. wonder if Stark will start at the other end. Ideally, Australia would want that. But maybe they don't. Maybe they start with Ellis and...
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Australia, because of the reduction in overs, need to manipulate.
Here we go. Josh Hazlewood with the first ball. The restart. It's cut away for 4. Backward of point by Shreyas. It races across the turf, skips over the rope and smashes into the fence. That's the way you start the restart. Shreyas to 10, 3 for 41 at the completion of 12.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Getting right on top of this one. It's just a genuine cut shot. Played a couple of cut shots prior to this before the rain break that weren't convincing, but that was very convincing. Got right over the top of that and beat backward point, raced to the fence.
And the Indian fans here at the Optus, there are a lot of them, suddenly just found their voice. I'm not sure what they've been up to for the last hour and a half. They needed that big release, and you heard it in that roar as soon as he made contact with the ball.
So on debut, Mitch Owen is going to have a bowl. And he comes to bowl to Axar. His first one's a full toss. And it's hit back on the bounce to Owen on his follow-through.
Part of his cricket that doesn't get spoken of much, apart from those who watch him very closely.
Bowling in the nets. Were you watching him bowl in the nets?
Well, he came into domestic cricket more as a bowler than a batsman.
Everything changed with that BBL final, didn't it?
His whole life's changed in the last 12 months. Mitch Owen here bowls. It's a good delivery, good bounce. Axar will get a single that just dropped away on the onside, but he was actually trying to play that through the offside, and it kind of got a bit big on him. Good bounce and carry from big Mitch Owen. 3 for 42 with the single.
Yeah, he's only bowling just a tick under 130, so there's no express pace there, even though he's big in presence. But you know, he's a medium pacer. So if Australia can get Mitch Owen to be that impact batter, but also lend to, you know, up to 5 overs in a 50-over game and possibly contribute in a T20 game, he's a pretty good package to have.
Shreyas back on strike. Owen bowls and Shreyas edges. It's okay. Down to third man for a single, but that wasn't a controlled stroke. No slips at all for Owen with the players spread.
Yeah, and I think he's heard a lot about who's going to replace Steve Smith and Glenn Maxwell in this Australian one-day side. But Marcus Stoinis has played that role, did he? I mean, he lost his place in the side as we got to the knockouts of the World Cup 2 years ago, but this is the role. This is the time he would generally come on and often get a breakthrough.
Owen again past the umpire bowls, and it's defended, just dropping at the feet on the offside there. Axar trying to come forward as much as possible. No run. Again, Owen able to field on the follow-through. It stays at 3 for 43 in the 13th over.
And it's a good comparison, because Stoinis himself started as a pure batter, as an opening batter, quite a conservative batsman. And then his career unfolded and, you know, became this sort of beast that was quite capable of batting anywhere in the order. But his bowling grew with I suppose, his more involvement in white ball cricket.
Oh, and again, short ball. Axar cuts straight to backward point, straight to Cooper Connolly, no run.
You know, I remember Marcus Stoinis as a Western Australian, in the Western Australian squad, as an opening batter trying to bash down the door to get his chance to play Sheffield Shield cricket. He didn't bowl much in the nets at all. But, you know, he obviously has been encouraged over time with the more white ball cricket that he's played and T20 growing the way it's grown. He's seen the light.
Last ball of the over. Mitch Owen bowls, cutting in the air, out into the deep. Good shot. They'll be able to get 2 with that field positioned way out in the deep on the offside, so they were able to come back for 2 quite comfortably in the end. So the end of Mitch Owen's first over in one-day international cricket. It costs 4, 3 for 45. So after 13 overs, 3 for 45 the score. Shreyas 11, Axar 10. That is on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. And does look, Bharat, that Josh Hazlewood is just going to bowl this over and be done.
I think this is purely because they know how dangerous Shreyas Iyer can be if he's allowed to grow and everything. It seems like a tactical move.
Hazlewood on his way, bowls to Shreyas, who's jumping in defence, just dropping it on the offside. And again, Hazlewood can field on his follow-through.
Because you'd expect Ellis to bowl a majority of the 6 overs he's got left towards the back end of these 35 overs. That's generally his role.
I think it could be tactical on both ways you look at it. It could be tactical as in trying to get a wicket and have India 4 down for 40, or let's nurse him back into internationals and get 2 more overs out of him and let him just sort of go to pasture.
Shreyas once again, Hazlewood bowls. That one nasty. Is it off the glove down leg side? Yes, it is! Wonderful catch from Philippe, diving like a goalkeeper down to his left. And Shreyas stays at the crease. He talks to Axar and says, do I take it upstairs? He says, no, I reckon I hit it. I'm off. I'm going. India 4 for 45. Hazlewood now with 2 for 20. And again, the extra bounce, it got awkward. And it just touched either the face or the glove. The glove on the way through. And that is an excellent catch there from Philippe. And India now 4 down.
Tactical move that has worked.
That was a classic example of a batter hoping his partner's going to say, I think we should take that upstairs. Because he was trying to get Axar to say, yeah, and I'm not sure if you hit that. It was clear as day when you saw the replay that it hit the glove. Even live, you could sort of sense that it was glove because it was just outside his body. But that is a typical bouncy, fast bowling wicket. Not a great ball, a loose ball going down the leg, but because it's bounced, it gets above the height of the bat. Suddenly the gloves come into play, and the gloves aren't, you know, a small item. They're quite big and robust, particularly with the protection they have on them these days. So that protection has cost him.
It's got to be said, looking at that replay screen there for Chemist Warehouse, that was an excellent catch from Philippe. That was going quickly. He wasn't sure that it actually touched the glove or the bat on the way through. It was more a polite question. It was Hazlewood that was absolutely adamant that it was out. The umpire agreed.
Yeah, it was a very Western Australian wicketkeeper's catch. Nobody says that. I just thought I'm going to say it.
No, it was Tim Zura down leg side.
Timmy Z.
Then come on later and bowl some leg spins on.
Great pair of hands he had, Timmy Zura.
KL Rahul is the new batsman at the crease. Hazlewood on his way. He bowls to Rahul, who leaves outside of stump. We were talking, Bharat, about the players that we were just watching on television a few days ago playing the West Indies in a dusty test match on the other side of the world. Well, it's not too far away from Perth. Here he is in Perth in the coloured clothing.
It's much closer to Delhi than, say, if we were in Sydney or Melbourne. 5 hours closer. He's mentioned it earlier why he is in the form of his life.
Hazlewood again bowls to Rahul. Gets an awkward one, rib height, just drops it at his feet. Took the bottom hand off the bat, wanted a single. Philippe came from behind the stumps to make sure they didn't get a single. He remains on 0, 4 for 45 in the 14th.
Well, if I was KL Rahul, I'd be very disappointed that I wasn't called through for a single there. There was 1.5 there. Yeah. That was really poor from Axar. You've got a new guy at the crease, regardless of how good a form he is in and experience he's got. Get him off the mark. You know, it's such a big difference from a batting perspective.
Hazlewood again to Rahul, who leads, watching it carefully. Getting onto the front foot and then just watching it pass outside off stump through to Philippe.
You know, they're the type of moments in cricket that you rely on your team. You know, it's a team thing. Recognising the moment, how can I get him off pressure? I've been out here for a bit of time. I feel a little bit settled, got familiar with the conditions. How can I get my new partner up and away? And that's alertness at the non-strikers then. Be ready for that quick single just to release that pressure.
Last ball of the over. Rahul leaves again, shouldering arms and watching it carefully go past. So Josh Hazlewood, he is now done. He's 7 overs. That's as many as he can bowl. 2 wickets for him today. 2 for 20 from his 7 overs. India 4 for 45, and that is on the Henley Holmes scoreboard.
Put him on ice.
Yep. See how long he is on the field for. Keep an eye on him.
But then again, I think it's important he stays out there because that's part of the conditioning that you need.
Time on feet, as
100%. It's that time out in the middle. You know, Test cricket, you know, he's going to have to spend, there's going to be days this summer that he's going to be spending over 100 plus overs out there. He's got to have the condition for that as much as having the condition to back up to bowl.
Oh, very crucial, and also keeps Adam White's temper under control. That's something that really gets under the skin.
Nathan Ellis back into the attack straight away. He bowls, and Axar just defends from the stumps. Neither really going back or forward, just pushing it out on the offside. No chance of a run. So Mitch Owen lasted 1 over. It's almost like it was a set play to a particular batsman as they now go back to Ellis.
Just getting rid of some overs they need to get rid of, I think, Australia, because they don't have the depth in their attack that they would normally, because obviously Mitch Marsh doesn't bowl anymore. They've got Cooper Conley will bowl, but not really ideally suited to these conditions, and the other left arm could.
Slipping play, Ellis closer to the stumps. That's a slower ball, and it was picked well by Axar, nursing it into the onside forward of square leg and taking a single. Axar to 11, 4 for 46.
And just that logic that floats around about, you know, because of the way Akshar Patel bats as well, like when do you give the left arm spinner a go? Is Washington Sundar to come next? The left-hander.
Yeah, but I think sometimes we get caught up too much with that match-up sort of theory, and you're referring to the left-arm spin of Kuhnemann against the left-hand batter, the ball spinning into the left-hander. It's going to take him through the leg side. And it's true, a lot of left-handers, you know, do enjoy that. But at the end of the day, you've got to back your bowler as well. He might be thinking, well, actually, I fancy this guy. I've done my homework on him. I know the lines I need to bowl as it starts to drizzle again.
I wasn't going to mention that. I was trying to pretend that it wasn't happening and then going off. This isn't heavy, but it's heavy enough. And off we go with India 4 for 46 after 14.2 overs on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. And this is so frustrating because this isn't heavy, this is light.
Ground staff are going to be stiff and sore tomorrow because they're not used to putting the covers out.
No,
that's true. But even if they have the fittest chief ground staff I've ever seen with all those tattoos, and he is quite a sight.
Yes, sir.
This is just, I'm looking at the radar here, that it's just touching where we are at the moment. It's very, very light, so it's just annoying more than anything else.
This is like English rain, and maybe it's preparing us for the Ashes because it's like that mizzly rain.
It is exactly that. It's mizzly.
Sign that the English are coming.
Or Melbourne weather. This is a bit like Melbourne, isn't it?
Never rains in Melbourne, Tom. Never. It's perfect every day. 4 for 46. And the thing that would really annoy the Indians, losing that wicket in that little pocket of time
the
we've
Indians,
had.
what about the batter? That is the worst time to be sitting in the dressing room when you're in there, you've taken one pad off and you suddenly realise they're coming off. It's like...
And Shreyas had thrashed one through the offside for 4. He came out with some real positive intent, whacking it to the boundary for Lickland. Cheers, Lickland. Choose to drink wise.
He's got a point to prove too, Shreyas Iyer, in that he had an outstanding IPL, which he's done year in, year out, particularly this year, had a very good IPL. He's played very well for India every time he's turned up and got his opportunity, which are far and few between because of the ridiculous depth in the batting that's there in all three formats. But he was overlooked in their T20 setup, which really did raise a lot of eyebrows within the Indian community around whether he should be in the side. A lot of people even talked about him captaining the side because they, you know, he's obviously got an outstanding record as a leader, as a captain, and has done exceptionally well in the IPL as a captain for Kolkata Knight Riders and Delhi Capitals. He's been captain, and now he's with Punjab Kings, which Ricky Ponting's head coach. They've a strong relationship there. But he missed out altogether, so it was a clean, you know, it was like a massive player miss for him. So this trip down under is an important one for him because if he can really prove a point, that he belongs, it just makes it harder for others.
And he was left out of the central contracts.
Yes, the contract bit, yep.
He then said he's taking a break from red ball cricket. So when he started in Test cricket, you'll remember, Tom, a few years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago, like a lot of these Indian batters hit a big 100 to kick things off. I think it was against New Zealand. But then his Test cricket just kind of faded away. It never really worked out. Maybe played a couple of Tests in England. But yeah, and he's left with only one-day cricket where he is picked consistently and he's batted really well, averages at the high 40s. But yeah, he's at a very interesting stage in his career. I remember when he was coming through the ranks in Mumbai, him and Surya Kumar Yadav were looked at as the next big things of Mumbai batting, but he's much younger than Surya. But he's never really taken his game to that next level at international.
But that comes with opportunity, doesn't it? We've talked about the depth of Indian cricket, and it's a blessing, but it's also a curse. It's a bit like what Australian cricket was like 20 years ago, when there was, more than 20 years ago, when you had guys that weren't playing in the side, the calibre of, Lehman for a long time, Stuart Law, Martin Love, Michael Bevan, Jamie Siddons, Jamie Cox, the list just went on and on and on. And these guys aren't in the side, and they're all averaging 50 in first-class cricket. So it's just your timing of when you come into Test cricket or whatever format it is that you're trying to bash down the door. And there's a huge element of luck when it comes to all those things.
So the ground staff have put on both covers, so not only the cover for the pitch but also the cover for the square. But it almost feels like the rain's nearly stopped the moment that they were able to peg it down. And as I said, just looking at the radar, there was this little patch. It was just a question whether it was going to hit or maybe just missed the north, but it's just touched us on the way through. So I don't expect this to be the same sort of interruption that we've had earlier. But the score is currently 4 for 46. As it stands, it's a 35 over game. The wickets to fall: Rohit Sharma for 8, Virat Kohli without scoring, Shubman Gill for 10, and Shreyas Iyer for 11. Axar Patel 11 not out, KL Rahul yet to score. Hazelwood has 2 for 20, Stark 1 for 20, Ellis 1 for 1. We had 15 balls in that little passage of play. As I said, I look out now and it's like, take them off, let's get it back going. But there is just that little bit of rain still there that's annoying us at the moment. So yeah, I don't want to forecast too much here, Bharat, because we're just going to have one of those days. We knew that coming here today, that it was going to be like this. There was even talk that we weren't going to get any play at all from some of the pessimistic locals. But at least we've got some cricket.
We have, and from an Indian perspective, they have more questions than answers at the moment. With the makeup of their ODI batting lineup, and Virat and Rohit, who we spoke about a lot in the lead up to this game, and we're still speaking about now that they've been dismissed cheaply. But yeah, from Australia's perspective, great to see Stark and Hazelwood in the kind of rhythm we saw them last that Test series in the Caribbean.
Brad Hogg's come back into the commentary position for us on SEN one-day cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. I think I know the answer to this, but what were you like in a rain delay in the change rooms with your teammates?
Rain delay?
Yeah. What were you like in the rooms?
I would have been shocking.
That's the answer I thought you were going to give.
No, I didn't like the rain delay. You're either playing or you're not. But there was one great game. I was opening the batting for my grade team, and we bowled the opposition out the week before, and I was moving house, so you have 2 weekend game of cricket, so 90 overs, so we'll none for about 20. Anyway, it's been raining, covers are on, and I'm still moving house, and I've got the other opening batter and the number 3 helping me out moving house and get the phone call. We're about to start in 5 minutes. No, you're not. Our top 3 are here. So, yeah, we rocked up another 15 minutes there. We weren't expecting the game to play, but it was on this wet deck. So, yeah, we ended up winning that particular game. But it just shows that you don't sit around. You keep yourself occupied.
Fair enough. That reminds me of game in India, maybe 12, 13 years ago. First class game as well. In Delhi, where, in November and October, it can get very foggy, and often the fog just stays throughout the day and play gets called off. So there was this umpire who I think then moved to the US for good reason. He woke up, went to the ground, and there was a lot of fog. So decided to go shopping for his wife, and he was gone, and suddenly the fog cleared up and they were looking for the umpire, and he's somewhere far away, not answering his phone, and he didn't realize that the fog had cleared over the Kotla, and they're waiting for him to, and then they just started without him. And he comes back with shopping bags. The game's already started.
Is that where the batting team had the square leg umpire with the holding the bat? No, nothing like that.
Well, the umpires are now, at least the third umpire, Jared Abood. It's hard to get your head around Jared Abood without his helmet on.
Yeah.
He's walking out. And he actually didn't have the umbrella up, but now he realised, I better put it on. So he's
the only one with the umbrella up, though. It's not a good sign. The fourth umpire, on days like these where the fourth umpire has a huge role to play.
What is his role to play?
Just look good and look as though they're dealing with the situation.
Yeah. He's pulled down his umbrella now. That's well done, Jared.
Now, why would you put the umbrella up and then put it down?
It didn't make sense at all. Especially when the guy, the Cricket Australia official walking right behind him, had his umbrella folded behind his back.
I just miss Jared. You just say, get them off and let's get this going again. There's just this such light rain falling.
But I've got to say, the weather around Perth has been a little bit indifferent over the last 5 to 10 weeks. Like every weekend, it's nearly rain.
So you're getting that cycle where
it's just and you go through 10-year period, and you don't get rain on a weekend, so you're playing football in dry weather. You're playing every sport in dry weather. But we've just had a little bit of a month or two where we're getting wet every weekend. I like it through the working week so that you can spend your weekend.
Right. Get the rain out the way Monday and Tuesday, so you've got cricket on Thursday night training, and then the game on the Saturday. They can run as much as it likes early the next week.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the cycle you want.
And then you've got an excuse of not going to train.
We've got plenty of those.
Don't work.
A book of them.
No, but it's interesting. We do need the game to get underway here, and we do need to get a result at some stage. But these are the situations in this one-day arena where rain does play a little bit of havoc. You're 14 overs, you're 4 for 46. You knew that rain was around, but having that mindset to go after the bowling early is quite difficult, because if it doesn't rain and you lose those early wickets by being a little bit more expansive than what you would do, you look a little bit silly.
So the other two umpires now with umbrellas in hand, but they haven't got them up. They're walking out rather casually. And again, it really isn't running at all. And I'm looking at the radar now, and it looks as good as it's looked for quite some time after whatever this is leaves. So that's a good sign. And it does look now as the ground staff separate, and they're taking the pegs out. So this is good. This is very good. Hopefully we don't have too much more time until we're back playing again. It's frustrating everyone here at the ground, and I'm sure everyone listening to SEN one-day cricket from Italy and Fujitsu around the country. But this is a good sign.
That's one thing that going over to India and you're seeing them cover the whole ground and you're thinking, right, this is going to take ages. But it doesn't take them too long to get the covers off.
Sri Lanka is something else. Gaul, where we were earlier in this year for SEN. Test cricket. It's just crazy the number of tires. I think Tom Morris even counted the number of tires that they place on on all those covers. 61, he says. But they just clear it off so quickly. Unless Sri Lanka is in a spot of bother. I've also covered games in Gaul where they take their own sweet time if they don't want Sri Lanka batting.
Now, that would be a good place to have a Formula One, because all those used tyres they can just leave behind and leave them out the cricket venue.
So again, we've got the tractor with the rope, and now the covers are officially coming off. So this really should only be a very small delay from here. I'm thinking we might be back playing again in 10 minutes, maybe less.
Just to put it into context, maybe 80% Indian fans here today, the Optus, when you look at the overall crowd, and they've cheered more for the ground staff than they have the Indian team.
So Bharat, are the Indian fans that are here, are they, I don't know whether you know the answer to this, but are they local Perth Indian fans, or are they travelling around the country to go to all these 3 games?
I think there'll be a very, very small, maybe a handful of people who will be doing that widely, but invariably I think they're all locals. There's a lot of them I bumped into yesterday, came for training, or they have been coming for India training over the last 2-3 days. Almost brought the fence down. They were leaning against it, especially when Kohli and Rohit were walking off. But yeah, they are. And I think it's also a sign, Hoggy, every time I come to Perth, the Indian population here just seems to grow exponentially.
Well, I think the population stats, I think we're around about 9% to 10% of our population here in Perth, or WA, are of Indian origin.
Right, there you go.
Oh, that's a big number. No wonder.
But you go back, the Sikhs were here when the English came over as well, because they came with the English.
These are great stats for Daft Trucks. Daft Trucks keep you moving, Hoggy, and sort of a history lesson as well.
Well,
we need to find a sponsor for that. History lessons with Hoggy, yeah, like that.
No, but I just look at my own local park. I've been in the area since I moved up from down the country, and the last 5 years or the last 10 years, you go down the park and it's full of Indians just playing that tennis ball cricket on a Sunday. They just take up the park, and there's a lot of Indian kids that are in there playing cricket now. But it's funny, you look at all the sea of blue around here, most of them would be or born in India. The kids that are born here will be wearing Australian shirts.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'll just go down to where we've got the function areas here for the WACA, just to bring in some people with the board. And there's some Indian families in there that are doing really well here in Perth, that are bringing their kids, and the kids are all in yellow, but the adults are all in blue. So,
our own commentator here, Adam White, his kids will be wearing blue, I assume. The boys will be happy that Virat is back in town, Adam White.
Very much so.
But I'm going to ask you one question, Bharat, because the baggy green has been something special here in Australia. Mark Lavender, who played for WA, nearly played for Australia, and I think he might have been potentially, if he got there, the first Indian descent to be able to play there. But as a kid coming over here with parents of Indian origin, do you think they'll have the same passion for a baggy green as probably what we do?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you've grown up here, they grow up as Australian kids. So, Usman Khwaja, he's of Pakistani origin or Indian origin, but he's a great example of that.
Yep.
And often, I umpire games whenever I can in South Australia, and you'll see a lot of young Indian origin kids playing. And you speak to the parents, they're all excited about India, and they'll come and talk to me about Indian cricket. But all the kids want to know is about Pat Cummins and Travis Head, and so because they're inherently Australian in that sense. So I think, you might find the odd one, maybe pressurized to support India. But a lot of them think Australian, and they want to go play cricket for Australia, like Usman Khwaja has, and Steve Smith has. So I think the baggy green means a lot to them, and it's great. You see more and more in men's and women's cricket. You see the grassroots system and under-19 teams. They all have at least 2 or 3 South Asian, not just Indian, Sri Lankan, Pakistani kids in there, Bangladeshi kids in there. So I think it's just a matter of time before they'll start breaking through, and you'll see a lot more of them don the baggy green and play for Australia and other formats.
Yeah.
All right, so the Hessian covers are coming off now. They're putting the stumps back onto the field, so we're not going to be too far away from a resumption. And as I said before, the rain's looking better. The forecast is looking better than what it has. So we're going to resume in 5 minutes if there's no further rain, and it will be reduced now to a 32 overs per side game. I've got a feeling it won't end up 32. It'll be less than that. But as I said before, by the look of the radar, it's looking as good as it's looked for pretty much since about 9 o'clock this morning when Tom Morris and I went for a run through Kings Park.
I didn't see you there for that run, Whitey.
I was running too fast.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Ahead of you.
Oh, you were that athlete ahead of me.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
No, it was sort of work. You and me, perfect example of the difference.
Yep.
As you came back from your run, I was about to get into my pancakes.
You were looking forward to those pancakes since last night. In fact, you messaged Bharat and me saying the standard of the hotel will be determined by the pancakes.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, he's a breakfast guy. Yeah,
Are you not?
I'm okay with breakfast, but I know Adam White loves his breakfast.
Well, it sets up your day.
I had a smoothie bowl this morning.
I'd never heard of a smoothie bowl.
You know what a smoothie bowl is? It's like yogurt,
I love a smoothie bowl,
and fruit all together. And Whitey was baffled by what this thing could come out of.
I wasn't sure whether you were going to have it with a straw or a spoon.
No, I was eating with a spoon. Eating with a spoon. Hello to everyone at the Tribe Hotel.
And having looked at it, that would be something that you would enjoy,
would
not
like
something.
Yeah.
Not really.
You're a pancake guy. I'm a smoothie guy. Anyway, we're not
really
far
a
away.
meal. That's more a sort of a beverage.
Now that you're an Australian citizen, what's your favourite meal?
Ooh. Oh, I think I just keep chucking things into Barbie, mate.
Yeah.
A couple of snags on there, yeah.
Do you like Vegemite? Do you like Vegemite, Baz?
You've got into the Barbie.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's my go-to thing, especially if the last 1 month my wife was away. So all I did was buy all kinds of steak and sausages and whatever, and just fill my plate up with a lot of meat.
What about Vegemite?
Medium rare only. Oh, I actually don't mind Vegemite.
Good.
I have.
Welcome then.
Yeah, thank you. I knew that. But I actually used to like Vegemite even before they gave me the passport. So it wasn't the other way around.
Yeah. Well, so you're happy little Vegemite.
Well, speaking of that, I'm going to get some lunch with Bharat.
It's delicious downstairs.
It's over to you, Tommy, because play's not far away.
Stay with us on SEN. One-day international cricket to 32 overs a side game. India 4 for 46. Hoggy and myself back after the break. No, we're still going. Hoggy, you and I. Here's 1 second as Whitey goes down to get some lunch. Hoggy, we're still on. So what am I seeing out in the middle? Mitch Marsh is having a chat to Andre Borovic, who is the fielding and wicket-keeping coach at Geelong Cricket Club stalwart in Melbourne, a close friend of Andrew McDonald from their time at Geelong towards the end of McDonald's career. Mitch Owen is talking to Andrew McDonald, and I think that's Daniel Vittori down there as well. As some of the bowlers are having a warm-up. Matt Short is taking some catches, and we're not far away, Hoggy. So, I mean, importantly right now, given that India are 4 for 46 and they have another, another 18 overs to bat, how do they play this? The balls are still hard that they're using. It's overcast. It's a delicate situation for the tourists.
Well, the question mark is how many overs can each bowler bowl? It's 8 overs, isn't it? 32? 8 times...
No, it won't be quite 8 because it's...
No, 7 5s are 35. So 2 bowlers can bowl 7 overs and the others can bowl 6. So that would be the big question mark. So let's just go to the scorecard and see what we've got there. So that would be the big one. But Australia haven't really utilised any part-time bowlers. So I think India, especially with their lower order and their all-rounders there, I think that's where they'll be trying to attack. But here, even facing spin and part-time spin, it can be very difficult to hit straight down the ground because you've got that extra bounce.
So Josh Hazlewood has bowled 7, Mitchell Starc has bowled 5, Nathan Ellis 1.2 and Mitch Owen 1. So whether Matt Kuhneman will come on to bowl now in these conditions remains to be seen, but they need to find a 5th bowler from somewhere if we get to 32 overs.
So basically it's part-time bowlers plus Nathan Ellis to finish off this complement of 32 overs.
So who are these part-time bowlers?
And you've
Matt
got
Short.
Kuhneman. Yeah. So you've got Connolly to bowl some left arm off spin. You might be able to get Head to bowl a couple of right arm off spin.
Matt Renshaw, he's opened the bowling for...
I wouldn't go with Renshaw. I'd go with Matt Short before Renshaw.
Matt Short, yep.
I think Matt Short's got plenty of ability with the right arm off spin. I just remember him 10 years ago, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Had great overspin, good bounce, good turn as well.
So 2 bowlers can bowl 7 overs and 3 bowlers can bowl 6 overs. And
so Hazlewood's finished?
Hazlewood's finished, and what it means is that Mitchell Starc can bowl 2 more if he wants. They'll probably save him for the death or maybe go hard early now. Batters are coming back out of the field. Rahul is yet to get off the mark. He's faced 4 deliveries. Axar is on 11. 4 for 46. 17.4 overs remain in this innings, which has been interrupted by rain here in Perth. SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. And the scoreboard favours the Australians for Henley Homes. Hard to beat, ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. Brad Hogg alongside me. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Bharat Sunderasen and Tom Moody rolling through as well. Adam White calling. And Nathan Ellis will have 4 balls remaining in his second over.
And this is hard for Nathan Ellis because I think each time he's bowled, he's been interrupted by rain. So he's the one that's got to come in and bowl the shortened overs. And we're talking to Morrison about that when we had him on line. He'd rather be batting when there was rain. And
what would you rather do?
I'd rather be fielding. Because there's nothing worse than sitting around then having to go out and bat. At least if you're fielding, you know that you've got to keep a little loose and still keep involved in the game.
So Matt Renshaw is the only slipper for Australia. Third man, fine leg, deep backward square, deep point, the men out. Which gives you an idea of the length that Nathan Ellis is likely to be bowling here. Mid-on and mid-off in the circle. Mitch Marsh at mid-on, Mitchell Stark at mid-off. So Stark can bowl 2 more overs. Ellis will be bowling to Rahul, KL Rahul, who's keeping in this format.
I think the reason why they've got the deep men square rather than straight is simply there's a bit of extra bounce here. India have come over from India where it doesn't bounce as much here, and they probably don't have the pace over there as what we have here in Perth as well. So it's probably going to go square rather than straight more often.
Nathan Ellis charges in, close to the stumps, bowls to KL Rahul, who defends into the offside for no run.
And this is the other thing with Ellis. You don't want to be too short because he's got those slower deliveries as well. So those slower deliveries become more effective when you pitch them up on that good length. And that change of pace on a good length just causes the batsman to play through the shot a little earlier than expected, and that's where you get those caught and bowl catches and catches out short cover.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. It's a 6-3 field. The Aussies won the toss, elected to field first. And they have the Indians 4 for 46 from 14 overs. Rain interrupted. 32 overs per side. Ellis bowls. Rahul off the back foot, guides it just to the right of Cooper Connolly, diving at backward point. And they pick up one to the man in the deep, who's Matt Short. He's off the mark. KL Rahul's 1, Aksar's 11.
Well, they can't afford to have any dot balls here. And this is the thing. India are going to have to up the ante here.
So how do they play it?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking Australia probably a little bit negative here. They could probably bring one of the deep fielders up, probably even the point fielder up, if you're going to attack the stumps and try and get the Indian batsmen, especially early on when they're resetting right now, to play a little bit more aggressively and not get settled early on.
Aksar, the left-hander, facing Ellis. Works it to the leg side, just about where the square leg umpire is for one. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Advantage for India.
Especially when you've got them 4 for 48 now. I just think you can really put a stranglehold on it. And with that, if Nathan Ellis allows the Indian batsman just to work the ones here easily, well, then it takes the pressure off or puts more pressure on the part-time bowlers out the other end.
If you get the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, Rahul's overall stats are excellent. Ellis bowls to Rahul, who drives just short of Cooper Connolly at backward point. It was uppish. Connolly took it cleanly on the half volley, and Rahul survives. India 4 for 48 on the Henley Home scoreboard. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. A bit of work from Cooper Connolly at backward point. The ball would be a bit damp.
Well, yeah, not too sure whether the ball will be, because they had the rope going on there. But Cooper Connolly very, very, very nimble in that gully region. Is he a little bit too deep out this stage? Especially when you've got the 2 men deep on either side of him. Can he just sneak in a little and become more of a gully fielder than a backward point fielder? Knowing that both bowlers are going to be trying to be as full as possible and get both batsmen driving trying to get that outside edge.
SEN one-day cricket for Remittley and Fujitsu. This is a big move. Mitchell Stark's got a maximum 12 balls left in his day. He's bowled 5 overs. He approaches now. He bowls to Axar, and Axar drives to mid-off for no run. So it's an aggressive move from the Australians to bowl out Mitchell Stark now, obviously backing Nathan Ellis to bowl at the death.
Yeah, look, it's an aggressive move, but then you don't have an aggressive field as well. You've got a defensive field. So if you... one of these deep men should be up in the ring. And Axar Patel there trying to drive on the up, and just finding it very difficult. So put that extra pressure on. Try and get Axar to play a little bit harder out the ball.
Stark's got one for. He bowls now. Playing a miss outside the off stump. A big wafting drive. Axar thought it should be a wide. And the umpire at the Justin Langer stand stands still.
Well, if Axar Patel moved his feet a little bit more, he might have been able to get across and actually play a good looking cover drive rather than just keeping his feet planted where they were, not moving and just swinging away from his body.
That's why Matt Renshaw's at first slip. Josh Philippi's had an excellent afternoon behind the stumps already. 2 catches, both diving to his left. Stark bowls. It's jammed down to third man. It was a full delivery. Axar will get himself off strike. He moves to 13. India fall for 49.
Well, Mitchell Stark just getting a little bit of movement. So Rahul might be able to get an opportunity or two here to just play with that swing coming into the pads through mid-wicket, where Australia don't have a fielder at this stage. This is going to be an interesting delivery. Does Mitchell Stark try and swing it in with that gap out mid-wicket, knowing that Rahul will be looking for that particular delivery, or does he go straight across him right now and try and feed that first slip?
Stark approaches. He bowls to Rahul. It's short. Rahul deals with it in a very satisfactory way and gets himself a single into the onside.
And again, there's an easy single. So if that becomes a dot ball, then all of a sudden this builds that pressure for India.
Hear the roar from the Indian crowd. That brings up their 50. India, 4 for 50 from 15.4 overs. 32 overs a side game. The second power play in the middle of now, that's overs 8 to 16, 8 to 26, and the third power play is 27 to 32.
I'd be saying I'd love to be Kuhneman right now with India in this position.
Stark bowls. Full toss. Axar just nudges it to mid-on. He was looking for one. He won't get it. Josh Hazlewood was quick off the mark. Yeah, so spin, you reckon?
Well, you know that you're in the game. If you get it in the right areas, that India have to come after you. And yeah, it's just a little different, the wicket, what they used to. They haven't had time to prep. So this is a moment for Kuhneman to really cement his spot as the second spinner in this Australian outfit, knowing that Zampa's not here today.
Last ball of Stark's 6th over. He bowls, guided to backward point where Connolly fields. He's quite fine in that position, almost like a deep gully, as Hoggy told us before. India 4 for 50 on the Henley home scoreboard. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us, henley.com.au. So Stark could bowl one more over.
I think they're going to try and bowl him out right now. Not sort of have him chop and change while he's warm, finish it off. You've got to protect those fast bowlers as well, because you've got the Ashes coming around, so you don't want to rest him and then bring him back for one over. And I know it's only a small thing, but early on in the season when he hasn't got too many overs behind his belt at this stage, just make sure you manage it wisely, especially when you've got India on the back foot out 4 for 50.
Hazlewood's played everywhere recently as well. The Australian limited overs team. Ellis bowling. KL Rahul on the back foot, not finding one to Connolly again at backward point, who's been electric all day in that position. Took a catch. Excellent ground fielder. Probably part of the reason he debuted in Sri Lanka, because he's a 3-dimensional player.
Cooper Connolly, yes, definitely. He's got the ability, he's got the talent. Australia have exposed him early.
It's an interesting selection call. We're over there, and Todd Murphy was dropped and Connolly came in. They just wanted a bit more batting. He didn't really play much of a role in that test match. Australia winning comfortably. Ellis bowls to Rahul on the back foot again. This time he finds the gap between cover and backward point. Picks up a single. Travis Head tracking back. He moves to 3. India 4 for 51.
Yeah, Todd Murphy's an interesting one too, coming on and playing in Australia. I think, I just like Swepson at the moment.
Yep.
That leg spin variety. Just that ability. And if you've got an all-rounder in there that can bowl some medium pace as well, so you've got 4 pace bowlers, it's probably wiser to have a leg spinner, more attacking option than another off spinner to replace Nathan Lyon as we move through the next generation.
There is a glut of spinners who are all about the same level at the moment. Yep. Murphy, Kuhnemann, Swepson. Ellis around the wicket now to Aksar, who drives straight to cover. No run.
And again, just showing you how hard it is to drive on the up here at Perth when you haven't played here.
Which of those spinners do you regard most highly of the next rung? So Nathan Lyon's at the top. Then you've got Roccacelli, Murphy, Swepson, Kuhnemann.
Yeah, I'm always going to be biased with Swepson, I think. I like that leg spin option.
Ellis, 4th ball of his over. It's short. Guided down to 3rd man for 1. Aksar looking comfortable at the crease. He moves to 14 from 26 balls. India 4 for 52.
He's just come off some wickets just recently as well. But off spinners,
it's just drizzling. Maybe it's a little bit more heavy than a drizzle, and they're not even waiting. So the covers will come on again. Sorry to bring you this news. And Ellis, for the 3rd time today, he's only bowled 3 overs, is being stopped mid-over. Don't let him bowl again. It's going to rain if he bowls.
just can't believe that. Those little things that happen in cricket. You know, a little stat like that. So he's bowled 3 overs, and each time he's bowled, rain's delayed.
In the first over, it was after 1 delivery. In the second over, it was after 3. In this third over, it's after 4. So he has 1 for 5. India are 4 for 52, and the Hesham cover is going on. Adam White, the weatherman, told us a bit earlier that the radar was clearing up, but it is windy, which is why the weather and the rain is rolling through at some sort of speed.
Yeah, well, that's probably the good thing about it. It's fairly windy.
I'd like it when it's sunny, though, for the wind to go. That would be ideal. Can't control these things. So Australia won the toss, elected to bowl. Aksar's 14 not out. Rahul is 3 not out. The Australians are just walking off. It's not really raining that hard, but it was raining enough for the batters to cover their bats within their shirts and jumpers.
Oh. Sort of looking at the radar right now.
Tell us what it looks like. Is there any red or black? That's the key.
No.
Good.
No,
Is there
no
blue?
Red and black. No red and black.
Blue and yellow.
I think we're going to be delayed for about 10 minutes.
Right, okay.
Well, the covers will come off. So.
We'll use this opportunity to take a small break. Adam White's having lunch downstairs. Grab a coffee yourself if you're listening. Thanks for joining us. SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. The Henley Homes hard-to-beat scoreboard. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au. India, 4 for 52 from 16.4 overs. Hoping this rain doesn't last for too long.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
How much did the painter say he was going to charge you for that job?
Well, they told me it was a one-off special price of...
Mate, if you're paying for painting and for maintenance, you're getting ripped off.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation in need of the finishing touches? Whatever painting job you need done, let Synergy Painting Group's skilled and dedicated team create a lasting impact. Synergy Painting Group, it's where quality meets affordability.
That's much better.
Visit synergypaintinggroup.com.au.
Mackay Timber is 100% family owned and operated and has been servicing the building industry for over 80 years. Mackays provide quality Tasmanian oak and imported timbers through our distribution centre in Dandenong. So whether it's a residential build or a large commercial project, Mackays have you covered statewide or nationally through our supply chain network. So, ask your architect or builder if they're using Mackay's for the timber in your project. And if they're not, ask them why not.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Save your hair, skin and money with unbelievable deals on your favourite beauty brands at Chemist Warehouse. Pamper your hair with Sukin Hydrating and Nourishing Hair Mask 200ml, just $9.49. Show off your best skin with Revlon Age Defying 3x Foundation for $22.47. And Palmer's Cocoa Body Lotion 1 litre, just $22.99. And stay protected with La Roche-Posay and Thelios Invisible Fluid SPF 50+, $32.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25, claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts, T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you, with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to reach 4 times more Australians than ad-supported Spotify, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage with Adam White, Brad Hogg, Tom Moody, Bharat Sunderasen and myself, Tom Morris. Unfortunately, we can't really enjoy the game at the moment, certainly not when it's raining like this. 4 for 52 India from 16.4 overs. SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu, and that Henley Home scoreboard. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Well, it's a bleak reading for the Indians, but the one saving grace is the fact that it is raining, so they might be able to get away with this game. And the rain is fairly hard at the moment. Just the bowling figures as well as we run through these stats, of course, for Daft Trucks. Daft Trucks keep you moving. Mitchell Starc 1 for 22 from his 6 overs. He's got 1 over to bowl in this shortened game, assuming it remains 32 overs aside. Josh Hazlewood's bowled out 2 for 20 from 7. Bowled beautifully earlier on. Picked up the wickets of Shreyas and Rohit Sharma, who were dismissed for 11 and 8 respectively. Nathan Ellis 1 for 5 from 2.4, and Mitchell Owen bowled 1 over for 4 runs. So KL Rahul is not out on 3. Axar Patel is not out 14. This partnership is just 7 after India lost wickets at 13, 21, 25 and 45. It is a shortened game, and we'll get even shorter, you'd suggest, if this rain sticks around. This is SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. Hope you're enjoying all those stats as well for Daft Trucks. Daft Trucks keep you moving, and the replay screen at the moment is showing an interview that Marnus Labuschagne had with Kath Lotman from Fox Cricket for Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and we thought we might just tap into that as well. This is Kath from Fox speaking to Marnus Labuschagne a few moments ago.
So what's the plan for you this series? You flew in late last night, I believe?
Yeah, so finished the Shield game and then flew out as soon as the Shield game finished and straight here last night. So ready to go.
Before we delve into you and all your success of late, what's been the chat in the change rooms? 3 down, it's a nice spot to have them in.
Yeah, great spot to be in, obviously, with a bit of the weather around, to have them 3 for, and it looks like the wicket's got some nice pace and bounce, which is really nice for our big fast bowlers.
Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood, they just continue to do what they do, defying age, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, age is just a number. I think their skill level and their athleticism and the way they, look after themselves is a testament to them, and they come out here day in, day out, doesn't matter what format, they just find a way to keep producing for Australia.
Enough about them, more about you. Congratulations on your success of late. Just tell us about your mental state of mind at the moment. How happy are you with how you're travelling and ahead of such a huge summer for Australia?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice when you're scoring runs. I think, the only thing I really wanted coming into this summer, take everything out, selections, everything else. I just wanted to be back playing cricket the way I want to be playing, and, playing with that freedom and just being able to go out there, read the game and just take the game on. And it's nice to have come out and started the way I have. So that's been nice.
Everyone's got their opinion, but what did you feel wasn't quite working 12 months ago? Was it more technical, mentally?
No, I think it was probably more mental. There's a few technical things that I've ironed out of my game and, had a bit of time to work on, but I think it's just more, getting probably too, deep into my technique stuff and trying to be too perfect instead of just playing with what I've got and sort of just going out there, reading the game and then using my technique to adjust to, whatever they're bowling and how they're trying to attack me.
Was there someone who helped you with that mental side of things?
Everyone here, we worked on it together. But I think, at the end of the day, you got to help yourself. You got to, get out of your own mind, and you got to find a way to just get back out there and score runs. And I think, coming into this summer, runs was going to be the currency. And that was probably the big focus point, is just, it doesn't matter how you score them or what it looks like, just find a way to keep scoring runs. And, that's since then, my technique sort of just moulded into whatever the game needs.
Gee, it must be one of the most enjoyable parts of your career then to come back from where you've been and to refine that. Has it been one of the most enjoyable months or so of cricket to refine that with Queensland in the last month?
Yeah, it has. It's been really nice, obviously, from a personal level, but also, to help Queensland get in positions where we've been able to win games and going really well at the start of our season. And it's always nice when you're scoring runs, you probably walk a little bit taller, you got that confidence. And it's probably a nice reminder for yourself, after struggling for a couple of years, that you still got it, and you can, it doesn't matter how good you are or how many runs you've scored. When you don't score runs for a while, those doubts creep in, and to go back and just find a way to keep scoring runs and just trying to play as many games as I possibly can. I think I played 6 or 7 club games into 2 or 3 practice games into the first game of the season. So I really went back to the chalkboard and, just try to sort of start from scratch by playing games and sort of letting that be the focus.
How much was the Ashes a carrot, though?
It's always in the back of your mind. I always just kept telling myself, if I'm playing at my best, that stuff takes care of itself. And that's still my thoughts now, right? My job is just wherever I'm playing, for whoever I'm playing, I just want to keep playing my best cricket, and I want to keep enjoying it and playing with that freedom, and the rest will take care of itself.
So if you are playing for Australia, come that first Ashes test right here at Perth Stadium, got a preference, opening the batting, 3?
Wherever the selectors and the coach put me, that's where I'll be batting. But I've batted my whole career for Australia at 3, and so there's nothing more to be said. It's wherever they put me is where I bat.
Can you sense the intensity though? You're almost relishing that this Ashes summer, such a big rivalry, but also so many questions around the Australian team as well.
Yeah, I think that's what's made it a really exciting build-up, you know, a little bit of the unknown, you know, probably people not having lockdown spots, and there's a lot of chatter and a lot of talk. So, you know...
do you block it out or do you tune in? Do you read the papers?
No, I don't read the papers. I mean, you can't avoid it, right? Like, you can't completely block it out unless you literally don't have a phone. But, yeah, I think you just have to be aware of it and, you know, relish in it. And like you said, it's a bit of a contest and you're just sort of getting in each game and you're just trying to focus on your game.
What's your beautiful wife's advice throughout all this?
Oh, she's amazing. She's always, you know, my biggest supporter. And, you know, it's been you know, obviously I haven't played at my best for 18 months, but she's been a great support and always just trusting in my confidence and my ability. So she's a great supporter.
She's a gem, isn't she? And I bet you and her will be here first Ashes test at Perth Stadium. Marnus, really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
That's Marnus Labuschagne talking to Kath Lotton from Fox Cricket. And, well, his stats for Daft Trucks keep you moving in the Shield this year are quite incredible. 337 runs from 2 matches at an average of 112. And as Adam White mentioned earlier, a healthy strike rate for that format of 77, which bodes well for the Ashes, presuming he gets that spot in the top 3, whether it's opening the batting alongside Usman Khawaja or batting at first drop, depending on which way the selectors want to go. This is SEN one-day cricket for Midley and Fujitsu. Tom Morris with you at the moment. The rain has just subsided momentarily. The full covers are still on. I do believe that the radar is clearing a little bit, but it has been patchy all day. Just recapping what we've seen, Australia won the toss and elected to bowl. India, 4 for 52. The men out for India are some big names. Rohit Sharma at the top of the order, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli and Shreyas as well, all dismissed for scores either in single figures or up to 11 in Shreyas' case. So Axar Patel is 14 not out. KL Rahul is 3 not out. Now, one of the big stories this summer is sure to be the fitness or the lack of for Pat Cummins, the Australian Test captain. We know he won't be playing out here in the first Test, which of course begins on November 21, but he is an outside chance to feature for the rest of the series, at least a hopeful chance. That's probably the best way to describe it. And our very own Bharat Sunderasen caught up with him just a few weeks ago to chat about the Australian summer.
Pat Cummins, all everyone wants to know is how's your back?
Yeah, not too bad. It was a little bit sore in kind of how it works normally is, you know, after a Test match, you're pretty sore everywhere and things kind of cool down after a week or so. And you hope you go back to normal. My back was just a little bit stiff, so yeah, it's just hung around a little bit, but still ages to go before the Ashes. So bit of rest, lots of kind of gym work and stuff, and then we'll build back up. Yeah.
And back up over 5 tests, you think? I mean, we are 2.5 months out, but do you think he'll back up over 5 tests?
Hard to know. Again, it's still a bit of a kind of wait and see. You know, you kind of have a bit of down period for another month or so, and then make sure we've got enough time to give us a chance to play all 5. I think, you know, every summer I say the aim is to try and aim for 5 tests. Realistically, it's probably not going to happen. I mean, last year I did, but most summers you miss kind of 1 or 2. So we'll wait and see, but the intention is to try and play as much of it as possible.
And especially the first test, I know, I mean, you want to play all 5, but to be there, especially for this Ashes, but any Ashes, but that first test as captain as well.
I mean, yeah, that's the aim, absolutely. I think, you know, you just try and map out how you're going to play as much as possible. So, again, it's so far away that, yeah, it feels kind of pretty silly to try and work out hypotheticals this far out, but intention is to try and play as much as we can. You know, the other thing, hopefully by first test, you've got not only me, but you've got a full squad of fast bowlers who are fit and raring to go. So maybe that first test is even less important, but obviously I'm keen to play.
Just this remarkable run you've had, touchwood, since 2017, Pat, like just even something like this. I mean, the whole country was, whoa, Pat Cummins back, no. Which kind of tells you, you know, the time you had away from the game and how everyone was just waiting for you to come back. But just this remarkable run you've had since, is this almost a reminder almost of like, wow, it's amazing how my body's kept up for this long?
Absolutely. I mean, that's kind of my first thing is like, wow, I've had a really good run. Like, I haven't missed a summer or pretty much, I think I missed the odd 1 game kind of here and there in the summer with like a hamstring or something. But no, No, I've been really lucky. Had a great run. Medical team are all obviously fantastic, and the way they've managed all us fast bowlers, like even last year, we do miss the odd one-day tour or T20 tour, but it does mean we can play more and more Test cricket. So I've been well looked after, but also been pretty lucky.
And I always believe that the relationship you have with your body, I mean, it's kind of unique because of how much time you spend understanding it, working on it, and then maintaining it over the last few years. So is that fair to say to start with?
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, the more you play, you speak to any fast bowler, you kind of work out what you just bowl through and crack on, or maybe sometimes we need a bit of a break. So, most of our balls, 95% of the balls probably that we bowl is in games, and that's what everyone's watching. And a lot of the time it's us listening to our body going, actually we just need a break. We won't be training, and maybe we'll go in the gym and get a bit of strength up. You just feel like you know what your body needs a bit more.
And just so, are there, every fast bowler I've spoken to says you always play with some sort of niggle, some sort of pain. But like the amount you spend understanding your body, are there pains and niggles that you kind of worry about? And are there others where like, well, it's just part of the game?
Well, I think the big ones are always back, because that can keep you out for 6-12 months. And, that's probably more an issue when you're 17, 18, 19. That's what kept me out. Most of the other ones are a bit like, I've always got a little bit of ankle pain, or my hamstrings are always a little bit tight or whatever. Just that's how I'm built. But you kind of, that's not going to be a 12-month injury. It's just going to be really painful. And maybe it might affect your technique a little bit, but you just make do. You get a bit of strapping, maybe have the odd anti-inflam, but you're like, I can play through that, and I can worry about getting it right after the Test match.
Has there ever been a point since 2017 where you've actually been worried about your back, or it's more or less been okay?
I mean, it's been good. I think I had a stress fracture early 2018. It was 5 Test matches in Australia into 4 Test matches in South Africa, and I think I missed 1 too-much series, just when Jail's first series of coach. But that was like, I played 9 Test matches in 3 months. Like it was fine. So since then, no, I've been able to bowl a lot, and I never really have to think about injury too much.
Ashes cricket, Pat, what does that mean to you? I mean, there's always the hype around it and the history, but to you personally?
I think growing up, that's what a lot of my memories are, is, every summer is big, but you remember those, I look back at it, like the Ashes series growing up, you can almost define each Aussie team by that. I think it's now everyone has mates from England. Everyone from England seems to have Aussie mates. So it just kind of builds even more and more, even maybe more than it was 20 years ago. So I think it's just that for us playing, it's always competitive, and, people kind of just think we should beat England, and England think they should beat us. But I think even more now, it's like the hype of so many mates like, oh, you got to beat them because my best mate's from England. I just can't handle it. Like, I'm feeling like that's more and more now.
There are people I know who have deeper English connections as well. So, for you, just like, you seem to spend more time in England as well because of your family connections. And it feels like, you're playing one series or the other in England now with the WTC final as well. So that link between the two countries seems to be deeper for you.
Yeah, we end up there at least once a year. Normally playing cricket, but okay, like my wife's from there, so end up over there. And now with 100 and other comps, a lot of the boys play a lot more over there. But I think we're culturally very similar in some ways. So it's like your big brother, little brother, or whatever it is. You're always kind of clashing. But I enjoy playing over there. It's good fun.
Surely it hasn't. I mean, has it taken a bit of the edge away, Pat? I mean, I'm not even getting into the whole, it was tougher back in the day bit, but because of that, I mean, we've seen it in Australia-India relations, but in the Ashes, or does the Ashes have that whole legacy piece where it kind of just pushes all of that once it starts?
Do you mean like the friendliness or something?
Yeah, I mean, just the edginess, yeah.
Look, I mean, I don't think so. Like maybe it's got away from, I don't know, the sledging and the kind of the niggle maybe isn't as big as it was 10, 20 years ago, but I mean, I don't think the competitiveness has ever changed. If anything, there's more and more to play for each series, kind of more people watching, higher octane, so it feels like it's even more kind of nerve-wracking, I think.
And it's crazy to think that this will be your third home Ashes. 2017, you play your first ever test in Australia. 2021, you're captaining Australia, and here we are sitting here in 2025.
Yeah, it's crazy. This will be my fifth Ashes, third at home. It all moves pretty quick. It doesn't feel like still feels like, that's only my third home Ashes. Doesn't feel like that many, but you realise that's over the course of 8-9 years. It's great. I mean, they're special. They don't come around all the time, so you've got to make the most of them. Yeah,
and just the pivotal part that they seem to have played in your career. Like I said, 2017, you come back into cricket in a way, and then 2021, against the run of play, you become captain.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of felt like, just starting out my career, and then suddenly it's like, becoming captain, but also felt like a bit of a new era. A lot of the team has stayed really kind of stable since that 2021 series, and it feels like that's been like the second block of my career started in that second Ashes series.
And about that second block, I mean, when you took over as captain, it happened so quickly. Steve Smith was calling you Patrick.
That's right.
It just, you at that point, you said, I don't know how long I'll be doing this, but here we are 4 years on, your second home Ashes as captain. Where does captaincy sit for you? I mean, do you see it as something that you've grown into, or are you still learning about it?
Definitely still learning. I think I've become more. I think your capacity grows, really. It's absolutely been draining at times, but I think it's been so much more fun and rewarding at other times than I potentially thought it would be as well. But we've got a great team around us. Obviously, Ronnie, have a really good relationship with him and the coaches, and they take a lot off my plate. So. I get little breaks, which I've found really energising and able to recharge for the next one. So, I feel in a really good place. Like the boys are always awesome, so it feels like the team kind of runs itself. And if anything, it's a bit easier now than it was when I first started.
And just has it in any way, enhanced your understanding of your own game? Like, when you're captaining, because you're not, otherwise you're just thinking about your game, right? Because now you're thinking about what you're doing with Mitch and Josh and Nathan and everybody else is playing as well.
Absolutely. I think you get a different appreciation for some of the opposition as well, and what you as a bowler or what you as a team are kind of, what are the stress points, and then you try and bring that into your own game. So, I feel like use bowlers, maybe think about batting a little bit differently than what I did before I was captain.
In your leadership part obviously goes to beyond cricket. And I attended a Cricket for Climate conference a few weeks ago. Is that something that just comes naturally to you, to kind of understand the world beyond cricket?
I'm not sure. I think I'm always interested in what's going on and curious to speak to people. We always have a chat about things outside of cricket. I know that's what's always interests you, like it interests me. And I'm pretty lucky to be in the position I am, and with that, you get different opportunities to try and make a difference. So there's a few things I'm really passionate about and kind of leaning to.
And does that in turn kind of put what happens on the field more into perspective, especially as captain? I mean, it's different if you're not captain, but you're expected to have that whatever that word
equanimity.
Is. Yeah, that's a good word. Wordsmith. So has that, you think, in turn helped you with that?
I've always maintained the more you have going on outside of cricket, it's actually beneficial. A lot of people talk about clear out everything, you concentrate on cricket, spend 24 hours a day doing that. I think there's, if you have family, good friends, maybe some other interests, some hobbies, some other things you care about, I think that does take the pressure off when you go and play. You're more well-rounded. There's still enough time to train and have a clear head. But you kind of know that even if things don't go well, you're going to be okay. There's other parts of you that isn't just tied into the cricket. And for me, I think that frees me up, and just I can kind of go and play with a clear mind and not really worry about if things go wrong. You just concentrate on how can I try and win.
And in terms of that clarity, I mean, do you have that clarity about where your career is headed as well? I mean, even in terms of captaincy, I mean, I heard recently that you said you could continue on until 2027. I mean, are you even thinking along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of water to go under the bridge, but no doubt there's going to be a bit of change in the next couple of years just with the age profile of our team. And, you know, a couple of young guys coming in, which is exciting. But, yeah, I think I'm fresher than I probably thought I would be a couple of years ago. So, yeah, we'll wait and see. But, you know, I love my job. I love playing for Australia. I love Test cricket. So I don't think anything's going to change too soon.
And it obviously helps that you have the kind of mates that you do within the team and within that bowling attack itself.
Oh, that's it. You know, that's going to be one of the priorities is, you know, I think back in the day, if you got to mid-30s as a bowler, you're doing pretty well. But I think the way, you know, Starkey and Scotty Boland and Joshy look after themselves, I think we can try and get an extra couple of years out of them, and they're keen. So there's a big block of Test cricket coming up in the next couple of years, but I absolutely love touring with those guys. I love bowling alongside them. Makes my life a bit easier. So, yeah, those and, you know, a lot of the other guys are some of my best mates, so we have a lot of fun touring.
Yeah, and I think that comes through as someone, like, I know, who's fortunate to tour with you guys or, you know, covering you guys, the fun that seems to be had mostly on the golf course, but just generally as well, you know, regardless of, you know, obviously losing hurts, but you can just have that whole overall perspective where you can just move on from it.
Yeah, I mean, we train, you know, hard. We're very serious when it comes to the cricket side of things, but we understand that, you know, having fun, maybe relaxing, that actually benefits how we play. And also, we spend a lot of time on the road, so if you're miserable, it's a pretty miserable life because you're spending 250 days on the road. So we try and make the most of it. We really enjoy it. I think it brings the best out of the boys, you know, as people, but also as cricketers on the field.
Yes, sorry, but how long do you think we have?
You have 4 minutes.
4 beautiful minutes. Great. That's awesome. And just going back to Ashes cricket, Pat, is there a favorite Ashes moment that you have? Or maybe it's about to come up, but in all the Ashes, like the 5 Ashes series that you played?
For me so far, I mean, I honestly think Scotty Boland at the G's were the one. That was, you know, we won the series there. Scotty Boland, it was just such a moment. I don't know. I reckon that's, you know, Edgbaston win was obviously amazing, but I don't know. I always think that Scotty moment. Every time I see that, I just put a smile on my face.
It was pretty special. And you just mentioned about, you know, the team. If not already, it will be in a state of transition where, you know, there will be retirements and there will be newer players coming through. So what responsibility do you think you have as captain who, like, to oversee? Because I was thinking about Ricky Ponting the other day. I mean, he comes in as captain at a time when, you know, you have all the established stars, and then he did have that phase, didn't he, towards the end of the 2000s. So is that a role that you think you'd enjoy playing, to take Australian cricket to the next level, through the next phase?
I mean, yeah, if it's what's needed, you know, absolutely. I started really young, so I feel like I can relate to some of the guys that are coming through who are really young. But I think with any group, you know, you see what works best for that group. There's no one hard and fast culture or whatever for the team. You kind of think what's going to get the best out of the boys. So, yeah, maybe as kind of the profile of the team shifts, you got to change and tweak a few things. Maybe you got to be a little bit more hands-on and, you know, with some of the, you know, how you want some of the younger guys to play, but maybe not. You know, it depends who comes in the side. So, yeah, wait and see, but it's always a kind of good problem to solve, having you guys come to the team.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much, Pat.
Thank you.
Cheers.
There you go, Pat Cummins there with Bharat Sunderasen from a couple of weeks ago. 4 for 52 it is here at Optus Stadium in Perth. India after 16.4 overs. Rahul is on 3, Aksar is on 14. The batsmen out so far today. I feel like we've been here for about 3 weeks. When play started a couple of hours ago, we've been on and off so many times with rain. But Rohit Sharma made 8. Virat Kohli failed to score, out for a duck in his last international match here in Perth. Shubman Gill made 10. Shreyas Iyer made 11. Hazelwood 2 for 20, Stark 1 for 22, Ellis 1 for 5, the wicket takers for Australia. Now, out in the middle at the moment, it is looking much more positive that the bigger cover has been taken from the field and they are roping the outfield. We've seen this happen 2 or 3 times already. The cover remains on the pitch. That hasn't been taken off yet, but I think it is about to any time. And the radar definitely looks as good as it's been for some time, not only for the moment, but even as we look ahead for the next sort of half hour or so. So that's positive. But the reality is that the clock is ticking because we need to be back on by 5:14 local time to get the minimum 20 overs a side in. Otherwise, the match is abandoned. So that's still an hour and 4 minutes away. But it does show we are now getting into dangerous territory in relation to this being able to be a match before they pull the pin on it. We've got Brett Sunderasen and Brad Hogg with us. We're just waiting like everyone else listening to this, wanting the cricket to get going.
Yeah, the ominous sign is that we have all 3 umpires, number 1, 2 and 4. Third umpire doesn't join them in the middle, as you know. So they're all out there in the middle with their umbrellas up and not particularly looking like they're in too much of a hurry to.
No, that worries me a little bit, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, what worries me is the tractor's just pulled up the big cover and was driving off the field, but now has turned around and come back to get into position to actually put it back on if needed. But I think there are a few people that are close to the coast that have got in contact, and there's still rain out there, fairly heavy rain. So hopefully that passes very quickly so that we can get on before 5:14.
So if it's raining on the coast, it's a good thing or a bad thing?
A bad thing.
Oh, no.
I must confess, though, I am surprised that there isn't more activity because the fans have come back out from underneath and they're not using umbrellas or anything like that. So the rain's essentially stopped, but for whatever reason, they haven't taken the cover off as quickly as what they have previously when we've had the rain stop. And as I said, the radar actually looks really quite positive for us to play. And when we get back on, play for quite some time before there is any further interruption. So what we might do in the meantime is take a break, and then by the time we come back from the break, hopefully we have more information for you. Currently at the moment, it is India 4 for 52. It is SEN, one-day cricket, and it is for Fujitsu.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
G'day, this is Andy Marr. Join me each Friday at 6 p.m. for great retirements thanks to Host Plus. Each week we'll be talking to some of Australia's greatest sporting superstars about their career and how life looks in retirement. Great retirements for Host Plus, available on the SEN podcast page.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Again, bowls to Gill, driving firmly down the ground, through mid-off. It races across the turf and gets to the rope. Approaches again, and this time edging it, caught! Sharp catch at second slip. Renshaw in on the action for the first time in Australian one-day international colours. The run out, Hazlewood bowls to Gill, driving, brilliant, through the covers for 4. He doesn't bother running. Yet to score. Stark bowls. Coley in the air. Caught! Brilliant catch by Connolly at backward point. Diving to his left and Coley's out for a duck. Cooper Connolly playing at home. Flying in the air to his left. Taking it with 2 hands. Bowls. Gill down the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind. It is out. Gill tickles one down the leg side. Philippi diving to his left. And it's a bit fortuitous, but Ellis strikes. And then India lose their third. Shreyas once again, Hazlewood bowls. That one nasty. Is it off the glove, down leg side? Yes, it is! Wonderful catch from Philippi. Diving like a goalkeeper down to his left. So, we've got some news, and it's good news. We have actually had play. You just heard that there. We have been doing something here through the day. Play will restart at 4:30, and it is now going to be a 26 over per side match. So 4:30 start, that's in 13 minutes from now, with India to resume at 4 for 52 with Rahul on 3, Axar on 14. Adam White, Brad Hogg and Brett Sunderasen with you. That's positive news. It's reducing rapidly, but we're still got a game of cricket ahead of us.
Remember the time in our lives when it was a 49-over game?
Yes.
That feels like a long time ago. Then it went down to 35, and then 32. Now we're down to 26. And I think the only other, we can only go as far as 20.
That's
Otherwise, it doesn't constitute as a.
So I'm going
ODI.
on. I'm trying to do my maths, which I'm very poor at. But if we had to start at 5:15 for there to be a game to be constituted, and we're starting at 4:30, we've only got 45 minutes left of rain delays left before it's off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's good math. That's good mental math.
Is that right, though?
I think it is. Yeah, I'm just going to go with it. Yeah, I mean, it's just been... We were told that there's going to be a lot of rain coming, and it hasn't been a... It's not even been a heavy shower at any point today. It's just been a heavy drizzle at best. It's a mizzle, as they say in the UK. And yeah, we're not filled with any optimism that we're going to finish this game. It's just hoping, and the umpires are doing that as well. And maybe because it's Perth as well, we've started early, so we need to finish it at a certain point of time. So because if this game starts at, say, 11:30 a.m. Sydney time, I think you would have just got a little more leeway in terms of how far you can stretch it. I don't think we can do it here.
Yeah, the radar looks okay though, so I think we'll certainly get through. I shouldn't say certainly, but I do think we'll get through India's innings, and then it's just a question of what happens after that. There'll be a 15-minute break between the two innings, and then we've just got to hope for the best. The forecast was that it was actually supposed to get worse as the day went on. Maybe it's just come a little bit earlier, and we might be okay. So, yes, it is frustrating. So if you do want to send us a text, you can do that. We just got a text that's just come through. Are you live on the text while commentating the cricket? We are, so you can send us.
Yeah, please do.
At any
Reach
time.
out. Ask us questions, please.
Because we can answer those.
Yeah, we even have the great Bradley
along.
Hogg with us. We can ask him questions.
Yeah, well, I was just looking at the curators there.
11:16, of course.
Yeah, the curators were taking the Hessian off, and now they've put the Hessian back on.
Exactly. Yeah, I told you, it's just it's that kind of annoying day when you think like there is light at the end of the tunnel.
It's a bit like doing the dishes. You think you've done the dishes, and then your kids bring in another another plate.
That's exactly right. It does make it hard for us to work out who's going to be the player of the match for Ray White Commercial.
We have to pick a player of the match,
bring
even
the
though
whole
it's short.
team along for the ride. I do want to talk about Josh Hazlewood for a moment, both of you. I think sometimes he gets unfairly treated in the sense that whenever Scott Boland does well, it's like, oh, Boland's gone past Hazlewood, because they're similar sort of bowlers. But in all forms of the game, Josh Hazlewood just turns up, gets the job done every time, did it again today. We haven't seen Josh for a while, but he just rolls up straight on a handkerchief and gave India all sorts of problems.
I think people who, and it's just if you really want to know how good Josh Hazlewood is, or whether he even fits into that conversation of being compared with Scott Boland, ask Scott Boland what he thinks of that comparison.
Yes.
And I've asked him that a few times, and every time he just goes like, I don't know what people are thinking when they put me and Josh Hazlewood or they speak of us in the same breath. And I think Josh Hazlewood is, I wouldn't say he's underrated. I mean, we've used that for Mitchell Starc quite often. I think it's more a case of Australia and all of us that we just spoiled so much by what Josh Hazlewood has done with the ball across formats. Same with Mitchell Starc. With Pat Cummins, because he's Pat Cummins, and he had that crazy period where he couldn't play much, and he's then made this dramatic comeback since 2017. Gets spoken of the most of the three, but every time you and I have had this conversation before, Whitey, on various shows, and I'm sure Brad Hogg will agree with us. And I've always said, if Josh Hazlewood is fit, he plays ahead of everyone else. There's no way he's going to be left out for Scott Boland or anyone else. He is that good. It's 1A, 1B, 1C with Cummins, Hazlewood and Starc. I don't think anyone is better than the other.
Well, if I was going to have a replacement of Boland in this Australian attack, and they're all fully fit, and if there's going to be an injury, I'd rather Hazlewood in the team than Cummins, because he has that extra height, has that extra bounce, and I think Boland sort of fits the bill of what Patrick Cummins does.
Yes.
So I think it's more life for life with Boland and Cummins. So that's the way I see it. But a lot of people would think differently than what I would think.
I do think that's
a very fair point.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely Josh Hazlewood, if the game wasn't to continue further from now, he'd be very much in the frame for the player of the match. RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. The Hessian is now coming off, so it's almost like they've just had it there just in case, and now they peel it away because we are only 6 minutes away from a restart. The Australians are out on the ground at the moment doing their warm-ups. The little truck is still running around with the rope to try and dry things off as much as possible, with the start time in 6.5 minutes from now. India 4:52. I did say you can send through a text 0433 98 11 16. We've had a few of these, including from David. Why aren't there more cricket stadiums being built with roofs? Other sports have found ways around weather delays, but cricket still stops for drizzle. In 2025, surely the ICC should be looking at that sort of thing. The difficulty with a cricket stadium is that they're much bigger than the soccer stadiums that have the potential, or NFL stadium that has the roof, or certainly a basketball situation.
Or even Wimbledon for that matter.
But yeah, the only one we've got is Marvel Stadium in Melbourne, and the roof's good, but the outfield and the pitch are horrendous. You know all about that, Mr. Hogg.
Yes.
Although that probably suited you a little bit with the bowling.
Oh, no, not really. No, the Marvel Stadium, I just don't think that suits cricket really. The outfield, getting the pitch in there as well, and I don't think it's a thing that is sustainable over many years. If you're looking at a stadium like this one, you might be able to put a tarpaulin somehow across the roof, but only bring it out sparingly when needed. But that's a very expensive bit of material that you want to put up there. And look, at the end of the day, Perth doesn't normally get this rain. How many games do you get delayed with rain over here in Perth? So you've got to ask that question. But if you're going to look at it, Sydney, Melbourne are probably two states, even Tasmania, where the venue probably does need a bit of a roof every now and then. If you're going to push the boundaries and play cricket at this time of the year.
I mean, even the MCG with the thoughts and some of the early designs of the new Southern Stand grandstand, or the Shane Warne grandstand, it's not going to have a roof. They looked at it, but for the cost and whatever else, they're not going to go down that path. Of course, Tasmania are about to put in a stadium where they want to have a roof. Whether it ends up happening, we still don't know. But while that would be good for football in football season, because it's the AFL that's driving that, I guess the secondary beneficiaries of that will be cricket and the ability to play, the BBL summer and so forth, when there is no rain.
And just
if there is rain, we'll still be able to play.
Yeah, of course. And just going back to David's question where he says, surely the ICC should, but I don't think the ICC have a say on that, unless they start going around buying venues like the AFL have.
But they wouldn't be able to afford to put roofs on every stadium that's around the globe. You need you need government, you need big investment.
It's complex. Like for example, at the Adelaide Oval, it's not possible to put a roof there because it's not a stadium. It's still a ground with a couple of grandstands.
And we've just come back from the West Indies where there were a number of stadiums essentially rebuilt for the 2007 World Cup, but that wasn't funded by the ICC.
No.
It was funded by...
Some of them were funded by the Chinese government.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, the one in Grenada and Dominica.
That's a sticky situation. But look, if you've got a 50-over game and you know that rain's around and it's a bye series, I think both teams should be able to sit down and go, right, well, we've got the ability to change the format as such and, get out there and play 15 overs. One team bowls 15 overs, then the next team bowls 15 overs and sort of have it in a
split innings
type scenario so that you can actually get a fair result.
Did you ever play split innings when they tried that in the domestic cup? I'm keen on your thoughts on that because there's still club cricket that does the split innings in the lower grades.
Yeah, I just liked it in a sense that if you played one-day cricket here on a Friday night out the Wacker in state cricket, businesses would be sitting there going, all right, it's a close game, let's get down there for the night session, and it would bring people down in that particular sense. But then if it's a bit of a blowout in the first 25 overs, then people aren't going to come. But it gives you that option to have people coming and being able to watch it after work and see the different players from both teams.
What about to play it? How difficult was it? Or different was it to play when it wasn't your normal?
Oh, you just adapt. You just get used to it. And I think if you look at Formula One's always changing rules and so forth to try and meet the demand of spectators and also trying to improve the sport. And I think that's one thing that cricket can look at and go, right, let's be creative here. How can we avoid these situations where we don't get a result at the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean, I think notionally cricket is a spectator sport, but it's always more about the players than the spectators. Unlike every American sport out there, or even, say, AFL, or when you talk of leagues, Aussie rules football, they're all so spectator-oriented. It's always about the spectator. Yep. But I think cricket still remains so focused on players.
I remember there was a BBL game played at the Gabba where it was played, I think it was the Thunder versus the Heat, where it got played in pretty heavy rain, and they just kept playing. And I was like, I'd never seen cricket played in those sorts of... Because it's always been said it was too dangerous, but they kept playing and no one hurt themselves.
There was a game between Melbourne Renegades and the Stars where there was 80,000 people there, and we just kept playing in that particular game. You had to, because the crowd were there, and Big Bash was a new concept, and you didn't want to turn 80,000 fans away. Because once you do that in a Big Bash format and they don't come back the next time, it's very hard to recuperate from that.
All right, now, Brett, you change positions. You're going to stay on, I'm assuming. You're going to stay on? Because we're about to start. Or you can stay there if you like.
We're a bit like the Australian cricket team. We just don't know what our top order is going to be in this session.
It's a little bit like that. But we are about to get underway.
Oh, no. Ellis is bowling.
So it will be Nathan Ellis. He's got to finish his over. He's only got 2 balls left in his third over. India 4 for 52.
I hope he can only bowl 5 overs as well, because each time he's started an over, it's a rain delay. So we don't want that to continue. I hope Mitchell Marsh can recognise that and bowl someone different from this end.
Well, he'll have the umpires in his ear as well.
Here we go. Nathan Ellis runs away from us to bowl to Rahul. First ball is full. It's dug out on the offside. Spits out to point and they get a single. Renshaw slides into the cricket ball but can't stop it.
So based on the overs we've seen bowled, so Hazelwood and Stark are done by a mile, because one's bowled 7 and the other's bowled 5. So I guess India will look at it and go, okay, Ellis has 3 more after this. Then there's going to be some spin at some point. We saw an over from Mitch Owen, so you think in these conditions they'll make him bowl the next 4. So then it comes down to Kuhneman and Matt Shott, Cooper Connery.
Ellis around the wicket to bowl to Axar, and Axar cuts nicely, just opening the blade and guiding it down to third man to start for a single. That is the completion of an over that's lasted nearly 45 minutes. India, after 17, 4 for 54, with Rahul on 4, Axar on 15. That is on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. Don't forget, Henley Holmes, hard to beat. Ask other builders that come back to us, henley.com.au. So the conditions, they're okay at the moment. Of course, we've got the lights, so light isn't a problem, even if it does get gloomy. But what we're looking at the moment is a 25-over game.
25 overs on the dot.
It's a 25-25, not a 20-20.
26, isn't it?
26.
Yeah, it's 26 is what
26.
Yeah, it is 26.
26-26, not 25-25. Okay, so it will be Mitch Owen from the Langer stand end. He bowls, guiding it again, Axar, to a short ball down to third man for a single. He moves to 16, the score 4 for 55 in the 18th over.
This is just my quirky head, but Mitch Owen's bowling action, it almost looks like a New Zealand medium pacer from the 1990s. You know what I mean? He's got that kind of action.
He's much bigger than Ewan Chatfield.
Yeah, I'm saying 90s, not 80s. Saying, not that there were a lot of big guys in the 90s, but...
You've got to give us a name.
Or even like a
Gavin
Jacob Oram.
Jacob Oram.
Pretty much as big as him, slightly wider.
He's a big guy.
Big Jacob Oram.
Owen again. Ambles in, bowls to Rahul. Full ball again, pushing up to mid-off, and again running on the shot with Marsh sitting quite deep, just inside the circle in that mid-off position. So Rahul moves to 5. It's 4 for 56.
I'm trying to figure out who you're comparing him to.
This has got that very New Zealand medium pacer.
Was that Pringle from New Zealand? There was an English Pringle as well. Chris Pringle.
Yeah. You'd have played against Jacob Oram.
Yes, I did.
Axar back on strike. It's a short ball, top edge, over the keeper's head, and one bounce over the rope for 4. Axar up to 20. 4 for 60. Another boundary for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Well, he can really throw caution to the wind. Akshar Patel. Just 8 overs to come after this. I still have plenty of batting left all of a sudden because of the reduction in overs.
They've kept their wickets intact. Owen again to Axar. Axar lifts over mid-on. Didn't fully time it, but he's got enough of it to get to the rope on the second bounce. Consecutive boundaries to Axar Patel, and India now 4 for 64 in the 18th over. Another boundary for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wines.
And this is strategic hitting as well. I mean, if you can hit Mitch Owen out of the attack, then you're forcing Mitch Marsh's hands to give him more spin. And in these conditions, that's what you want to face.
And the difference between the two teams is that the Indian all-rounders can bowl better than the Australian all-rounders.
Owen under pressure. Axar Patel, this time punching up to mid-on. Again, will take the single. No! KL Rahul says no. Patel was halfway up the pitch. There was definitely a single there. I think what Rahul's saying to his teammate is, I had to wait for it to get past the bowler on the follow-through before I could be, comfortable enough to get out of the crease.
That's just one aspect that has the player backing up. Rahul was just standing on his bat. He wasn't ready to take that single.
Last ball of the over from Mitch Owen. To Axar, gets a short one, takes it from rib height, just rolls it around the corner, down to fine leg. He will retain the strike, moving to 25. It is 4 for 65 at the completion of 18 overs on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. Back with more after this.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
India 4 for 65. SEN one-day cricket for Ramitli and Fujitsu. Ellis around the wicket, bowls to Patel, who just pushes off his thigh pad. Probably more thigh pad than bat, as the balloon's behind square leg. In fact, all thigh pad, no bat at all. Axar Patel to 20. Well, stays on 25. The score 4 for 66 with that leg by.
He's had an interesting career, Axar Patel. People forget that he was part of India's squad in the 2015 World Cup.
It's a long time ago, isn't it?
It's just considering Rahul made his debut a year prior to that, or actually a few months prior to that, they've been around international cricket pretty much for the same length of time.
In many different roles too. KL Rahul back on strike here. He tries to muscle it through the onside. It's knocked down by head at mid-wicket, and they get a single, but that was a dead set agricultural swipe. You don't usually see that from Rahul. He's the real correct batsman under normal circumstances, but these aren't normal circumstances.
The good thing about that shot, he got in position early, but he was looking to go over that short mid-wicket region and looking to go to the shorter part of the boundary rather than the longer part of the boundary.
Ellis again runs away from us, past the umpire, bowls to Axar Patel, who swipes it through the onside for 4. It was short from Ellis. Axar Patel just waited for it and calmly, between mid-wicket and mid-on with a horizontal bat, got it to the rope. 4 for 71. Axar Patel now up to 29 from just 34.
Well, I think it was the attempted off-cutter, almost an off-spinner from Nathan Ellis, but he got the length wrong. It felt like the ball just got stuck in his hand. Ended up as a long hop. All Axar Patel had to do was hit that gap.
Just got that wrong, did Nathan Ellis. What's the response? He bowls. Axar Patel squeezes it backward of point, off the back foot, out to third man, just a single. Mitchell Starc does well, getting it back in quickly. One more to the score, 4 for 72. Axar Patel up to 30.
There's just one thing here that India aren't really trying to capitalise on too. With that longer boundary, the fielder is reasonably deep out there, and if you watch T20 cricket being played here, there's a lot of twos out in that area. So you've got to be hot on the skates right now.
So a change in the field. Starc coming up inside the circle at 45 behind square, which means that mid-on goes back to the rope. Ellis close to the stumps, bowls, muscling it down the ground by KL Rahul for 4. just past the bowler and then just past Mitch Marsh at mid-off. He muscled that down to the rope. That was a good shot. He moves to 10, 4 for 76, 1 ball left in the 19th.
Yeah, it was muscle, but it still looked classy. He just made room for himself. Nathan Ellis followed him. Another change of pace delivery. Back of the hand this time.
The good thing about that shot, he backed away, but his head was still. And as he was backing away, he made sure that he got in good balance and was able to go through over that front leg.
Ellis again to KL Rahul. Pulls it away this time over mid-wicket. Another boundary. These two have come to play since the last rain delay. They're hitting boundaries for fun. 4 for 80, Rahul 14, Axar Patel 30 at the end of the over.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Whoa, Travis Head, where are your clothes?
Gilly, you said no one can see me this summer.
I said the only place to see the Australia versus India series this summer is on Fox Cricket, included with KO Sports.
That explains the weird Uber trip.
KO Sports, get on board.
We have got spin from the Justin Langer stand end with Matt Kuhneman to have a bowl for the first time. SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. And the crowds come to life here, gentlemen. There's a real electricity in the air.
There is.
Fortunately, in the stands and not up in the clouds. Field spread.
Like what Kuhneman was doing there, he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, but he's just making sure the two players behind point are very fine, so it's not easy to just glide to a short boundary, making Axar Patel hit hard into the deeper boundaries, square.
So the men out on the rope, long on, mid-wicket, backward square leg on the onside. Axar Patel is swinging and missing. Philippi took the stumps off, wanting the umpire to make a decision for potential stumping, but the umpire said no.
Well, if you've seen it, Axar Patel bat in white ball cricket, the IPL. He's a massive slog sweeper, especially against any kind of spin. Doesn't have to be left arm orthodox. Coming into him.
Kuhneman again. Bowls. Axar Patel just nudges it into the onside. They just trot through for a single out to the man at deep mid-wicket. So there's long on deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and then one sort of at a tight 45. So there's plenty of room to just take an easy single to that side and with the sweeper on the offside.
For me, that was poor batting.
It was.
Because it just hit it too hard out there, didn't hit the gap. Easy twos out in that bigger boundary to the right, to the city side.
Rahul will try to go inside out. There's room for him. He just hit it over the cover's head.
Kuhneman bowls it short. It's heaved into the onside, out into open territory. It's a chase for Matt Short, who slides and keeps it in. Does well. They've got two. They stay with two. Terrific fielding by Matt Short out in the deep. Rahul up to 16, 4 for 83.
Kuhneman spent a lot of time while he's been part of the Australian team working on his white ball skills, because he sees that as being an opening for him, considering there is Nathan Lyon in the test team and it's unlikely he's going to get a go playing test cricket on Australian soil anytime soon. So
Will Rahul sweep here? There's plenty of space behind square on the leg side.
Kuhneman bowls and he tries to go with the little lap around the corner and doesn't make contact, darted outside off stumps. It was a hard shot to execute from that position.
Good bowling from Kuhneman.
Kuhneman likes these challenges, often opens the bowling in the BBL. He's got 2 balls left here in the over, 3 so far from his first 4. Now there are 3 on the cut. It's amazing to see that field. All behind square. As KL Rahul just cuts it out to the sweeper, so avoiding the 3 of them there in a line and getting it out towards cover point, but only a single. So good bowling from Kuhnemann.
In the circumstances, it's been a brilliant over from Kuhnemann. Now he has to finish well.
Oh, that shot there's a big gap between cover and mid-off, and Rahul's trying to hit through those men in the ring behind point. So, again, good bowling by Kuhnemann.
Akshar Patel's already looked at that gap between deep backward square leg and mid-wicket. You know he's going to target it.
It's not a long hit straight if he was to take them on. He does try and take them on. Has he got enough on it? No, he doesn't. Caught at long on. Akshar Patel out for 31. It is India now 5 for 84. He looked at it. He said, oh, it's not a big hit. Unfortunately, he didn't hit it big enough, and it's a 5th wicket to fall. And Matt Kuhnemann, that over costing just 4 runs. 1 for 4 for him, 5 for 84 India. We'll come back after the break and discuss the wicket to fall.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
6 overs to go, 5 for 84, and he just didn't get enough of it, Brad.
He did not. And we just spoke about Matthew Kuhnemann having to finish that over well. He finished it superbly well. Much deserved wicket. It was a tight over. And I really liked the way he was in charge of the field as well. Hoggy, you would have enjoyed that. Someone who's not played a lot of international white ball cricket, to have that control and the confidence is good to see.
Well, he's played here a bit in BBL, and he's always set up good fields against the Scorchers here. So he knows the venue very well, and he just had the field perfectly set.
Matt Short to bowl now. He's bowling to Rahul, who puts it into the onside, just pushing it away out to the deep at mid-wicket and just taking the single. Washington Sundar, the new batsman, to the crease with the score 5 for 84 in the 21st over.
If you watch the better teams of the BBL, they'll push that ball to the ring and run to square of the wicket.
It does look like India thinking boundary or single.
Set up.
And the other better teams are not looking really for the 6, they're looking for the gap for getting good value there. And if they get enough of it, well, so be it. But there's plenty of space out there in the pockets where you don't have to put yourself under pressure to hit it over the fielder.
Very precise in setting the field. Washington Sundar is first ball. He's almost pushed back to the bowler. Short diving away on his follow through to his right with one hand just out of reach. And Sundar gets himself off the mark. In fact, he did get fingertips to it. 5 for 86 in the 21st.
Ball gripped a little.
No, he can bowl spin, Matt Short.
Short bowls again. Rahul advances, smashes it down the ground into the side screen on the full. Cop that.
That is perfect batting against spin on this wicket. You know it's going to have a little bit of extra bounce there. He stayed tall, good balance. Just hit straight through the line of the ball.
That looked like watching Rory McIlroy on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. The way he stayed so still over the ball.
He was ready to watch the Ashes from all reports.
Yes. What does Matt Short do now? He's going to come around the wicket now. Rahul's going again. This one's bigger. It is massive. It's gone 20 rows back over long on.
Well, Matt Short under a little bit of pressure tries to bowl that one a little bit quicker from around the wicket, and he goes fuller, and that was just a half volley for KL Rahul. And the short boundary straight here, when you get it wrong as a spinner, you are going to get punished.
That would be 6 on any ground in the world, Bharat.
Well, for all the class that he possesses, he is one of the best 6 hitters India have produced in the last 10 or so years. Underrated for his ability to clear the fence.
5 for 98, 30 off 21. This time it's flatter and it's shorter, and it's cut away into the offside to the sweeper for a single. Rahul to 31, 5 for 99 on the Henley Homes scoreboard. Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Washington Sundar in this side. He's played a lot of 50-over cricket, a regular feature in 20-over cricket. This is India moving on from Ravindra Jadeja for good from this format.
Washington, Sundar on strike, blades it backward of point, off the front foot. Terrific cricket shot, not quite four. Excellent work there from Mitchell Starc in the deep. Oh, problems here with Rahul wanting a third. Sent back. He was stranded middle of the pitch. He does get back in time. It's action stations here at Optus Stadium. India 5 for 101 after 21 overs. Tom Morris to take you home for the rest of the Indian innings after this.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
What's wrong, Travis Head?
I've got summer FOMO, Gilly.
With KO Sports, there's nothing to fear. With Australia versus India ODI and T20 series, the Ashes, F1, NBA and heaps more, you won't miss a thing. KO Sports. Get on board.
Great energy from Adam White. SEN one-day cricket for Remetley and Fujitsu. Bharat Sunderasen is here. Tom Moody's jumped in at exactly the right time. India 5 for 101. And hasn't the Chemist Warehouse replay screen been absolutely lathered with some amazing shots? KL Rahul over the top. 2 big sixes in the previous over. He's facing Kuhnemann now. This one's shorter on the legs. And he gets one to deep mid-wicket. This game's come alive, gents.
It certainly has, hasn't it? And KL Rahul is showing us he's more than an elegant test player. He's got the power game as well, but he still does that with elegance.
He does, yeah.
So 5 for 102, 21.1 overs. 24 overs aside.
4.5 overs to go now.
24 or 26 overs?
26.
26, sorry. Washington on strike to Kuhnemann. He'd be doing well to get his partner on strike. He gets one to deep mid-wicket, then look for 2. They'll settle for 1. Well fielded in the deep by Cooper Connolly.
So that there is a good example. That should have been a 2. It's a good example of a team that's not used to playing on big grounds with open spaces where you can push an outfielder. That's at least a 65-metre throw, and you've got to be able to take the throw on it at this stage of the game, take that risk.
Kuhnemann's yet to be hit for a boundary. He's bowled 8 balls, 1 for 6. Bowling to Rahul now. He's down the pitch, and Kuhnemann darts it in quick. And all we can do is defend it again to deep mid-wicket for 1. 3 singles off the over, 5 for 104.
I remember India playing South Africa here at the T20 World Cup in 2022 and paying for it. I mean, they lost a few wickets because of the short ball, struggled against the bounce, but they just didn't play the ground, the angles at all well. And even though it was a different format.
There's very few grounds like it, though, isn't it, in India? Big grounds. I think Lucknow's a big ground. One in Ahmedabad.
Kuhnemann round the wicket to reverse. Can't go any further than Mitch Marsh. It's short third man who fields it well.
There are a couple of grounds that come to mind that are, are big venues compared with the rest of the venues in the subcontinent.
Yeah, so you're just mentally wired to think single or boundary, aren't you?
Yeah.
Especially at this stage of the innings.
Kuhnemann left arm around the wicket. Bowling to Washington. Flicks off his legs to Cooper Connolly at deep wicket for a single. He's playing a good role here. Australia's first choice spinner. Of course, Adam Zampa not playing, waiting for the birth of his second child.
He's doing a great job. I mean, he finished a very good over and he started his spell with a wicket. Can he do it again? If he can get rid of KL Rahul now, Australia will be well on their way. I mean, India could finish 30 runs short of what they will if he's out there, especially the way he's batting.
Excellent over so far. Just 4 runs from the 5 balls. 26 overs aside. It's a rain-shortened game after India was sent in. Kuhnemann gives himself space, does Rahul. And only so far as to cut it away to the man in the deep. Mitchell Starc at deep cover point. End of that over. 5 for 105, India.
How much did the painter say he was going to charge you for that job?
Well, they told me it was a one-off special price of...
Mate, if you're paying for painting, and For maintenance, you're getting ripped off.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life or a renovation in need of the finishing touches? Whatever painting job you need done, let Synergy Painting Group's skilled and dedicated team create a lasting impact. Synergy Painting Group, it's where quality meets affordability.
That's much better.
Visit synergypaintinggroup.com.au.
4 overs remaining here at Perth Stadium. India 5 for 106 from 22 overs. Rahul 34, Washington 5. Nathan Ellis back on to bowl. He was 1 for 21 from 4. And in his first 3 overs, it started raining in each of those 3 overs.
It did.
So we can avoid here. Fine legs in the circle. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. The men out on the onside. He's bowling to the in-form Rahul. Ellis approaches, he bowls. Rahul slices it away. Backward of point on the offside for a single.
Washington Sundar is an interesting modern-day batter from India. He just looks more comfortable taking down pace than spin. Doesn't play the slog sweep as well as, say, an Akshar Patel. He likes to operate down the ground. So I think he'll just feel a little more comfortable against Nathan Ellis than he did against Kuhneman at the other end.
Which is interesting given his background coming from Chennai, you know, where you're brought up on a diet of spin.
You are.
So you're right. He's not as, I suppose, threatening against spin as you'd expect him to be.
Got 1 Test 100, Washington. He's 5 from 5 balls now. Ellis bowls over the wicket. Hit in the groin. Straight back down the pitch. Dot ball. Ellis loves these situations at the death.
Yeah, and he will just get this over. So you wonder the way Kuhneman's bowling, so he might bowl 2 at the other end and finish off. Would Australia go to this and maybe Mitch Owen? Can't see them going back to match short.
Yeah, well, that's the challenge with all these rain breaks. It sort of throws you a long-term strategy with your bowling deployment.
Ellis 4.2 overs. Approaches now. He bowls. Slow ball. It's mistimed to the onside for a single. It'll just be that. Washington moves to 6. India 5 for 108.
Bharat, it's this time of the innings that those that aren't interested in bowling are facing the wrong way. So Mitch Marsh, the captain's trying to flag someone down. They're staring into space into the crowd.
They're trying to find that distant cousin of theirs in the crowd.
I mean, they adjust this score because India were batting initially for a 50-over game.
Yeah.
They don't adjust it for the fielding side, who have to shuffle around the bowlers and change around the overs. I don't know what the formula is. All we know is that there is one.
Yeah, nobody knows, but it's a well-wired one, isn't it?
Yeah. You're just told a number and you accept it.
Ellis is now round the wicket to Rahul. Wide of the crease, that'll be a wide through the Philippine. So in AFL terms, we call it the secret herbs and spices for the free agency compensation. No one knows how you get it, but it's there.
Look, it's a bit like the ATO. They tell you this is how much you have to pay tax. You don't go questioning it, do you? How Australian do I sound?
Yeah. You say that now, Baz.
Then I've been paying my taxes ever since I moved here.
Good. Yeah. Don't
I'm a good citizen.
Ellis staying around the wicket. Slow ball of one of his variety. They might look for 2 into the onside. They'll settle for 1. Ellis fields off his own bowling, as he often does so well.
Yeah, I was going to make that point. That's the other great thing about Ellis as a death bowler. He's not only got the great variety and unpredictability at the death, which is so important. His fielding off his own bowling is exceptional. He's got great turn of pace, so he can get to the ball quickly. So it just causes that little hesitation. If there was a 2, he causes that hesitation, and sometimes it's going to result in a run out.
I'd love to know how many different slow balls he has. I've seen him do that. I've seen him do this. I've seen him do that. It's not great for radio, to be honest. Back of the hand, off cutter, leg cutter.
Knuckleball.
He's bowling to Washington. It's short. It's a slow ball, but it's over the keeper's head. And it'll run away for 4. He picked it up early, Washington. It's a boundary. He moves to 10. India now 5 for 114 with 19 balls remaining in the innings.
Gets into really good positions against those short balls. He loves batting in Australia. The 2 test tours he's made here. Again, another off leg. Every time he's attempted that off cutter, he's missed his length.
You don't think it was a deliberate slow ball bouncer?
maybe.
Well, I reckon he's hit his length, but I don't think he has assessed the conditions where that ball is not going to be effective on a fast, pacey surface because the ball's just going to carry on. It's not gripping into the surface.
Last ball of Ellis is over. He bowls now. It's a Yorker right up in the block hole. And all he did was jam it out in the end, Washington, and almost flicked back onto the stumps. Dot ball. Ellis finishes the over well. India 5 for 114 with 3 overs remaining. Rahul 36 and Washington 10.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
SEN one-day cricket for Remilty and Fujitsu. Play the match will be interesting today for Ray White Commercial. At Ray White Commercial, will bring you the whole team. At the moment, Rahul's making a run for it. He's 36 off 27 balls. Kuhnemann will continue. He's done well so far. Yet to be hit for a boundary. 1 for 9 from 2. 4 men in the circle. Short fine leg. Short third man. Backward point and cover. Everyone else is on the boundary. Kuhnemann bowls. It's a wide Yorker, really. It's dug out by Rahul. Straight back to Kuhnemann.
As a premier umpire, a premier cricket umpire, you always carry a notepad and a little pen, Tommy, and that came in handy just there at the end of the Nathan Ellis over. Mitch Marsh wanted to know how many overs Ellis has bowled and how many he has left.
Kuhnemann goes down the wicket as KL Rahul punches it to long off for 1. Again, the length is good from this left-arm spinner. He's playing an important role.
And you can see the umpire just take it out and do the... You end up with a lot of these random notebooks. I found one the other day from 3 years ago, and there are all these random names written on it. It took me a while to figure out what they were.
You umpired the other day, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Did you give any shockers?
No, I'm
100%.
100% always.
Kuhnemann left arm around the wicket, reverse, and he's bowled. He might have even hit that ball back onto his stumps off the face of the bat. We'll have to see it again on the replay screen. Mr. Kemmer's warehouse. Either way, Washington's gone for 10, and Kuhnemann has 2. India 6 for 115.
It's turning into a match-winning spell from Matt Kuhnemann against the run of play. I spoke about Washington Sundar not being a natural hitter against spin, and he could well have just played it onto his stumps.
Just off his glove in the end.
Yeah.
Moved so far across his crease.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to access the boundary behind point, but he obviously can't do it with a cut shot, so he tried the reverse scoop over that infield to try to access the boundary. So he had the right shot in mind, and it's a shot that he has played in the past. Nidish Reddy is the new batter, sort of batting all-rounder in this outfit. We saw him in the series here, the Test series here, and showed some real positive signs, more so with probably bat than ball.
Yeah, made his debut here, right here, last November. Test cricket in that famous 100 he made at the MCG. Emotional parents, family at the boundary edge.
So he's made his Test and one-day debut, both at Perth Stadium.
It's quite random, isn't it?
He's a
Must be a fan of Tom Moody.
Yeah, must be Tom Moody.
Yeah, that's great. That's the Sunrisers connection as well.
Obviously. He's got a job to do here. Kuhnemann bowls, ready on the back foot. He's playing it calmly into the leg side for 1. Matt Short, the fielder out there, covering some ground. His job now to get Rahul on strike, who's played an excellent little knock so far. He's 37 from 29.
He's so adaptable, isn't he, KL Rahul? He's such a good servant to this Indian side in all formats of the game. He's flexible where he bats. He's had to be flexible to get his opportunities.
He's also keeping today. Kuhnemann bowls. Down the wicket again is Rahul. It feels like Kuhnemann's a step ahead of Rahul, giving him nothing to hit over the top. For 1, Matt Renshaw long off. I'm surprised KL Rahul's Test record isn't better. We discussed it last summer. He looks so good sometimes, and he just doesn't have the overall record you'd imagine for someone that can look so calm at the crease.
He's just never had a consistent position in that batting line. I think he is benefiting with the passing on of Virat and Rohit. You saw it in England.
Last ball of Kuhnemann's over. Tried to hoik it away, did Reddy. Inside edge, just short fine leg. He'll hold onto the strike. Comes through for 1. 2 overs remaining in this shortened innings. India 6 for 118.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
India 6 for 118. Tom Morris alongside Bharat Sunderasen and Tom Moody. And we're trying to work out who's going to bowl these last death overs. And Mitch Owen, having taken no wicket for 15 from 2, will bowl the penultimate over of Australia's fielding innings.
Well, it's a good opportunity for him. He's not really known for his bowling. We know that he's capable of bowling, but certainly wouldn't be thinking when you're writing down the team at the start of play that, oh, look, you can bank on him for 2 overs at the death or 1 over at the death. He's really just filling in bits and pieces as the 5th and 6th and 7th bowler combined.
Owen bowling to Reddy. Flicks it away to mid-wicket. They might even look for 2. And they'll come back for a couple, fielded at long on. It was uppish, but very safe. He holds on to the strike, which is probably a good result for the Australians.
Just to finish on KL Rahul, I think his career also kind of, his test career anyway, his big moment came last year in Perth. Rohit Sharma obviously missed the first test. KL Rahul opened. He finally felt like he had his position back, which he seemed so suited to when he started his test career, and from that point really picked up.
Ready, it's short, he's pulled it away. There's a man in the deep, it's Cooper Connolly. Just be one, brings Rahul on strike.
And I really do think he, as the senior most member of this side, especially when they play test cricket, he just feels like he's got his own place, and it's not always overshadowed by, and some players are like that, aren't they, Tom? They just need that space.
Oh, and to be honest with you, to have to manage what he's had to manage over the last 10 years, coming in and out of the side, no certainty of his role in the side, what number he's batting, whether he's going to get picked or not picked. You know, there's no surprise that he averages mid-30s, even though you look at him and think, oh, surely he's sort of mid-40 player plus. And maybe he'll end up there by the end of his career.
65 test matches he's played. Owen hit down long on straight. It should be out. And it is. An easy catch in the end for Matt Renshaw, who's taken a couple on his one-day international debut. And Owen picks up a scalp, and it's the big one. It's KL Rahul.
It looked like a change of pace again. But Rahul tried to get under it, like he did a couple of times against Matt Short. It just didn't sound good when it came off his bat. And it was only going one place, which is straight into Matt Renshaw's hands at long on.
So a couple of the debutants combined. Owen for his first one-day international wicket. Maybe his second.
That's first wicket.
His first wicket. It's 1 for 18.
2 catches for Renshaw.
That's it. 2 catches for Renshaw. 38 from 31 balls. Baz looking out for me. 9 deliveries remaining in this Indian innings. 7 for 121. That score will be adjusted. Harshit Rana is the new man who played a role early on in last year's Border Gavaskar series.
Yeah, also made his test debut here alongside Reddy.
He can also hit some bombs. Yeah, he's not a top order player, but he can clear the fence.
Baseball-like stance at the crease. Owen bowls. It's sliced over point. It won't quite carry to Matt Short. He's off the mark. India 7 for 122.
Controversial selection. There's been a lot of talk about Harshit Rana being picked in this squad ahead of others.
Why's that?
Not sure. I mean, there's been
coach.
Yeah, a lot of links drawn to Gautam Gambhir, and Harshit Rana does play for Delhi. Gautam Gambhir has come out and slammed everyone, and
that's what he does, though, doesn't it? What do you think, Baz?
He also connected with KKR in the IPL, so Gambhir has got deep roots there, and Harshit Rana is a quick in that artillery.
Owen bowls. Slow ball. Renshaw might get there again, and he drops it. He came round from long on to his right. He had to move a fair way, but in the end he made good ground and he shelled it. Nitish survives.
It's really interesting watching him catch that, because he's taken 2 good catches today. One at slips. first one at slips, he gets himself into position, a bit like Ricky Ponting at slip, where he has his fingers pointing upwards. He likes that position as a preference. He did the same with the catch just recently, where he took it in the outfield, fingers pointing up again, where he could have caught it the other way around. And that one there, he's confused whether to go fingers up or fingers down.
Tish survives. Owen bowls. It's short. Again, it's a slower ball. It's right up the chimney. Is it Josh Philippi? It is. Takes the catch almost over the stumps. And Rana's gone for one. Owen gets his second on one-day international debut. And the Indians only have a couple left. They're 8 for 123.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
So Rana the last man out for one. 8 for 123 India with 1 over remaining. The Aussies have fought back well here. KL Rahul was starting to get away. Virat Sunderasen and Tom Moody alongside me.
I'm calling it. I think Matthew Kuhneman has bowled the greatest spell ever in a 26 overs a side game. No better spell ever.
I can't argue with that.
6 deliveries remaining, Kuhneman. Tish is on strike.
He has been impressive, though. That's really impressive.
Tell us about Arshdeep Singh with the bat. Baz, just off this delivery.
Not the flashes.
Kuhneman bowls. Tries to hoik it away. Does Nitish. Only as far as Mitch Marsh at short fine leg, and he'll remain on strike.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nitish Reddy tries to keep the strike. You're into the proper number 10s and 11s. Yeah, I'm surprised Mohammad Siraj didn't push Arshdeep out of the way to walk out the bat, knowing him.
The average is 7 in one-day international cricket. That makes sense. Kuhneman bowls. This again is hoiked away by the right-handed Nitish down to deep square leg. They're going to look to come back for 2. Should be out the non-strikers, and he is. A diamond duck for Arshdeep Singh. They had to come back for 2. He wasn't quite quick enough. The throw came in. It was a good one from Nathan Ellis. And Australia has its 9th.
Like I said, that's what Nitish Kumar Reddy thought of Arshdeep's batting. He was coming for the second, come what may, and it was a suicidal second. Because
what did they say on TV? Not even in the frame.
No, and especially from that camera angle on TV, you could see as the fielder collects the ball, they're still at each other's ends, so there's no way either of them would have completed it.
But I think they knew that was the case.
Yeah.
The most important thing was Reddy getting back on strike, which is, you just hope there's a fumble in the field or the throw's slightly offline and you can sneak the 2. But worst case scenario, your more proficient batter is on strike.
In comes Mohammad Siraj in his usual with Richard swagger.
He played the heel character well last summer, didn't he, Siraj?
Yeah, he was a really very good heel.
So he's the non-strikers end. He'd be surprised if he faces a ball.
Yeah, he's walked out to bat like he's ready to make a double 100.
Yeah. It's the old Matthew Hayden swing the arms. So India's lost 3 for 3 here. Kuhneman bowls. Hoiked away, high in the air from Nitish Reddy for 6. Oh, he's got it beautifully. The slog sweep. That's what India needed. 9 for 130.
Yeah, beautifully struck. He can hit a big ball. Nitish Reddy when he gets himself going. That is his preferred side of the field, the leg side of the field. He's just picked that off a length. Good sweep slog. A big boundary out there. It's probably 70 metres to that fence and it's cleared it comfortably.
The fact that it's taken 21 balls for Kuhneman to concede a boundary, I think he'll take that.
He's gone over the wicket now, Kuhneman. 3 balls remaining in the innings and his spell. It's flat, just outside off stump, and it's pulled away to long on. And he sends Siraj back, who wanted the single.
Still the best spell in 26 overs.
Yeah. Despite
regardless of the 6.
No.
Even if he hits 6 here.
It's done. He's
a lot.
He's got it. He's got the best record. Yeah.
Congratulations to Matt Kuhneman.
Yeah. Nobody's taking that over away.
That's it. He's going back around the wicket now. Just changing
social media, people might send me a list of 10 better spells.
Takes Baz. Kuhneman bowls. This one he completely mistimes. It should be out the non-strikers end. Run out, and it is. It's a direct hit. Philippi hit the stumps, took his glove off, underarmed it down to the non-striker's end. Mohamed Siraj was backing up a long way and he's come back and they're not quite sure.
Back to director, we have an umpire review for a run
It'll be a
out.
third umpire. Looked out to the naked eye, but
angle,
they've gone upstairs. What do you think, Baz?
Siraj is very confident that he made his ground.
It was a direct hit.
Oh, yeah, it was safe.
Let's keep rolling.
Just back.
Yeah. That is grounded. That is grounded. When the bells light up, I'm ready to make my decision for the screen.
A bit of work from Josh Philippi regardless. 2 balls remaining. He's swinging hard here. He's looking at deep mid-wicket. He's looking at long on. He's holding nothing back. 13 from 10. Is Nitish ready? Kuhlman bowls again. This one's tossed up a little bit and it pays the price. 25 metres back over long on. And that finishes the Indian innings. What a shot. That is a good bit of batting. Kuhlman goes for 2 sixes in his last over, but he played an important role. 9 for 136 India finish, and the Australians will need 137. Well, probably more than 137 from 26 overs to win. We'll wait for the adjustment.
It's taken a while, but this innings is finally done. Feels like we've been talking about it and sitting on it for the last few days, but a strong finish from Nitish Kumar Reddy. Maybe India look back and wonder if he could have come out to bat when Washington Sundar did. Maybe they went for the right, left. He's finished well. They needed to finish well. They really lost their way in the last 2 or 3 overs. But still a very good spell from Matthew Kuhlman. The pressure was on him with Australia having used up most of their bowlers, the fast bowlers in particular. A good start from Hazelwood and Stark. No runs for Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma. That'll be the big story back in India, but they've given themselves a chance, something to play with in 26 overs.
Yeah, really, it's their top order that struggled. And you mentioned 2 of them, the 2 senior players, and Kohli and Rohit Sharma failed to impress today, but it's very early on in this white ball series against India. But it was the middle order that really put some, solidarity into this innings. They're still well short of what they need to be in this 26 overs, but at least they've given themselves a marker in the ground that's, respectable. But I would imagine Australia will come out and really go hard at that total. And Marsh and Travis Head don't need an invitation for that.
Yeah, don't have asked them twice. Travis Head yet to play a match this summer. He's ready to go. So 9 for 136 is what India scored. Of course, that score will be adjusted based on whatever Excel document or computer they use to make amends, because India were initially batting as if it was a 50-over game and it ended up being 26 overs. So it's a 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Mitch Marsh and Travis Head aren't far away. This is SEN one-day cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. One easy app to send money worldwide. And for Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. The Aussies are back soon.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Did you know Budget can rent you a truck long term?
Do-dooty-doo, do-dooty-doo.
What are you doing?
It's the wedding march. Getting married, didn't we?
No.
But you said long term.
Long term, yes. Fair prices too, but no lock-in contract.
Oh, that's a relief.
It's a great deal.
No, I can't stand your mother.
For long-term trucks, no lock-in contract, head to budgettrucks.com.au.
She doesn't like me either.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Summer's better on KO.
Travis Head.
Yes, Gilly?
More enthusiasm. KO Sports has exclusive cricket and over 50 live sports.
What a catch that is!
So you won't miss a thing. Now let's try again.
KO Sports, get on board.
That's better.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Axar back on strike. It's a short ball, top edge, over the keeper's head, and one bounce over the rope for 4. Axar up to 20. It's not a long hit straight. He has to take them on. He does try and take them on. Has he got enough on it? No, he doesn't. Caught at long on. Axar Patel out for 31. It is India now 5 for 84. He looked at it. He said, oh, it's not a big hit. Unfortunately, he didn't hit it big enough. Balls again. Rahul advances, smashes it down the ground into the side screen on the full. Cop that. What does Matt Short do now? He's going to come around the wicket now. Rahul's going again. This one's bigger. It is massive. It's gone 20 rows back over long on.
Kuhnemann left arm around the wicket, reverse, and he's bowled. He might have even hit that ball back onto his stumps off the face of the bat. Either way, Washington's gone for 10. Kuhnemann has 2. India 6 for 115. 5 test matches played. Owen hit down long on straight. It should be out, and it is. An easy catch in the end for Matt Renshaw, who's taken a couple on his one-day international debut. And Owen picks up a scalp, and it's the big one. It's KL Rahul. Tish survives. Owen bowls. It's short. Again, it's a slower ball. It's right up the chimney. Is it Josh Philippi? It is. Takes the catch almost over the stumps. And Rana's gone for 1. Owen gets his second on one-day international debut. Kuhnemann bowls. This again is hoiked away by the right-handed Natish down to deep square leg. They're going to look to come back for 2. Should be out the non-strikers, and he is. A diamond duck for Ashdeep Singh. They had to come back for 2. He wasn't quite quick enough. The throw came in. It was a good one from Nathan Ellis. And Australia has its 9th. Kuhnemann bowls. Hoiked away. High in the air from Natish Reddy for 6. Oh, he's got it beautifully. The slog sweep. That's what India needed. 9 for 130. Kuhnemann bowls again. This one's tossed up a little bit, and it pays the price. 25 metres back over long on. And that finishes the Indian innings. What a shot. That is a good bit of batting. Kuhnemann goes for 2 sixes in his last over, but he played an important role. 9 for 136 India finish.
Yes, so as Tom said then, the finish for India from 26 overs, 9 for 136. The top scorer for India, KL Rahul with 38, Axar Patel with 31, and some big hitting late from Nitish Kumar Reddy with 19 not out from just 11 balls. Australia, they spread the wickets. There was 2 each to Kuhnemann, Owen and Hazelwood, and a single each to Stark and to Ellis. Now, because this is a DLS situation, because of the frustrating showers of rain we've had throughout the course of the afternoon, the number has actually gone down. So Australia needs to chase 131 runs to win, despite India's score. And that's largely because, and I'm a bit like Tom, it's all a bit secret how they work it out with the secret herbs and spices. But essentially what it means is that because India lost 9 wickets in 26 overs, that's one of the reasons why we've got a situation that it goes down. Wickets are not good when you're doing the recalculations. I've got Brad Hogg with me who's shaking his head. He can't work it out.
I just think that's absolutely ridiculous.
I agree with you.
It's you can understand it if overs were coming down as well with it. But India batted first. Right, do you play for rain conditions around? The weather around here can be a little bit iffy. Could be just a short shower here and there. You're not you don't know how many overs you're going to lose, if you're going to lose any. So it's just tough on India. I just don't like that concept of losing runs when you've batted the 26 overs and the other team's going to come out and bat 26 overs as well.
No.
So what you're saying there, if it's 131 and Australia lose 10 wickets, India only lost 9. So
yeah, I mean, they've tinkered with it quite a few times to try and make it fairer. But in this situation, we said it at the toss with the forecast of the showers, it was going to be a huge advantage to be bowling first, which Australia wins the toss. They put India in.
Well, the other thing is, Josh Hazlewood's bowled 7 overs. Mitchell Stark's bowled 6 overs. They were able to utilise the new ball a little bit longer than expected, knowing that there's going to be a little bit more rain around. So the pressure's on India at that stage as well.
That's right.
You're never ever going to get it right. You're never ever going to get it even. You're never going to get it fair, and that's the difficult thing about it. And if you know that rain's around and you're playing a bilateral series like this, why not test? So you might go 10 overs here, bat 10 overs, bowl 10 overs, so that the game's even throughout, rather than having this discrepancy right now. But at the end of the day, India were in trouble early on. They didn't know whether to go hard or not. Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma looked as though they were out of touch. They looked as though they hadn't picked up a bat for a long period of time, which is disappointing in that aspect of it. And then, rain started to come. All of a sudden, overs started to get lost, and then it was up to Akshar Patel and the rest, Rahul, out the back end to try and make things up. And they've got to 131, or Australia need 131 with the Duckworth-Lewis system. And I was just watching Siraj bowl there. The ball seemed to be swinging in the air there. So with the new ball, India might be able to make some inroads here. And you've got to remember that Australia, this is an inexperienced team as well. So there's still plenty of life in this game right now.
It is the voice of Brad Hogg for Ozito Brushless Power Tools. Do you? Along with Tom Moody and Brett Sunderasen, helping us sit in the expert chair this afternoon with myself, Adam White, and Tom Morris. Your callers, we're not far away. In fact, 3 minutes until the first ball, so just a 15-minute break between innings. So the Henley Holmes scoreboard sees India making 9 for 136, but we've got to try and cancel that out and just keep thinking that it's 131 required for Australia to win from 26 overs. So it's just, really, it's 5 runs and over, which really should be elementary. And again, that makes it even feel more unfair for India in this situation, because they actually did Hoggy quite well when they came out for that last sort of passage of play to score as many runs and play as aggressively as they did, considering they were already 5 or 6 wickets down.
Yeah, well, they were 5 or 6 wickets down, but they didn't play the conditions well enough either. When they were batting, they weren't. They were hitting the ball too hard out to the deep fielders. You hit the ball hard if you're going for the boundary and you're looking for the gaps, but you don't hit it straight to the fielder as hard as they did. You push it, try to get the ball to stop before the 30-metre line, and you've got to, or the 30-metre ring, and in those wide boundaries, you've got an easy 2 there, and they just weren't able to capitalise on that. But I've got to just say, I was very happy with the way that Kuhnemann bowled. The way that he set his field up, the angles just was sensational. He had his men behind square, very fine. He was making the Indian batsmen go, right, I can't glide, I've got to hit hard to those deep men out deep. So he bowled superbly. And the other thing that I was very happy with him that he was prepared to come around the wicket for one ball, then over the wicket for the next ball, then back around the wicket for the following ball. I think we might be able to see a bit more of that in short form cricket. just to be able to change those angles up. So very courageous there from Kuhnemann, and I think he showed good control, and it's a good sign for Australia, just having that depth in spin moving forward.
All right, the players from both sides are out in the middle. The umpire has tossed the ball to Mohamed Siraj, who'll bowl the first ball. So the power play breakdowns, overs 1 to 5 is the first, 6 to 21 the second, and 22 to 26 the third. So 2 out, 4 out, 5 out. With Mitch Marsh to face the first ball, with Travis Head at the non-striker's end. Mohamed Siraj from the Justin Langer stand end of Perth Stadium. The current crowd number is 40,102 for DAF trucks. There's a DAF for that, and that's a pretty good number considering the frustration of the weather today and the fact that Virat Kohli made a duck.
26 overs, Ken. Power plays 5.
I've got to say, Adam, Mohamed Siraj, I think he's the leader of this Indian bowling attack in all forms of the game. Boomer comes in and out with his injuries and also workloads. He's a little bit more precious at the present moment, but Siraj, just his endurance and quality and consistency has really shone over the last couple of years. I think he's their number 1 bowler right now.
Here he comes, first ball to Mitch Marsh, who leaves outside of stump to a quick ball. Just the one slip in play. Heavy populated offside field with backward point, cover, and mid-off. Along with third man on the rope. That's your offside field. Onside, it's mid-on forward square leg. A wideish, deep backward square.
I think that's the perfect field that they can have in this particular situation, especially with Mitch Marsh in fine form at the moment. They're still aggressive with the slip and gully in place, but they've got a little bit of protection trying to ask Mitch Marsh to hit a little harder than that.
Siraj bowls, edging there, Marsh, past first slip down towards the rope. It's fielded down there at third man, and just a single that flew off the edge. Mitch Marsh throwing his hands at the ball.
Siraj,
it's a single.
On a good length, but no movement with the ball there. Mitch Marsh just coming across the body rather than hitting straight through the line, causing that to get the outside edge.
Step Singh down there at third man. So now with the left-hander on strike, there are some changes to the field, but essentially they've just mirrored it largely to what they had for Marsh as the right-hander. In fact, they now changed it and they've put a shortish mid-wicket in play as well for Travis Head.
Well, basically that's just Siraj trying to bring the ball back into Travis Head, and Travis Head just having easy access through mid-wicket. He doesn't have that now.
Siraj bowls, Head, first ball, digs it out, back to the bowler, who knocks it down, ricochets into the offside, and there's no run. That speed, 133.6 for DAF trucks. There's a DAF for that. All our facts and figures and statistical information this evening.
Just going for the Yorker, the in-swinging Yorker there, Siraj. It just swung out the back end. Travis Head just equally as good to get that on the full.
The equation on the Henley Holmes scoreboard, 130 from 153. Head waits, taps away. Siraj bowls, Head, digging it out, flicking it in fact, through mid-wicket for 4. It was in the air for a while. Mid-wicket didn't have a play at it and just watched it go by. And was able to get it to the right of mid-wicket, but to the left of mid-on, and it rocketed out to the rope. The timing there was absolutely spot on. No wicket for 5. The first boundary for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, for the longest time, I think, I would say David Warner had the best hands in Australian cricket. I think the titles now moved on to Travis Head. That was all just hands and timing.
Didn't look like he timed it the way he played it. He certainly did. He waits again. Siraj bowls. Just tucked up there, playing off his hip to forward square leg, and there is a no run.
This feels like an enigma, doesn't it, Travis Head? It feels like we haven't seen a lot of him for a while now.
Yeah, just haven't. Really, but there's so much cricket around at the present moment. Where are they playing now? Oh, right. Just Siraj is searching for that swing into the left-hander, and he's just been a little too full in the first 2 balls. Last ball just dug it a little more into the ribs.
Bowls again, head, muscles it over the top of mid-off, and that'll go down to the rope as well for 4. He got the length he wanted, purposefully lifting it over the top of mid-off and down to the fence. First over complete, no wicket for 9. Marsh 1, Head 8, Henley home scoreboard.
Whoa, Travis Head, where are your clothes?
Gilly, you said no one can see me this summer.
I said the only place to see the Australia versus India series this summer is on Fox Cricket, included with KO Sports.
That explains the weird Uber trip.
KO Sports, get on board.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and for Fujitsu. And it is going to be Arshdeep Singh from the broadcast end here at Optus Stadium. The weather, I wouldn't say it's clearing, but the clouds are high and the radar's looking encouraging. Touch wood.
I don't think we'll get any rain for the rest of the game.
Arshdeep Singh, the left arm up, bowls to Mitch Marsh, who pokes it away on the onside. Didn't know a lot about that one. Squeezed off the inside edge forward of square leg, and he gets a single. 2 off 3, Head 8 off 4, no wicket for 10 on the Henley home scoreboard.
Well, India's most successful T20 bowler, Arshdeep Singh. Been a bit in and out of this side.
Well, just with that ball swinging, are they prepared to put a second slip in place? They've got the deep third man moving to a deep backward point, and then the point that they had in the regulation point, they've sort of put him in a short third man. Miles will bring him into a catching position to Travis Head with the ball moving away.
There's a deepish gully and a slip behind the wicket on the offside. As Archie bowls, and Head's going to hit the ball straight to third man. He didn't have to move. He got width. He threw his hands at it and watched it sail straight to the fielder on the rope. Simple catch. Head out for 8. Australia 1 for 10. It was almost like he was trying to hit the ball to him. There's no one within 150 metres of him.
It's a bit like a bird flying over, and you've got a small hat on your head, and it just lands on top of your head from high above. I can't believe that Travis Head has found the fielder out in the deep, just with precision.
Runner's not meant to be sitting there thinking, oh, okay, fair enough.
It's funny. It's a replay of how Travis Head got out right here in 2018 in that test match, the first ever test match played here against India. I think that was of the bowling of Ishant Sharma. And I should know better things in life, but just my memory bring it back to life.
But you could see it was, even just to describe it, it was like, oh, he actually hit it straight to him.
Yeah, he did.
And it was a hard thing to do.
Should become a fielding coach someday.
Straight away, Arshdeep Singh is going to be bowling the short, and India getting on the attack with a second slip in place.
Yeah, so Matt Short, the new batsman for Australia, sort of oscillates between opening or batting at 3. He's got into this team for the work that he did for Victoria opening the batting, and also for the Adelaide Strikers in the BBL. He waits for Arshdeep Singh, past the umpire, bowls, and just steadily off the front foot, pushing into backward point in defensive mode. No run. That speed 131.3. Thanks to DAF Trucks. There's a DAF for that.
With that Travis Head shot, you can sit there and go, why did he play that type of shot with the fielder out there? Why did he hit it uppishly like that? That's the way he plays. It could have been 5 metres either way, and it's a boundary. Just the power that he actually has. And that's the thought process that you've got to have when you're going out there. You can't really worry about the fielders where the ball's got to go. You see it, you hit it, you go after it.
Instead, balls again. That's a beauty that beats the outside edge. Bounce and pace. Across the right-hander through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
You see Travis Head, he's going after the bowling, whereas Matt Short's just a little defensive when he's coming in to play right now as he faces a beautiful delivery from Arshdeep Singh. Short's thinking he's going to try and bring it back into him, and that one's just swung away beautifully. Brilliant swing bowling by Arshdeep Singh.
Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, then that was perfect.
Well, it's his old school swing bowler.
It was. Bowls again to Short. That one down leg side, trying to get the ball to swing the other way. And that will be a wide. So the first extra on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. Australia 1 for 11. Short still yet to score.
It's not the quickest. Speeds will be in the early 130s at best on average, but he's very old school in the way he swings it around. He'll like these conditions that he has to play with at the moment.
So second slip now has gone to a third slip. Ashdeep bowl, Short slashes and misses.
Well, that was a little wider outside off stump, and it was there to hit, but Matt Short just been a little tentative, didn't get the footwork, didn't get the body across to be able to capitalise on that. I'm just going to go back to the Travis Head shot. If that was from the other end, Arshdeep bowling from the other end, swinging it away, that probably would have gone to for six on the other side of the ground, where the boundary is a little shorter. On any other ground, probably apart from the MCG, that would have been six.
And it was travelling. The fact that Harshit Rana was knocked off his feet when he hit that catch.
If he had 20 goes at that in trying to hit it, he wouldn't have been able to hit to him.
Right, we've got a deep square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, no fine leg. So Arshdeep Singh, is he going to swing it in?
Bowls and Short defending from the stumps into the onside. A good over there from Arshdeep Singh. Very impressive, including the wicket of Travis Head. Australia after 2 overs, 1 for 11 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard.
How much did the painter say he was going to charge you for that job?
Well, they told me it was a one-off special price of...
Mate, if you're paying for painting and for maintenance, you're getting ripped off.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life, or a renovation in need of the finishing touches? Whatever painting job you need done, let Synergy Painting Group's skilled and dedicated team create a lasting impact. Synergy Painting Group, it's where quality meets affordability.
That's much better.
Visit synergypaintinggroup.com.au.
That last ball from Arshdeep Singh, he didn't have any protection behind square on the leg side, but he was still prepared to swing the ball into Matt Short. Matt Short, not realising the change of field there, wasn't prepared to go across the wicket to that in-swinging delivery.
New over, Marsh leaves outside off stump from Mohammad Siraj. That was the voice of Brad Hogg with us tonight on SEN One Day Cricket for Ramintley and Fujitsu. He's here for Zito Brushless Power Tools Do You, both Brad Hogg and also Tom Moody and Bharat Sunderasen as well.
What does me? What'd you say? Does it do you? What was that?
Zito.
Zito.
Zito does you. Do you.
What's Zito?
Zito. It's like power tools and stuff.
Power tools.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. Ahmed Siraj bowls, and that is just beating the outside edge, or is it out? They're appealing. The umpire says not out. It felt like there was a feather through to the keeper from up here. And now they work out whether they go upstairs. No, they're not going to.
It's Mitch Marsh too. He's been the man that's been in form in this Australian lineup. If he goes, well, all of a sudden, there's a little bit of nervousness in the lower order.
Let's have a look at the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. What do we see, gentlemen?
Siraj didn't think it hit anything. Mitch Marsh turned around very nervously.
He did, didn't he?
KL Rahul, it did nothing.
No, just too much swing.
And even with KL Rahul, he collects the ball, and then almost as an afterthought, he started appealing.
And Siraj again on his way, bowls. Advancing is Marsh, inside edge onto his body. Ballooning out on the offside, no run. First time we've seen real aggression from Mitch Marsh, who some would argue is in the form of his life the way he's playing at the moment.
Hitting it so well. Did a great knock the other day over in New Zealand. Big 100. Single-handedly taking
extraordinary batting that night.
He's enjoying captaincy, isn't he? Just the chat with him yesterday after the trophy presentation. He's in really good spirits.
He's a perfect man for the job because he's got a little bit of humour. He's a funny character, but he can also be serious in a sense, and he's got a good cricket brain as well.
2 slips in play. Mohammad Siraj on his way again from the Langer stand end. Bowls to Marsh, who's shouldering arms and leaving outside off stump.
With a cat and mouse here. Charging Siraj, and Siraj slightly short of the next ball, and Marsh not looking to play the pull shot yet.
Well, the reality is there is no hurry when the run rate's only 5 runs and over as a requirement with 9 wickets in hand. They can take their time. The counter argument today is there's only 5 overs of the power play.
5 overs each of these 2.
So we're essentially halfway through. Crowd getting involved. Mohammad Siraj at the top of his run. Charges in, bowls to Marsh, who leaves again. Again, the shape away from the right-hander. 5 consecutive dot balls in this over from Mohammad Siraj.
Beautiful bowling there. Beautiful bowling. This is just a great contest between 2 men that are in form with their skills. And Mitch Marsh trying to put Siraj off his line of length, charging earlier in the over. Wasn't able to capitalise.
At the moment, Virat Kohli's just, I'm not sure I'd want his fingers in my eye trying to work out what was going on there. Looks like things are okay. And he's ready to bowl his last ball of his second over. 1 for 11 is the score. Siraj bowls, and again from the stumps, Marsh forced to defend. End of the over, straight to forward square leg. A maiden from Mohammad Siraj. It is 1 for 11 on the Henley home score.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and for Fujitsu. Arshdeep Singh on his way again, running away from us past the umpire, bowls to short, who pushes firmly into cover, and he gets a run. So the good news, Hogg, is that Mohammad Siraj is okay after some work from Virat Kohli.
The finger in the eyes.
Yes.
Well, I had the doctor the other day put the finger in the eye.
Everything was okay, Hoggy?
Everything's okay with the old prostate. Yep.
That's good. One for 12.
He thought my eyes were blue.
You just had to go that little bit too far.
But Bharat's eating a samosa, so I had to put pressure on him.
Arshdeep Singh bowls, and that's been lifted into the onside. It's over everything. 6. Mitch Marsh over forward square leg. There was a man out there and he watched it sail over his head. And for the first time, Marsh finds the boundary. He's 8 off 10. Australia 1 for 18 in the 4th over. And that is another boundary for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Well, he's been very watchful, cautious against Siraj. Yes, he did charge him once, but Siraj went a bit shorter. He didn't want to go for the pull shot against him. But Arshdeep Singh slightly short for the first time, and bang.
What's the response? Arshdeep Singh bowls. Marsh defends and will take a single, pushing up to mid-off. Mohammad Siraj on his heels and was set a little bit deeper, which meant that it was a comfortable single in the end for Mitch Marsh. 9 off 11 for the captain. Matt Short, 1 off 5, 1 for 19 in the 4th.
That's the difference between India and Australia. Single from Short, 6 from Marsh, and then a single from Marsh the very next ball. Putting pressure on one of the Indian bowlers, knowing that they're getting pressure put on them from the other bowler out the other end. So good counter punch here from Australia.
Arshdeep Singh, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Short, who plays nicely through forward point. Lovely cut shot, keeping it in front of point and finding the rope also for the first time in his short innings. He is 5 off 6. Marsh is 9 off 11, 1 for 23. Another boundary for Lickland. Score more this summer with Lickland choose to drink wise.
Yeah, Arshdeep Singh's a very impressive start in the previous over with his length. He's gone short. The one where he conceded the 6 wasn't the shortest delivery, but Mitchell Marsh doesn't need it to be too short to play that shot. But this one was short and short. Cut him for 4. There are a lot of shots in there.
It didn't feel like it came off the middle of the bat, but it still got to the rope comfortably. Arshdeep bowls again, swing and a miss from short, trying to play off the front foot through the covers.
Better length from Arshdeep Singh. He has a role to play here. He's got that 1 wicket of Travis Head, but with this new ball, the conditions the way they are, India will need at least 1 more, if not 2, in this spell from him.
That short, just not getting across, getting that foot near that half volley, then playing away from his body, nearly came undone.
Last ball of the over. Arshdeep Singh bowls to short. He takes the inner portion of the bat, trying to again drive through the covers. That's got it all wrong there, but he kept it along the ground, straight to mid-wicket, and a dot ball to finish. Short 5 off 8, Marsh 9 off 11, 1 for 23 the score, Australia, and he's on SEN one-day cricket for Remittley and Fujitsu.
Need assistance with your building project? Like in footy, a strong defence wins games. When legal challenges charge in, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your back line, protecting your assets with expert advice and a winning strategy. For over 30 years, Oldham Construction Lawyers have tackled the industry's toughest cases. Whether you're about to sign a building contract or dealing with defects, they'll go the extra mile to get results. Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, keeping your home and business in premiership form.
26 overs Australia have got to get to 131. Mohammad Siraj on his way again, bowls to Marsh, who walked down the wicket and then defended to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It stays at 1 for 23 in the 5th over. Marsh 9 off 12. A short 5 off 8, and that is on the Henley home scoreboard.
That's good batting from Mitch Marsh. He's put pressure on Arshdeep Singh out the other end. Mohammad Siraj bowled a maiden to him the previous over. I'm just thinking, right, what are you going to do now if I just come down the wicket to you after what I've just done to Arshdeep Singh? So just asking a few questions there.
Siraj again, Marsh up on his toes, pushing to cover point. Again, no run. So at the moment, it's either defend or try and belt a 6 from Mitch Marsh at the moment.
So Siraj's giving him nothing, though. Again, he's been in such red-hot form with the ball. Across formats, amazing series in England. When he won over, a lot of fans think around the world, it was his lion-hearted spell in that last test when all looked lost for India, and then he came back and won to level the series. It was all Siraj, wasn't it, out of wide?
That's right. Here he is again. He bowls. Marsh turns into the onside. I thought he was going to go big then. He changed his mind and just rolled the wrist and went straight to forward square leg. Another dot ball. Hoggy was talking about it before, just about being the main man, just with the, as much as anything, the energy that he brings his teammates. While Bumrah might be the star, there's just something about Mohammad Siraj that he brings to his teammates.
Well, he's just reliable. He's always on the park. And we were talking to Morris, Lance Morris earlier on.
Here he goes again, bowls. Marsh advances and then smashes it over cover and into the seats, if you don't mind. How good is that?
Well, if that was Adelaide Oval, that would have gone into the first tier. That was just unbelievable. The thing about that, he's tried to advance Siraj a couple of times and he's gone straight down the wicket. That time he gave himself a little bit of room and Siraj didn't follow him enough and just gave Mitchell Marsh just enough room to go over cover.
And well done to the gentleman in the crowd who's taken that as a chess mark in the grey windsheeter. Almost lost his glasses in the process. That was impressive. Not as impressive as that shot. That's as good as it gets from Mitch Marsh. Staying leg side of the ball, advancing, and being one of the best fast bowlers in the world over cover for 6 on a big ground. Siraj again. Marsh flicks straight to mid-wicket, no run.
I just can't believe that they've made a field change, having deep mid-off out now and bringing deep third man up after Mitchell Marsh has hit that over cover. Mitchell Marsh is not going to go down to deep mid-off. If he hits in that area, it's definitely going to go sailing over that particular man.
Well, the two sixes he's hit have been incredible strikes of the cricket ball to the biggest part of the ground and then over cover, which is one of the hardest shots to play.
They should actually have a deep cover rather than a deep mid-off here.
Last ball of the over, Siraj to Marsh, who shoulders arms. This makes it even worse for Mohammad Siraj. What do I bowl to him? 1 for 29 after 5 overs. Marsh 15, short 5. It's SEN one-day cricket for Remittley and Fujitsu.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
SEN one-day cricket for Remittley and Fujitsu, and this game has lit up. Mitch Marsh, just about the best shot you'll ever see. A lofted cover drive to the longest boundary on the oval and went the whole way. So Australia 1 for 29. Short on strike. Cut away. And the third man for 1. Run of the bowler, his first delivery of this game. Jeez, Mitch Marsh, it's not just strength. It's power and it's timing and it's balance. It's the whole lot. That was an unbelievable cricket shot.
Oh, it was a beautiful shot. He's advanced down the pitch. The first one that he advanced is Siraj. It was more of a skip down like you'd play a spinner. And he wasn't in perfect balance. His head was all over the shop. And the next one, just giving himself a little bit of room, but made sure that he's in balance so that he could have a proper swing at it and just hit it over cover.
The Australians need 101 from 125 balls. Rana bowls, short outside the off stump, cut away for 6, over cover. Mitch Marsh is seeing it like a beach ball. How simple was that? His third 6. He's 21 from 18, and he's making this game look incredibly simple.
We use the expression, the batters muscle the ball quite often in our beautiful sport. That's not just muscle, there's muscle in a lot else in that shot. He put everything into it. There was a bit of width. The fact that he got it so much straighter kind of tells you the amount of power he generated with it.
Rana's under the pump now. He's bowling to Marsh. There's no slip in place. He works it off his legs. Looking for 2 down to fine leg. He's going to have to hurry. And they'll settle for 1. The Australians making a positive start. Short 6, Marsh 22, 1 for 37.
That's one thing with Harshit Rana at this level. He's got a lot of ability, a lot of talent, but he just can't afford to let the pressure off early on in the spell. That's one aspect of his game that he can improve at this level. Those first couple of balls have got to be on the money. You can't afford to have someone like Mitch Marsh get an easy 6 over cover like he just did.
Rana approaches, he bowls to short, it pitched up and it's defended to mid-on, no run. So Short gets his opportunity at number 3, having played the previous 8 one-days opening the batting. It's a good opportunity for him, golden opportunity with the World Cup 2 years away.
And just speaking to George Bailey yesterday, he spoke about how disappointed they've been that he's had some injury issues of late. They want to get a lot of white ball cricket into him. Not just the 50-over World Cup, Tom, the 20-over World Cup coming up in just 4 months' time.
Rana delivers short, tucks it away off his legs again. He'll look for a couple just to the right of the square leg umpire and settle for 1. So he's batted at 8 in one-day international cricket. He's also batted at 6, and he only averages 21 with 250. So this is his time now. He's going to get an opportunity this next couple of weeks.
The thing is, you look at that, he's batting at 8, he's batting at 6. Average of 21, he's only had a small sample size. what pressure was he under? What role did he have to play in that particular situation? And I think sometimes the stats in white ball cricket, especially more so T20 cricket, they need to be redefined and changed, because it's the impact that you actually have in certain areas of the game.
Last ball of runners over to Marsh, who lets it go through to the keeper. Almost a bit anticlimactic on that occasion. 1 for 38 is the score on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. You're listening to SEN One Day Cricket for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide.
Listen up. Now is the perfect time to head into Chemist Warehouse and get big brands at fantastic prices. Get Manicare Precision Tweezers for just $7.24. That's a plucking good deal. Stay hydrated with Liquid IV Hydration Lemon Lime 24 sachets, $19.99. Try Scholl Freeze Away Skin Tag Remover for just $23.99. And upgrade to Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO2 Series Forest Green for just $55.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Our experts for Ozito brushless power tools do you. Bharat Sunderasen and the great Bradley Hogg, Western Australian royalty, and Adelaide royalty in the back row. Of course, he's recently an Australian citizen, Bharat Sunderasen, but very thankful to have him as one of us. Siraj bowling, short off his legs, down to fine leg for a single. He moves to 8. Marsh is 22. The target's 131 and Australia are 1 for 39.
And also Shubman Gill recognizing that unless India get wickets with this new ball, with this early burst, this game will slip away, even though Australia have an inexperienced middle order for this format. Giving Siraj his 4th over, so 26 overs, so that would mean that one bowler can bowl 6. And the way he's gone, I think, Brad, he's the one who will be the one bowling the 6 overs.
Oh, definitely. There's one thing that I'd actually do if I was Gill now, have a risk on Patel to Mitchell Marsh.
Marsh is on strike. He's defending down the pitch.
So bring the left arm off spinner in and just go, right, you go with your craft. You don't have to bowl darts, but we're trying to get him out. And just that little change up right now. See how Mitch Marsh wants to go after spin, knowing that they've got Washington Sundar there as well to bowl a bit more spin as well. So they've got 2 quality spin options.
The captain of our SEN cricket commentary team, Jared Waitley's been pretty strong on the fact that Mitch Marsh should be considered to open the batting in the Ashes, and Michael Vaughan has just tweeted the same thing. I don't think it's not a knee-jerk thing. It's been bubbling around for a while in the background. Siraj bowls, Marsh into the onside, no run. And he's been flat batting it, pardon the pun, given the way he bats at media conferences the past couple of weeks. Doesn't want a bar of the Ashes.
Not at all. Yeah, I mean, you would have seen the clips yesterday. I was there down Matilda Bay, beautiful spot on the waterfront. He was asked that question and immediately said, well, his only interest in the Ashes is he's got tickets for the first 2 days of the Perth test. And then as soon as the cameras were off, he said, I actually don't have tickets, so if you can provide me with tickets, I would appreciate it.
Couple of dots in a row. Siraj bowls to Marsh. That'll be forward fine leg. It was a loose delivery on his thigh pad, Mitch Marsh. He doesn't miss out on them. Fine leg's in the circle. He picks up yet another boundary. He moves to 26. Australia 1 for 43.
It's an interesting proposition, though, Mitch Marsh to open in Test cricket, because when he was an integral part of the side, you go back to the summer of 23-24 when David Warner was finishing up, everybody was asked that question, right? So who's going to open after David Warner retires? And every time Mitch Marsh was posed that question, he would put it down, just the way he is right now with his suggestion around the Ashes, Tom.
88 from 116 balls the Australians need. Siraj doesn't have a wicket yet. He's bowling to Marsh, and Marsh defends on the front foot and says no.
The only thing with it is that he's doing really well in white ball cricket, and he's going after the bowling. He's scoring out a strong strike rate. If he gets that opportunity to open in Test cricket, he's got to bat the same way, because you're picking him for what he's doing in white ball cricket. You're not picking him for opening the batting in Shield cricket for a long period of time.
Will he get a Shield game or 2 in, and would they be tempted to give him a go at the top of the order for Western Australia?
Yeah. I mean, he's captain for the T20I, so you're thinking he'll get 1 round before the Ashes.
Siraj passed down by Bowles. It's short over Mitch Marsh's head, and that will be a wide.
The only way you can do it is just go, right, we're picking you for your white ball form. You've got to go after the bowling and try them, put them off their game plan. And then you have Khawaja, your Labuschagnes, Steve Smith batting around him.
It's not the worst call.
It's not the worst
call.
Yeah.
It would be a stopgap call, though. I mean, you're thinking only Ashes, and there are always two schools of thought. Are you, then looking to build on it? Does he?
Well, it's looking at your best team at the present moment to take on England in an Ashes series. And quite frankly, there's probably only Weatherall and Renshaw that have put their name up at the present moment for that top three.
Short is hitting the head, Marsh. Will be okay. The ball trickles back down the pitch, and as per the concussion protocols, he has a laugh as he takes off his helmet. And Siraj makes sure he's okay. He'll get checked from the doctor. He'll come out. That is the end of the over. 1 for 44 from 7 overs, the Australians on the Henley Homes scoreboard. Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25. Claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts. T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
Australia 1 for 44 from 7 overs. SEN one-day cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Mitch Marsh was hit on the head, but not to worry. He was having a laugh. These helmets are so good these days. They really protect the players beautifully, but nevertheless, the doctor's out to make sure he's okay. So, since David Warner retired, they've tried Steve Smith, which was a failure. They've tried Sam Constas, which had a sugar hit, but medium-term, it's probably a failure.
Nathan McSweeney
didn't quite work. Not for any fault of him, really. So they've tried a few. It would be a bold move to then go to another non-opener.
Marnus as well.
The
World Test Championship final.
They need to really lock in someone.
It'll be, you are taking a big punt, aren't you?
Well, you're taking a big punt, but you're taking a punt on an Ashes series when there's no one really tried and tested it, and those that are tried and tested haven't been successful. So you're trying to fill a gap in a series that's very important against the quality bowling attack. So you've got to have your best option there, and if that's a white ball player, David Warner came from white ball cricket, opening Test cricket. So if that's your best option, you've got to go for it. And then after that particular Ashes series, when you're playing supposedly weaker teams, that's when you build your assets behind it. And it goes back to what Tom was saying. Australian cricket haven't prepared for this situation over the last 3 years. They just think it's going to happen. And you can't afford to be like that. You can't afford to be on the back foot. Just think we're just going to be rolling out talent left, right and centre year in, year out.
And the best illustration of that as Akshar Patel comes into the attack is we are exactly where we were last year, not knowing who's going to open in the first test for Perth like a month out. Nothing's changed between then and now.
So Aksar, as you just said, into the attack. Left arm around the wicket. Orthodox. Slapped away to point by Matt Short. No run. Mitch Marsh is okay as the non-strikers end. I think he's got a new helmet on as well. And he's batting like a player who has been playing cricket for a few weeks. He's played Darwin, Cairns, Mackay, all in white ball cricket. Another dot ball this time.
Mount Maunganui as well.
Yeah. How do you say it again?
Mount Maunganui.
Maunganui. Made 100 there in a T20 international.
Pretty place. Pretty innings.
Another 100 against the South Africans a few days earlier. Aksar bowls, defended down the pitch. Matt Short, 3 dot balls to begin the over.
I think the question is, this selection committee have said we pick the best 6 batters, we think, going around in Australia, and then form a batting lineup around them.
Aksar bowls. Matt Short's reaching for it and only getting it as far as cover. 4 dot balls. Good over so far from the left arm tweaker.
So the question is, can they justify that Mitchell Marsh fits into the top 6 batters?
Well, at the present moment, he's the only one dominating international cricket.
Yep.
In the white ball format.
Axar again, short. That should be out, and is. He was tied up, 4 dot balls. He looked to lift it over the offside. He changed his mind late, and he almost towed it to short third man, and he's gone. Matt Short throws his bat in the air. He's frustrated with himself, and he gone for 8. The Aussies are 2 for 44. Axar does the damage.
Just beautiful bowling, the flight, the drop, the drift, everything about that just spot on. He's a very crafty bowler. Just getting that extra bounce as well. It was well above the eye line of Matthew Short. He's hit that point region a couple of times from Axar Patel. He's just tried to go a little bit harder and go over the top rather than through the field that particular time, and he's paid the price.
It just didn't look settled at all, Matt Shaw. No. He looked short on rhythm, unlike Mitch Marsh, like someone who looks rusty. He doesn't look to have the flow with his batting, and you could see it in his reaction as well, just chucking his bat up in the air. Josh Philippe's marched out to bat like he's Glenn Maxwell, very fidgety. Josh Philippe, you can see now touching his pads, a la Steve Smith.
Like Steve Smith, yeah. He's got a lot of mannerisms very similar to Steve Smith. Batting at number 4 today. Hasn't played any one-day international cricket since 2021. He's facing Axar. He's working into the leg side, square of the wicket for a single. He'll hold on to the strike. A good over for the Indians, an important one. Keeping Marsh on the strike just as important, you'd imagine, as well. 2 for 45 from 8 overs, the Australians, on the Henley home scoreboard.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you, with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
The Henley home scoreboard, Australia 2 for 45.
Axar Patel just brilliant against Matt Short. Quicker deliveries, and the one that got him out, or quicker deliveries, slightly different line and length as well, but the one that got him out, slightly fuller and slower, tempting Short, getting him out.
Rana bowls to Philippe. He flicks it off his hips for a single again. He looks sharp at the crease. Josh Philippe's been waiting a while for this opportunity.
And the other thing, he finished off the over with the new batter coming in, Philippe, who hasn't played international cricket for a long period of time. Philippe was looking for that one to be a little loopier, and he's just bowled the arm ball. And it wasn't a bad arm ball either. And that's just smarts of cricket. What does the batsman expect? Right, okay, I'm going to bowl him something different. He might be a little slow on his feet, a little bit heavy, a little bit nervous. Great thinking.
Runner bowls, Marsh off the back foot, punching it square of the wicket to deep point for 1. He moves to 27. Australia 2 for 47. That replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, which Brad Hogg was watching just a few moments ago.
And he is such a street smart cricketer. He's done it all for India, and he's such a big name in the IPL, bowls at different stages of the innings.
Well, he's captain of Delhi, isn't he?
He is.
Yes.
Had a great run in Test cricket when he felt like he was the left-arm spinning version of Scott Boland, averaging 11 and 12 with the ball for a while.
Rohit Sharma's at first slip. Philippe on strike. Rana bowls. He's hit on the pad. Philippe, there's an appeal. It's a big appeal from the bowler. Rana liked it. He ran the whole way through. He's looking at Rohit behind the stumps and KL Rahul, and he's not getting much support.
KL Rahul just looking at his toes. He wasn't going to get sucked into supporting Rashid Rana's appeal.
Where's the captain fielding? Where's Shubman Gill?
Mid-off.
Yeah. So he's got to be turning around to mid-off and talking to the captain.
Still high. Okay line. I think he's still going down, but hit him well over the knee roll.
Tell you what, his appeal, he ran right down the middle of the pitch on the 4th stump line. He had a habit of doing that last summer as well. Too high on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Rana bowls to Philippe. Plain miss. Delicious delivery. Wowee. That's done a lot off the seam. Rana thought he had him.
Just a little bit of nervousness out in the middle out at the present moment. Philippi is a ex-West Australian, now living over in Sydney.
It's cut him in half on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
It's like watching two games, isn't it? Mitch Marsh is just in control at one end. Everyone else, Travis Head obviously got out playing a shot we've seen from him. That shot looked unsettled, and so too Philippe so far.
Well, this is important 3 balls from Harshit Rana. He's got to keep the pressure on Philippi and make sure Philippi stays on strike for the next 3 balls without denting the scoreboard.
Siraj bowls. It's hit away by Philippi to deep forward square for 1. It's Rana bowling, apologies.
Because then you've got Patel against Marsh, and that is the big matchup of this game. For me, that matchup will decide whether India stay in the contest or Australia go away with an easy win.
Especially in recent years, India have had Kuldeep Yadav as the big strike weapon with the ball. Left arm orthodox of your ilk.
Orthodox?
Unorthodox.
Unorthodox?
Yeah, well, orthodox for me. Sitting next to you is... I think that should be orthodox.
Did you say I'm unorthodox?
Well, in some ways.
Rana to Marsh. It's hitting the groin region, just trickles away. He's off stump by too far. He picks it up and gives it back to the bowler. It's a nice over again. And Australia are 2 for 48. SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Remitli, one easy app to send money worldwide, and Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
India 2 for 48. SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Axar bowling to Philippi, who's back on the stumps and working it to deep square leg for 1. He moves to 4. Philippi, Marsh is 27. Australia 2 for 49 in this rain-shortened game. They need a 82 off 101.
Well, I'll say Bradley Hogg is it takes one to know one. In terms of who's unorthodox in this box. We both fit the bill in more ways than one.
What I love about this, Gill is on the attack. He had a deep point for Philippi, but now he's brought that deep point in to the man in form, Mitch Marsh.
Marsh is back on the stumps again and just pushing it to cover for no run.
And that's great. That's great attacking batting. And he's also allowed the bowler to bowl a little bit slower as well, having deep protection out on deep mid-wicket.
Marsh gives himself room. He tries to pick the gap between cover and cover point unsuccessfully. No run.
This is beautiful bowling. Beautiful bowling. Big moment of the game here. Knowing that Mitchell Marsh doesn't really like the sweep, not comfortable with the sweep, so he probably won't play it here at Optus Stadium.
Axar bowls to Marsh. He tries to sweep there and he does well, but there's a man in the deep. Just mostly, for 1.
Well, mostly. Cross. I spent a long time bowling to him in the nets. He's never ever swept in his life. I've seen him play it a couple of times, but I thought he wouldn't be playing it here. But great batting from Mitchell Marsh, knowing that he's finding it hard to hit him down the ground and take him on. So, right, I will go for the sweep.
That's the 50 up. Philippi lunges forward and manages to get it to long off for 1. 2 for 51, the Australians. 9.5 overs.
And the good thing about that sweep, he wasn't looking for the boundary. He knows that Patel's probably the biggest risk to him, and he just reached out, got at the pitch of it, and played it with good control. Good cat and mouse here.
1 for 4 from 1.5, Axar's figures. He's bowling to Marsh. Cut away to third man for 4. There's a bit of width. He didn't do a lot wrong, the bowler, but Mitch Marsh made him pay. Threw his hands at it. It's a boundary. He moves to 32. Australia is 2 for 55 on the Henley Holmes scoreboard. Adam White will jump in after this.
Wrong.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitli, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Whoa, Travis Head, where are your clothes?
Gilly, you said no one can see me this summer.
I said the only place to see the Australia versus India series this summer is on Fox Cricket, included with KO Sports.
That explains the weird Uber trip.
KO Sports, get on board.
2 for 55 the score. Philippe starts a new over, chopping the ball onto his pads, and it balloons out on the offside, backward of point, no run. Trying to play out to the sweeper on the offside, Josh Philippe. Not doing it successfully, but he's still there. He's 5 off 8, Marsh 32 off 31. Australia 2 for 55 to start the 11th over. SEN one-day cricket for Remittly, one easy app to send money worldwide. You're with Adam White, Tom Moody, and also Bharat Sunderasen. What have you seen, Tom, through the first 10 overs that's impressed you?
2 monstrous sixes that should be on replay on a regular basis this summer.
This time tucked up in defence off the back foot, pushing up to mid-on. Good start to the over here from Rana.
Actually, I should say 3, because the 2 over cover, the one off the front foot, was an extraordinary shot. I think that went 94 metres. Then the one off the back foot over cover, which is unheard of, that went for 84 metres. And then the pull shot, which we know Mitch has got an appetite for.
All our stats tonight for DAF trucks. There's a DAF for that, including measuring the sixes from Mitchell Marsh. Rana taking his time on his approach now from the Langer stand-in. Past the umpire, bowls to Philippe. Top edge, playing the hook shot over the keeper's head, down to the rope, and it's either 4 or 6. We're obscured by the sight screen. Nothing's been called yet. We might have to go even upstairs. I think it's 6, but we're not sure just yet. The umpires have decided to confer. Let's have a look at the replay for Chemist Warehouse. It's close, it's close, it's close. It is
6.
Oh, I thought
it's either hit the rope on the full or on the half volley, looking at the replay.
Like it yorked the rope.
All our replays tonight for Platinum, the new fragrance by Messi, only at Chemist Warehouse.
Oh, 6.
Yeah.
It is 6. The different angle was quite deceiving, wasn't it? It has gone for 6. So top edge hook shot from Josh Philippe gets the maximum result.
Well, he's done for pace there, wasn't he?
Runner again, bowls to Philippe. This time it's a leading edge to cover on the bounce to Virat Kohli. Trying to force through mid-wicket at about hip high. It's a tough shot to play. Particularly that ball bowled at 140 by Rana. You don't feel that he bowls that fast, but that was a quick ball.
It's just a odd-looking cricketer, isn't he? I don't think he's ever tucked his shirt in any game he's played at competitive level, which in itself is something. It's always
it's an interesting observation. But yeah, no, he's a wholehearted cricketer, isn't he? He's like your blue collar.
Yeah.
He hits the deck hard, he'll run in all day for you, and he'll maintain good pace all day. It looks like, strong, athletic, fast bowler.
Still a slip in place. Philippe this time jumps and flicks from his thigh pad forward of square leg out into the deep. Will get just a single. Moves to 12 from 12. Marsh 32 from 31. Australia 2 for 62 on the Henley Homes scoreboard. Don't forget Henley Homes. They're hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us, henley.com.au.
India did have big expectations from him last year in Australia. Started okay here. They won in Perth and then just fell off a cliff. Disappointing in Adelaide, and then came back later in the series.
See, again, he's another bowler that I think has been, I suppose, identified as a talent through white ball cricket, and the length you're bowling in white ball cricket's different than Test cricket.
Wider on the stumps, and Marsh trying to cut, nearly chopped it back onto his stumps. It dribbles to Rahul, the wicketkeeper, instead. And that is the end of the over. 11 complete. Australia 2 for 62 on the Henley Home score.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
SEN one-day cricket for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. And as the new over starts, and it's a single from Philippi up to mid-on.
Josh Philippe has gone to 13 runs without really hitting one of the middle of his bat. That one came off the inside edge. He picked up a 6 of the top edge.
It just shows how good Mitch Marsh is playing, because Short struggled as well. Marsh here gets back and across and just pushes out to point.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's to do with just the familiarity around the conditions. Like Mitch Marsh is brought up on these surfaces, knows the shots to play.
So again, bowls, and from the stumps, Marsh on the back foot just stroking it into the covers, and there's no run.
Where for others that come here for maybe one game a year, or if you're a domestic player, you might get a couple of games here, you at least get accustomed to it to a certain degree. But this is early season for everyone.
So around the wicket, Ollie's left arm orthodox, bowls, and it's swept away by Marsh out into the deep. Behind square, just for a single. Marsh to 33, 2 for 64 Australia in the 12th.
He's also coming off some great form, Marsh, because he blitzed it in New Zealand, so he's feeling on top of his game. Others are probably still finding their way and getting themselves set for the summer.
This time it's Philippi getting back, rocking right back, and then with a straight bat, pushing up to long on for a single as they just accumulate in this over. Philippi 14, 2 for 65, 1 ball left in the 12th. Axar Patel gets through his overs quickly. Bowling here to Marsh, who's tickling it fine past the keeper. It won't go to the rope, but they're going to come back for 2. Marsh has to be quick. The throw was poor. It didn't matter anyway. Marsh was always going to get back for 2 to complete the 12th over. So 2 for 67 the score. Marsh 33, Philippi 14. I thought we were going to have a drinks break, and we are going to have a drinks break here. So the equation at the moment, Australia needs 64 off 84. They're in cruise control here in Perth.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Need assistance with your building project? Like in footy, a strong defence wins games. When legal challenges charge in, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your back line, protecting your assets with expert advice and a winning strategy. For over 30 years, Oldham Construction Lawyers have tackled the industry's toughest cases. Whether you're about to sign a building contract or dealing with defects, they'll go the extra mile to get results. Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, keeping your home and business in premiership form.
Bowls and heads, going to hit the ball straight to third man. He didn't have to move. He got wind. He threw his hands at it and watched it sail straight to the fielder on the rope. Simple catch. Head out for 8, Australia 1 for 10. It was almost like he was trying to hit the ball to him. There's no one within 150 metres of him. Deep seeing bowls, and that's been lifted into the onside. It's over everything. 6. Mitch Marsh over forward square leg. There was a man out there and he watched it sail over his head. And for the first time, Marsh finds the boundary. Goes again, bowls. Marsh advances and then smashes it over cover and into the seats, if you don't mind. How good is that?
Rana bowls, short outside the off stump, cut away for 6, over cover. Mitch Marsh is seeing it like a beach ball. How simple was that? Aksar again, short, that should be out, and is. He was tied up, 4 dot balls. He looked to lift it over the offside. He changed his mind late, and he almost towed it to short third man, and he's gone. Bat short, throws his bat in the air. He's frustrated with himself, and he gone for 8.
Some of the highlights from what has been a helter-skelter first 12 overs. 2 for 67 Australia, Marsh 33, Philippi on 14. SEN one-day cricket for Remittley and for Fujitsu. Don't forget with Remittley, one easy app to send money worldwide. You're with Adam White, Bharat Sunderasen and also Tom Moody. I think what we're going to see from now is just some attractive, entertaining batting to get us through here. They do look like they're doing it comfortably, the Australians. Nods of the head from the back of the box. Hunter starts a new over. Philippi lifts over the top of the court and down for 4 more. Purposefully hit. He kept it fine enough so third man wasn't in play to stop it. And that was probably the best shot that Philippi has played. 18 off 15, 2 for 71 Australia as we start the 13th over.
Adam, I promise you we weren't ignoring you. We just didn't have enough time to answer you.
That's true.
As the bowler was about 5 bases away.
I looked back at you and I looked back and he was about to bowl
threw
it.
us under the bus.
Exactly right.
We were being professional.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent experts for Azito.
The Richie Beno pause.
60 off 83 is the equation. Rana again to Philippi. Cutting and cutting well. This time to the other side of third man for 4. Quick hands, slapping the ball backward of point. And consecutive boundaries for Philippi to move to 22 from just 16 balls. 2 for 75. Another boundary for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Well, he's got the first 14 runs, different parts of his bat, but the last 2, he's got a lot of bat on it, and the good part of the bat as well, and he's been in control both times. Now this game is slipping away very rapidly from India.
Rana approaches again. Philippi this time pushing into cover. No run. I don't know what he had in his beverage during the drinks break, but he's come out a different player, Josh Philippi, finding the middle of the bat every time.
Well, I think it's also to do with the 2 deliveries hit for 4 is that Rana's recognising that width, when it's short here in Perth, is meat and drink for anyone that can play square of the wicket. And Philippi certainly has got the game square of the wicket. As you mentioned, he's got quick hands, loves the cut shot, loves the pull shot.
It's great to see him, Tom, doing it in Australian colours, considering how dominant he's been at domestic level and how he can take games away from the opposition so quickly. This time he's flicking the ball again off the back foot, somehow being able to engineer the ball to a wideish mid-on. Can't get a run here, but again, it's a hard shot to play. But he made it look good, made it look effortless.
You just go back 3 years or 4 years, he was well ahead of Josh Inglis in the rest in the queue.
Yeah.
Right just there behind Alex Carey.
I've seen him destroy games, kill games in domestic cricket where 45 minutes of batting, it's game over. He waits again for Rana. Again, he tries to slap it through the offside. You can hear in the effects mic a big inside edge onto the pad and then squirt it out to backward point, and it's another dot ball.
And chances are he doesn't play in 3 days' time with Alex Carey's back to the side. That's what life is, not just as a cricketer, but generally in life. Small windows of opportunity open, it's on you to make the most of it.
Yeah, and it's also those moments you have is show the presence that you belong. There's a lot of players that dominate domestic cricket, and when they get the opportunity up at the next level, they just don't look like they fit or belong.
Rana again to Philippi, who's tucked up, pushing again to mid-wicket, and another dot ball. So Rana didn't start the over well, but he did finish it well. Over bowled, 13 complete, 2 for 75, Marsh 33, Philippi 22 on the Henley home scoreboard.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
SEN one-day cricket for Remitly and for Fujitsu, Tom Moody.
Yeah, well, we're talking just about the jump from domestic cricket to international cricket, and Philippe is getting limited opportunities, but when you do get those opportunities, ideally you want to look like, wow, why don't we, how can we fit this guy into the side permanently?
So bowls to Mitch Marsh, who plays the slog sweep along the ground out into the deep to mid-wicket for a single.
And a lot of players struggle to present themselves with that confidence and that presence at international level. They have, the skills haven't changed. They've got the skills, they've got the athletic ability, but what they are lacking is to adapt the mental aspect of the game from where they feel.
Philippe lifts into the onside and we'll get 4 to mid-wicket. He placed that perfectly. There's a man at forward square leg on the rope. There's a man at mid-on on the rope, and he was able to bisect the two of them and get himself 4 more to move to 26. 2 for 80. Another boundary for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, so that to me is the biggest challenge. It's more the mental side of things from domestic to international.
Lupia, and another clever little sweep, dinking it around the corner and be able to come back for 2 as he screwed it fine enough.
And there's so much luck involved in it as well. The timing of your opportunity, someone getting injured and opening that door for you to walk in and suddenly show that you belong, or you should get further opportunities. There's many players that have never had that opportunity, and you never know whether they could have actually thrived at international level.
28 of 22, Josh Philippe. And he's forcing the Indians to make quite a few changes to the field, because he keeps putting the ball where the fielders aren't. This time, full face of the bat, off the back foot, pushing up to long on for a single. Again, finding a gap. 2 for 83 the score in the 14th.
And, in this limited opportunity that he has got, he took 2 sharp catches behind the wicket, down the leg side. After a chancy start, he's looked really good in the last couple of overs.
2 bowls to Mitch Marsh, who pushes forward. So what you're saying, gentlemen, is that he might be a player of the match chance for Ray White commercial at RWC. We bring the whole team.
Not really, but
no, you sure? Well, who else is there?
Maybe.
So bowls to Marsh, who pushes defensively to mid-wicket to the end of the over. I think you've got to be in with a chance, doesn't he? We'll discuss more after the break.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life, or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
It feels like a night game here in Perth. It's 6:30 local time. Over on the eastern seaboard, it's 9:30 at night. I'm hoping my children are in bed listening to SEN on their radio rather than watching on television and still being up with a school day tomorrow. Philippe here pushing into the covers, straight to cover, and there's no run with Nitish Reddy, the all-rounder, into the attack from the Justin Langer stand end.
And knowing what I know about your kids, Whitey, I think with India not in a very good position, they would have gone to bed and switched off the radio as well, even if Dad's on air. And not because Dad's on air.
James is a big SEN listener, so he's only 10, but he's a baller, he says. Ready bowls to Philippe. Down the ground, no timing in the shot, but he'll get himself a single. Move to 30, 2 for 84 in the 15th over.
Yeah, I've been tuning into Dwayne's World to see when he calls in. or Waitley. Any other shows that I can plug here? Stumps and Bumps, maybe he's a wrestling fan coming up Tuesday nights.
The new ball.
The new ball's coming up. Yeah. He is bright. James should be up and early for the new ball, Whitey.
Yes, I don't know what he does half the time.
You're part of the new ball alumni as well now.
I'm an overseas specialist. 2 for 84. Marsh 34, Philippi 30. Tom Moody doesn't know what we're talking about.
I'm totally lost.
Ready bowls. Marsh off the back foot, pushes out to the sweeper. Now, he didn't hit it that hard, so he can come back for 2, and he'll get there. Terrific running, and Brad Hogg's at the back of the box saying that's what India didn't do. 2 for 86, Marsh 36. Probably not as aggressively as that, but...
Right, we're back on cricket, are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just plugging the radio station.
Well, there's a text that's just come through. I'm in bed listening because I have school tomorrow, but I'm the teacher.
Oh, wow.
45 off 69. Already again bowls to Marsh. Full ball, dug out.
Hang on.
Up to mid-on for a single.
I hope that's not my wife.
Just on Philippi, it's interesting you're saying that now he's really thriving and looks like he belongs, but if you're looking at it from a coach's perspective or a selector's perspective, you're focusing more on the first 10 to 12 balls he faced versus the last 10 balls, because that is the biggest adjustment any batter has to make, is how they present at the beginning of their innings.
And Tish ready bowls to Philippi, who lifts into the onside. Oh, he's got enough of that. That's gone for 6. Josh Philippi's turn to hit the ball high into the night sky here in Perth and get the fans on the feet, because he's up now to 36 from just 26 balls. He's pushing Marsh here, just 1 behind, 2 for 93. He took it from hip high and launched it high into the sky.
That's a great example of his quick hands. There's a length ball, just got onto it so quickly.
He tries to go again, swatting it this time, bottom edge, out into the onside and getting a single. That completes the over. Marsh and Philippi on 37 each, 2 for 94, another 6 for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink.
For the best in racing, you never want to miss Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Don't tell me, Johnny, you're tipping a horse with 49 after winning a listed race. I am tipping a horse that I think is going to be a star.
Watch the live stream of Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on the SEN app. Racing news, form analysis and leading racing experts.
So I told one bloke before, I said, you didn't back my horse on the weekend, did you? He said, no, I didn't know it was in. I said, well, it won, that's why, because you didn't back it.
Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. Streamed each weekday from 8 a.m. till 12 noon on the SEN app.
Australia romping towards a victory here. 2 for 94 from 15 overs. Marsh 37, Philippi 37 off just 27 balls. The fourth gamer. SEN one-day cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. The Henley Holmes scoreboard reads well for the Aussies. As Washington Sundar comes into the attack. Right arm around the wicket. He's off spin. He bowls now. Philippi looks to lap around the corner, and I think he's got some bat on it. If so, he's done it beautifully. Wait for the umpire. No, it's wide. Down the leg side, it'll be 5 of them. That hurts the Indians.
Yeah, it certainly has hurt. And Washington Sundar's just got his line completely wrong there. He's trying to tuck him up and bowl that leg stump line, but the margin of error is so narrow.
32 from 66 the Aussies require. The replay screen for Platinum. New fragrance by Messi. Only at Chemist Warehouse showed he actually missed it by a fair way. Washington reverse sweep. Philippi hits the gloves and just trickles back down to the offside. So I'm just impressed by Philippi's dynamic nature at the crease. He's on the move. He's looking to score. Even his defensive shots, he's looking to get off strike.
Yeah, he's a busy player, isn't he? You know, he's sort of a shot maker. Earned his reputation at the top of the order.
Washington bowls it short. It's pulled away. There's a man in the deep. And Philippi's out. He holed out. He didn't quite get it as he would have liked. It's a long boundary anyway. And Washington picks up his first. Australia lose their third, and Philippi departs for 37.
Yeah, it is a very long boundary. He's actually set himself up to hit that for 6, and he's just mishit it. So he hasn't cleared the ropes, found the fielder there at deep backward square. Washington Sundar did drag it down, so it was there to hit, but just the timing wasn't there from Philippi on that occasion where he's looking to launch it into the stands. But that boundary would have to be 80 metres, I would say. So it's a good hit to hit it past that boundary. But a good little cameo, 37 for Philippi. Just the 29. He took time to get going, but once he found himself settled at the crease, he was very dynamic.
Well, you say good little cameo there, but it's an opportunity that is just thrown away rather than trying to go big and over the top of that boundary where they've got 2 men out there. Try and hit the gap. The ball sat up there. The good players try and hit that gap, get value for shots. So I think that Philippi's thrown an opportunity away, especially when Australia have got the game under control.
Yeah.
You take it home.
Yeah, 100%. You know, he'll be remembered for being 50 not out, and a good little knock. People will forget the first 10 balls where he was all at sea, and they'll think, oh, that was a great responsible innings. He saw us home, showed the character, all those things you're looking for.
There's a slip in place now. Matt Renshaw, the new batter. Washington bowls, left-hander. First ball he's faced in one-day international cricket as a defensive shot to the offside. He's averaging more than 50 in one-day cricket for Queensland the last 4 years at a strike rate of 100. So he's really improved this side of his game.
He certainly has. He's worked on his game, particularly against spin, with all the sweep options he has.
Sweep now, no, he defends again down the pitch. The catcher before was Arshdeep Singh. He moved around well to his left and took it low down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dark horse too, Renshaw, for what's happening this summer. Not that we've talked about it very much, but with the Ashes around the corner, with the uncertainty around the top order.
Before to that, Washington to Renshaw. He just shuffles down the crease looking to get off strike. Can't do so. It's fielded short fine leg. No run.
It's all up in the air at the present moment.
He's thrown up a few options. Adam Gilchrist threw up an option today on Fox, suggesting that Cam Green should bat at 5 and Travis Head should bat at 6. Shuffle them around. Washington Sundar to Renshaw. He might pick up one to mid-on. He does. Used his hands nicely and he'll hold on to the strike.
Don't agree with that.
We'll get your thoughts after the break. That brings up the 100 for the Australians. They're 3 down on the Henley Home scoreboard.
What's wrong, Travis Head?
I've got summer FOMO, Gilly.
With KO Sports, there's nothing to fear. With Australia versus India ODI and T20 series, the Ashes, F1, NBA and heaps more, you won't miss a thing. KO Sports. Get on board.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
The Henley Home's hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au. The scoreboard is 3 for 100. The Aussies are very much in a comfortable position. Was it Tom Moody or Brad Hogg that said they didn't agree with Adam Gilchrist?
That was me.
Hogg.
That was me.
So you don't think Green should bat at 5 and Head at 6?
I just reckon you don't have Carey and Head out at the same time. You have Green in between them two.
Arshdeep bowls and Matt Renshaw lets it go through to the keeper.
So I agree with Hoggy from a different angle. What's worked for Australia in Test cricket the last 3 years is Travis Head batting 5. Yep. So why are we moving what's worked? Let's fill the gaps that haven't worked and just get the best possible person that's suited to that role and put them in there and trust them.
Is there a big difference between 5 and 6?
Yeah, one wicket. And that can take a session or two at
Tom
times.
Moody for Azito brushless power tools. Do you? Matt Renshaw finds a single to square leg.
Yeah, look, it's not a huge difference, no. But, you know, Travis Head's been a great story at number 5. You know, he's won many, many games for us in that position. He's dynamic. He understands that. Why are we looking to move something that's working? So it's nearly going down the same path as where we were with Steve Smith suddenly, you know, being the best number 4 in the world, starts to open the batting for Australia.
I love all the opinions. Ricky Ponting suggested a couple of weeks ago that Head should bat at 3. It's all happening. Arshdeep, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Mitch Marsh, who's on 37. Defends into the offside. He's going to sneak through for a single, and he does. He's an excellent judge of the run. Gets himself off strike and moves to 38. Australia 3 for 102.
And let's get it back to why we're having these ridiculous conversations and predictions is the poor planning, succession planning from Cricket Australia over the last 3 to 4 years. We've found ourselves in a point where a healthy debate just here and in every pub around Australia, you can guarantee men and women talking about the game, coming up with their who should bat 1, who should bat 2, who should bat 3. We shouldn't be having that conversation, surely. Maybe one spot might be debatable. But it's concerning, isn't it?
Oh, very concerning. More ways than one. Because you've got to have something settled before you're going into a massive Ashes series. It's just too big not to.
Arshdeep bowling to Renshaw. There's now a floating slip in place. Renshaw defends down the pitch. There's a bit of an appeal for LBW. It's stifled. Nothing in it. I miss the days where we went, and it felt like my whole childhood. Langer, Hayden, Ponting, Martin, Steve Waugh, Darren Lehman, Gilchrist. Before Lehman, Mark Waugh was before and Martin was at 6. It felt like that was for about 5 or 6 years. Some subtle changes around. Now that's golden era sort of stuff, but at the moment you can lock in Steve Smith probably at 4, lock in Usman Khawaja opening, which is another debate altogether, and Carey at 7, and Travis Head at 5. Arshdeep to Renshaw. Renshaw, get on the back pad, another appeal. I think he got himself outside off stump. The appeal again is a quiet one. He's standing with his hands in the air. Again, the umpire says not out.
And the funny thing about it, well, it's not that funny, but the funny thing about it is that we would laugh at England for being in exactly the same position as what we are now. You know, for many, many years, we would sort of, they're all over the place, how many people they've selected. I remember being on the 89 Ashes tour, and I think 27 players played that Test series for England. So, their uncertainty, the way the revolving door went with their batting order and the personnel that came and went, it's ridiculous.
Arshdeep delivers. Renshaw shuffles down the pitch. Edges it to first slip on the bounce, or really third slip. No run again. So Matt Renshaw just struggling to find his rhythm. He's 2 from 9 balls. Australia 3 for 102. Our experts for Azido Brushes Power Tools do you. Brad Hogg, Brad Sunderasen and Tom Moody.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
The Henley Holmes scoreboard reads Australia 3 for 102. They need 29 from 54 balls. Those stats for DAF trucks. There's a DAF for that. 27 players, 6 test matches in 1989 for England.
Yeah, no, England were the first team really to come in with workload concepts. They didn't have any injuries in that particular series, but they kept everyone on the par. I don't think they won a test match, did they?
Was the 90?
No, it was
4-0?
4-0. We were told by the press that we arrived, the day we arrived, the morning we arrived, went to a press conference, AB fronted the press.
Washington bowling to Marsh. There's now a leg slip in place. On the leg stump, he's bowling that line, and Marsh works it to the onside for a single. 3 for 103.
And the first question to Alan Border coming off the flight and the rest of the team in the room in a media conference was, Alan, what is it like to captain the worst ever Australian team to hit English shores? It would have been 5-0 if it wasn't a washout at Edgbaston, because we were controlling that game. It was 4-0. Yeah, not a great statement.
Nope. I wonder who asked that question. And how did AB
I'm sure
answer?
AB would know.
I wonder how AB answered it. Washington to Renshaw. Down the pitch. Has he hit it well enough over long off? Oh, it's a good bit of fielding. He takes the catch, but he throws it back in play. It'll end up being a single. All that for just 1. Wow, that's a good bit of fielding down there from Krishna, who dived high to his right, took the catch, controlled it for a moment, and then chucked it back in play.
Yep. Siraj down there, brilliant. Just his effort with the ball, his effort in the field. just his fitness.
I'm really sorry. I've got it wrong. It's not 27.
How many?
It's 29.
6 test matches. Washington bowls. Marsh. This time is a pull down to deep backward square. So they played almost 3 teams in 6 test matches.
Yeah.
Did John Stevenson, our new CEO here at the Wacker, play 1 test there?
Yeah, I think he did.
Yes. That was the last one.
I think he did.
Got out to
along with the rest
twice.
of county cricket.
How many did the Australians play?
It was pretty unchanged because when we went into the first test match in Headingley, it was a toss-up between myself and Mark Taylor.
Washington to Renshaw. Renshaw punches to cover, no run.
We both got runs in the lead-up. We both would have been, it would have been a debut test for us. Tubbs got the nod and didn't look back because it was a great run-scoring series.
Washington bowls. Renshaw reaches and plays it through the covers. We'll get at least 2. Excellent timing. Good placement. Come back for 3, and he does. Which Marsh has to hurry. They do nicely. So Renshaw moves to 9. 3 for 111.
Did Tubby open the batting?
Yeah, David Boone was 3.
So would you have opened the batting had you played?
I don't know. And I think Booney would have opened, and I would have batted either 3 or 4 or 5. But yeah, no, that's the luck we're talking about.
Right arm around the wicket. Washington, Sundar bowls. Mitch Marsh pulls it away to long on. Good running again from Matt Renshaw. He's excellent between the wickets.
And Tom,
Marsh comes back for 2.
there's not much difference between 3, 4 or 5.
That's exactly right. The attendance is 42,423. It says on the replay screen for Platinum, the new fragrance by Messi, only at Chemist Warehouse, Australia 3 for 110.
It's Sam Edmund here. Many people do amazing work in this country and we never ever hear about it. Until now. Recently, I visited the Nucleus Network, the global leader in Phase 1 medical trials, working on medical advancements to help save and improve lives of everyday Australians. You can too. Nucleus Network invites you to take part in upcoming medical trials. If eligible, you'll be compensated for your time and commitment. For details, search Nucleus Network or watch the video of my visit on SEN TV.
Enjoying the work of our experts today. Firstly, Bharat Sunderasen, but at the moment, Tom Moody and Brad Hogg reminiscing about Ashes 89 for Azedo brushless power tools. Do you? Lap sweep from Renshaw. Beautifully done. Has it gone all the way? He timed it beautifully. He's been doing that in the Big Bash for a couple of years and it's gone the whole way for 6. What a shot. Matt Renshaw down early and lifted it over the keeper's head for a max.
He's a good story, isn't he, Matt Renshaw? Because he burst onto the scene as a young guy, lost his way a bit in first-class cricket, lost his way, obviously, with the Australian team and being selected, but he's found a way back, and probably in the most unexpected way through white ball cricket, where you'd expect him to find his way back into the Australian setup with volume of runs in Sheffield Shield cricket, but he's really done it the other way around.
Had an excellent time at the Adelaide Strikers before moving back to the Heat. Leaves this one outside the off stump. Arshdeep bowling his left arm over the wicket. 15 from 47 the Australians require on the Henley Holmes hard to beat scoreboard. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au.
He has a Test 100 as well. That Sydney Test 100.
A big one, wasn't it? 180 odd.
I'm sure he has to be a player that, even though his name must be on the table around that discussion of what our top 6 is going to look like.
I feel like he played a Test match in COVID as well. He might have had COVID and he sat on the sideline while the rest of the team was in the changing rooms. He's hit on the pad here, Renshaw. They'll scamper through for a leg by. Shy at the non-striker's end. At number 6, Whitey's telling me. My memory's correct though. I feel like it was a COVID test against India and Sydney. Is that Will Pukowski's test, maybe?
You can't do it.
While you weren't in the discussion earlier, Mitch Marsh was brought up to open the batting. Would you go down that path? But he'd have to play a different style at Test level, or if they picked him, would you go just play like you're playing at one day?
Tom Moody just gave you a look like I can imagine he gave you from first.
Oh, exactly right. He's definitely going to say no.
No.
Arshdeep to Mitch Marsh. Defends on the back foot, just lands right at the popping crease. No run.
So I think once you walk down the path of selecting players out of one format and expecting them to transfer that into another format. You're kidding yourself. Mitch Marsh, to me, if he's going to be a serious contender in Test cricket again, he needs to be playing Shield cricket and get volumes of runs. Just because he's batted well here and he's batted well in New Zealand in white ball cricket and T20 cricket in New Zealand, 50 over cricket, it doesn't mean he's ready to start an Ashes series as an opening batsman.
Oh, exactly right.
He's facing Arshdeep and he's defending again. This one's straight. He's not taking any risks. He's making a good play to be player of the match for a Ray White commercial. At Ray White commercial, we bring you the whole team.
But in saying that, it'd be good to watch.
So
the big bison.
What's your answer then? You've talked yourself
Well,
into it.
no. I'm. If I'm a selector, no, definitely not.
As a cricket fan,
but I'm a cricket fan. Bring it on.
Yeah, but if
when you take yourself back to Marsh pulling wood, over mid wicket for 6, 90-metre sixes, and bring it on. Let's take the game
bowling.
on.
Like if there's challenge,
he's good against
quicks,
pace. Yeah,
he relishes that. He's 42 not out from 47 balls. He's defending again to mid off. He can't quite find one there. He's been good between the wickets as well. End of the over. 3 for 117 the Australians. They need 14 from 42. Those stats thanks to DAF Trucks. There's a DAF for that.
G'day, it's Gary Lyon. I'm a Kubota man, and when I get stuck, I talk to Joe from Peninsula Kubota. I wouldn't trust anyone else for machinery to keep my property looking spick and span, because Peninsula Kubota have the best range of Kubota tractors, mowers, skid steers and utility vehicles. Plus, the right advice for anyone on the peninsula with a farm or lifestyle property. Speak to Joe and the team at Peninsula Kubota today or visit peninsulakubota.com.au. Kubota, shaping Victoria.
The attendance this evening at Perth Stadium, 42,423. The Australians romp towards a victory in the first one-day international, the first of 8 limited overs games, 3 one-day internationals, 5 T20s. You can listen to them all on SEN. Tish ready into the attack. There's no wicket for 11. Renshaw defends straight back to the bowler. He throws it back at the stumps. Renshaw dived to get back into his crease and hit him in the back. Nothing suspect about it. And the Indians don't even appeal. Rightly so.
Got to be careful these days with the bowler throwing the stumps down, because if the batter is not looking to take a run, which wasn't on this occasion because Renshaw is out of his crease looking to take some advantage, you can get pinned for 5 runs for a throw that's reckless at a batter.
Well, that wasn't reckless. He was out of his crease.
That's what I said.
There was a domestic one-day game where Sam Harper was run out that exact way about 4 years ago, except he wasn't trying to get back in the crease. He just stood in front of the stumps halfway down the wicket. Ready bowls. A drop catch behind the stumps. Rahul was diving to his left and he shelled one. Renshaw survives. It would have been a terrific catch, but a chance nonetheless.
That was a catch that should have been taken. He'd be very disappointed when he sees that on the replay. Into his non-preferred side, into his left hand, went one-handed. Nearly full stretch, but he would expect to take that.
Just a nibble from Renshaw.
Well, that's what you practice as a keeper. And just before he went out there, he's doing a lot of one-handed catching as well on either side. I even remember Paul Nixon from England.
Yeah, the
with his keeping. He'd take one-handed on the opposite side.
Ready bowls, Marsh defends.
So he'd bring his hand across his body to take it one-handed on the other side to get his body moving in the right motion.
He was an old-fashioned county cricketer, wasn't he? Paul the Badger Nixon.
Like a lot of keepers. A little bit sort of unhinged.
Eclectic, shall we say.
Not all of them. Most of them.
Yapping behind the stumps on that 06-07 one-day tour. Ready bowls, Marsh defends. It's more than a defensive shot. He's hardly hit that. It's gone to long off. Fielded on the boundary. And they'll come back for 2. He moves to 44. Must be a lot of county cricketers. Ronnie Irani, I remember like that. He was an interesting character when he toured out here. Became a bit of a cult figure. Sort of these journeymen that played a lot of county cricket, that played a little bit for England.
He was a different cat.
Hoggie's saying that, then you know he must be super different.
No, he was different. I'm different. He was different.
It's a compliment. Tish bowling to Marsh, who guides it down to third man for a single. He's 45. Australia cruising towards a victory here. They're 3 for 121. 10 runs to win.
Now, Marsh should be very happy with this. He's got obviously the added responsibility as captain of the side. So for him to continue this form as the leader in this format and see his side through, you know, certain situations and be there at the end is an important sort of stamp on leadership as much as anything else.
Renshaw's moved to 13. He started to play more aggressive cricket. He dances down the pitch, guides it to backward point for no run, pulls out of the big shot in the end.
That's the over.
As you heard, that is the over. 3 for 121, those stats for Daft Trucks. There's a Daft for that, and there's a commentator up next. It's Adam White.
At ENS, make your house the best house on the block with massive savings on some of the world's biggest bathroom brands, like the iconic Caroma, with over 80 years of bathroom innovation, which has superb quality to suit all Australian homes. Right now, you can save up to 20% across our bathroom range. Our consultants are bathroom experts, and we won't be beaten on price. So visit one of our 10 showrooms today or shop online and get value the ENS way. Selling now, T&Cs apply.
So the Australians 3 for 121 on the Henley Homes scoreboard. Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au. 10 to get from 36 balls. Arshdeep Singh back into the attack from the Langer stand end. Bowls to Marsh, down the ground stylishly through mid-on to the man in the deep, and just a single. Marsh to 46, 3 for 122.
It's been a good performance from Mitch Marsh.
As he's firming for that player of the match for WC, Ray White's commercial property specialists.
And Josh Philippi played a good innings too, but just threw it away there. But the other batsmen around Mitch Marsh just haven't been confident. So there are a few holes here for the upcoming games for India to take hold of.
Arshdeep Singh again to Renshaw, who leaves outside off stump, and it's called a wide. Umpire Richard Kettleborough, who never gets it wrong, so if he thinks it's a wide, it is a wide.
Yeah, I wonder what India will be thinking about this performance. It's been an unusual day's cricket because of the multiple breaks. And obviously they lost early wickets. They were 3 for 30 before that first rain break. It's nearly like that your pain of disappointment of a poor start sort of gets drawn out.
Singh bowls here to Renshaw. He's up on his toes, pushing to backward point. Again, no run.
They haven't really recovered at any stage. We saw a nice little flutter at the end of their innings to give them some sort of respectability in their score. You know, KL Rahul with a nice 38. A little cameo at the end from Nitish Reddy, 19 off 11, sort of got them to a half reasonable score. But after they'd lost that sort of top three, they were always going to struggle to get what was required in this contest in these conditions.
Arshdeep Singh again running towards us, bowls to Renshaw. It's short. It's hooked away to the rope for 4. Fine leg didn't have a play at that. Just hit too well, helping it on its way, taking the speed of Arshdeep Singh and getting it to the rope very quickly. He moves to 17 now, Renshaw, 3 for 127.
And the good thing about that shot, he was looking for the shorter boundary rather than trying to hit it square where it's longer. So just an understanding of the ground, the situation, ball going down leg side, so he's trying to go with it as well to try and go over the boundary for 6. Just didn't quite get it well enough, but good batting.
4 to get. Renshaw into the onside, through mid-wicket, off the front foot. Has one, will come back for 2. They're now 2 away. And while the home crowd wants Mitch Marsh to get the winning runs and get himself a half century, at the moment he's a spectator at the non-striker's end.
Going back to Tom's point, you know, what would India be looking at? I think the biggest thing that they've got to be looking at is you've got to bring Jaswal in. It's either Rowett or Virat Kohli that's got to go. You can't just leave someone of that talent in the sheds and continue with someone that hasn't really been performing at his peak over the last couple of years.
Renshaw waits. He's on 19, 2 to get. Ashdeep Singh bowls, Renshaw across his stumps, pushing away on the onside up to mid-on, and there's no run. So the Henley Holmes scoreboard's looking good for Australia. Henley Holmes hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. 2 from 31 balls.
And the other thing is Virat Kohli fully committed or is he not? So living in England and not being in India and playing enough cricket, getting that cricket behind him to be ready for this international standard. That's another question mark that you'd be asking as well. They're the only 2 questions I'd be asking.
Last ball of the over. Come on. Mate, make it a dot ball. He advances and then Dink said he wants the run off the last ball of the over. And quite rightly, the crowd are booing because they want Mitch Marsh on strike to hit the winning runs. 3 for 130 the score. With Marsh on 46 and Renshaw now on 20. Renshaw's having a bit of a smile. I don't think he realised exactly what the equation was on the scoreboard.
I reckon Renshaw might be still thinking that might be 139
That's what I'm thinking.
runs rather than 131
exactly the same
runs.
thing, Hoggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he hasn't read the play.
Oh, there'll be no more Mitch Marsh action from here because they only need 1 to get.
That Renshaw might struggle to get out of the stadium. Anyway, he's done well. He's done well. He's come in and done the job. He hasn't read the script, has he?
No, he hasn't.
1 run to get as we start the 22nd over. Natish Reddy bowls Renshaw into the onside, through square leg, and Australia starts its blockbuster summer with a comprehensive 7-wicket win, led by the hometown hero Mitch Marsh, who finishes 46 not out, Renshaw 21 not out. With some help from the local weather, Australia win comfortably here at Optus Stadium.
Yeah, it's been a very convincing story right from the toss, where Australia won the toss, selected the bowl. There's certainly an advantage in that, given what the forecast had shown for today. So India was set back early with early wickets, but then set back with rain, which really sort of faltered their whole efforts to get something competitive on the board. And they ended up with 136, but that got readjusted because of the shortened game. And Australia has really cruised this, to be fair. Mitch Marsh holding firm at the top of the order with a 46 off 52, 3 brilliant sixters. Wow, if you haven't seen them, make sure you get onto some sort of platform to have a look at the 2 sixes over cover, 1 off the front foot, 1 off the back foot, and then the pull shot for 6 were certainly worth re-watching. Wasn't Travis Head's day or Matt Short. Josh Philippe struggled early in his innings, but came good with a 37 off 29, and Matt Renshaw into the side for the first time, got his ODI cap and got a nice little tidy 21 not out, but comfortable for the Aussies.
Yeah, very comfortable, and it's very disappointing that the rain did affect the game, because I think India, with their batting lineup and also their bowling lineup, would have put a little bit of pressure on Australia if they got 250, 260 off a 50 over game. Just the way that Siraj bowled, and also the contest with Mitch Marsh, that was something to watch today with that new ball. Mitch Marsh wanted to take him on, found a bit of trouble there for the first couple of overs, had to be very cautious, and then just hit him for 6 off his final over in that spell over cover, and that made Gill have to force the changes. I probably think that Gill could have gone to Axar Patel a little bit earlier and tried to have that match up with Mitch Marsh and try and get him out early.
All right, this is the post-match now for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. Bharat Sunderasen will be down with an interview with us shortly. We'll take the post-match presentation as well. And we'll be on air for at least the next 20 minutes or so here live from Optus Stadium here in Perth. So a big win, gentlemen, to the Australians. And, I mean, did the rain, do you think it would have changed things? Or it's impossible to know, I guess?
Oh, look, it's hard to know. But what wouldn't have changed is them getting 3 for 30.
Well, that's right.
So they would have been in a difficult position. But what the rain did, it didn't allow whether it be a KL Rahul or whoever it may be in their middle order, to step up and sort of at least try some sort of recovery for them to get to that 250, 270 mark to give at least a competitive total. I agree with Hoggy. I think if India got north of 250, we would have had an interesting game. But as it turned out, shortened game is always going to favour the team that...
Yep, all right.
All right, let's head down now. Bharat Sunderasen, go for it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have Nathan Ellis here with us. A very happy-looking Nathan Ellis. That went on for a while, that game. Can you just take us through what it was like going in and out?
I mean, rain games are always a little bit frustrating. Today was probably the epitome of that. 8 or 9 warm-ups as well for the fast bowlers. So, and it felt like we kept coming off in the middle of my over, so I had to get out there and straight back into it. But any game you win for Australia is a good day. So, a long day, but a great day.
I was just going to say that it's some sort of weird rain dance you did. Every time you bowl it, you're right. That's when the rain came.
Yeah, I could feel it. Every time I had the ball in my hand, the raindrops started to come. So, not all bad though.
Look, it was all good with the ball for you. Getting that wicket early on, probably not the way that you wanted it, but it just got you into the game.
Absolutely. It's the dream start, really. You need a little bit of luck. There's a lot of times as a bowler, and especially as a death bowler, you feel like you don't have the luck of the Irish, but lucky start for me today, and as you said, got me into the game, and I felt really, really good.
And just your role within this team, Nathan, you're in and out. When it comes to 50-over cricket especially, did you feel like, getting into this with Stark and Hazelwood bowling the way they were, it was the kind of game that you had to just put your hand up and do what you did?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like I'm a reasonable part of the Aussie setup now, which is a really exciting prospect for me, and to be in the 11 alongside those two is a really exciting prospect. We saw today they started amazingly as per, and my job is to try and pick up where they left off. So whether it's gone really well for them or it hasn't gone as well as they would have liked, I'm always going to be ready to bowl straight after them. So it's a role that I cherish and a role that I'm really excited to hopefully succeed in moving forward.
And especially in 50-over cricket, right? T20 cricket, it almost feels like your role is more defined. I mean, you bowl at the death, you bowl a bit in the middle. Are you sort of then finding your own way in this format?
Yeah, I sort of want to be malleable around what the game needs and how the game's dictating what's needed from me. So I feel like at this stage it's trying to take wickets through the middle, which isn't necessarily something that's synonymous with one-day cricket anymore. It can be quite hard through the middle, so sort of just trying to find ways to break through where I can and hopefully crack the game open.
A strange sort of crowd here. It felt like I was in India. When Cooper Conley takes that catch of Virat Kohli, the crowd just went silent.
Yeah, and I feel like we should expect that for the next few games as well. So, but a great crowd. We had 40-odd thousand here today. I think Adelaide's close to a sellout, and I think the crowds moving on from there are going to be amazing. So it's not often we get nearly full stadiums in Australia when you're playing at home. So it's exciting.
I'm sure we'll get used to this, talking to each other. That's the way you've been bowling. Awesome. And it won't rain in Adelaide, don't worry. Trust me on that.
Famous last words.
Thank you so much, man.
Cheers, thanks.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Bharat Sunderasen down there with Nathan Ellis. It's all part of our post-match show for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more about sonos.com. He's just got so many different tricks, doesn't he, Nathan Ellis, with how he bowls. I can't imagine how difficult it would be to face him, because he can bowl that really fast Yorker at 140 clicks and then some that come out the back of your hand. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the slow ball, or are you actually waiting for the faster ball? When you're sort of waiting as he comes into bowl?
Well, I think it depends on the phase of the innings. When he's bowling. If you're facing Nathan Ellis at the back end of the innings, I'd be encouraging batters to set up for his slower ball and then adjust to his on-pace delivery. And I think if you look at the numbers statistically, at the back end, his defensive overs, a high percentage are slower balls, so you're better off getting yourself in great position to be able to take advantage of the slower ball bouncer or the fuller slower ball, so you can cash in there. But if he's bowling, first change after the, Hazelwood and Stark, he's more than likely going to bowl 75% plus high pace, and then with the odd change up at that point. And again, there might be times that he's bowling right at the back of a power play where he might mix it up a bit more. So, therefore, you can expect more slower balls because that's generally his go-to when he's trying to defend an over. So, again, it's just you need to just understand where the flow of the game is and make the adjustments at the time.
And with that, if he's bowling a good over and he's bowling that pace up front early on, but he gets to that back end of the over, have you noticed while you've been coaching and you've come across him that he does bowl or finish an over off with a little bit of variety, or does he just finish off hitting that good length with good pace?
Well, I think he equally is astute as what the batters are around what they may be expecting and what he's prepared to bowl. So I don't think there's anything that's been sort of noted that's predictable with what he tends to do when he's under pressure or at the back end of an over. I think he will size up the situation, the player that's on strike, the conditions that are on hand. One thing he didn't get right today, I felt, was that slow ball into the wicket doesn't tend to work as well here as it would do in other surfaces around Australia or overseas, mainly because of the pace and bounce here. So the ball doesn't check into the surface as much as it would do on a surface that's a bit slower. So again, he'll take note of that, I'm sure. He's a student of the game and learn from that. The next opportunity he gets, he may not go to that as often as he went for it today, because I think he went for a couple of boundaries with that particular delivery, and he'll be kicking himself because that's a ball that he expects to go for, worst case, one.
Yeah, and the other thing is he's got a real quick Yorker, but you can't sit there and line him up and ramp him because some of his slower balls are that slow that if you try to go for the ramp, it's not really going to get past that 45 player that's in position. So he's got great skill.
Yeah, which is why he is afforded the responsibility of being that sort of death bowler, because he's used to the pressure, used to those challenges. That there's certain players that play the ramp particularly well. That's not just the leg side ramp, maybe the offside scoop or ramp as well. And he knows that, one, the field's got to be slightly different to those guys, and two, maybe I keep the powder dry on the Yorker because I know that that's a strength of theirs. Like a Joss Butler, for instance, who he welcomes pace on. If you're trying to bowl, block hole to him, it's happy days. He's going to hit you for 4 and 6, most days of the week.
All right, let's head down now to the official presentation after Australia winning the first one-day match by 7 wickets.
From the captain of India first, please welcome Shubman Gill. Shubman, unfortunate about the result today, but what do you take away from it as your first ODI as skipper? It was a funny old game with so many rain delays.
Yes, definitely. Never easy. When you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you're always trying to play a catch-up game.
Well, you probably got the rough end of the stick too with the conditions and the rain delays, but do you take much out of it as you look ahead to Game 2 in Adelaide?
Yes, definitely. I think a lot of learnings for us from this game and a lot of positives for us as well. Defending 113, 26 odd overs. I think we took the game not till the very end, but pretty deep. So very satisfied with that.
But you always have such great support. What about the Indian fans here today? And they're going to be all around the country for this ODI series and the T20 series to follow.
Yes, definitely. I think we are very fortunate wherever we play. The fans turn up in huge numbers, and hopefully they'll be able to cheer us in Adelaide as well.
We'll see you in Adelaide. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And now we also have John Gilder from BKT Ties to present the plaque to our player of the match, our BKT player of the match, and the winning captain as well, Mitch Marsh. Congratulations. I'll let you get your award from John. And a few snaps as well. Congratulations. It was a strange old game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Obviously, the weather played its part today, and obviously, big thanks to all the crowd that stuck around. I know those days can be really frustrating, but nice to get a win, and I think we were 0-3 here, so we're away.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that. The first ODI win for Australia at Optus Stadium, Perth Stadium, should I say. You'd like to tick that off, not only as captain, but as a West Aussie?
Yeah, it's always nice to win at home. But obviously I love playing in Western Australia, and nice for us as a team to, I guess, get a little hoodoo off our back.
What was that? What was your mindset, rather, coming out to that second innings, 131 to win? You just looked like you wanted to take charge and get the job done yourself.
As always, just don't get out. It was obviously swinging around a little bit. We knew that was going to be the case for both teams, so a little bit of a challenge to get through there, and really, I guess, proud of the way our young guys came out and took the game on and got us over the line.
I was just about to say that bit of a transitional period for the Australian one-day side. What did you make of the fresh faces? And then also the guys who got their first chance in a while, like Josh Philippi, who did his bit with the bat.
Yeah, awesome. Came out and made it look very easy, didn't he? So I think any time you get young kids coming in, and they're not necessarily young kids, young guys coming in, you just want them to have fun and enjoy it. And I said to the group before the game today, it's one-day cricket, we don't get to play in front of the big crowds all the time, so really enjoyed, and they all looked right at home.
You entertained us with some of your shots and also your reaction to the pickle juice. Not a fan?
I thought that was one of the sugar carb things. And they've done me like a dinner there, so that was awful, but it fixed my cramp, so whatever company it was great.
Well, go and enjoy a celebratory drink, probably not pickle juice, and we'll see you in Adelaide.
Thank you. Cheers.
Mitch Marsh, the winning captain. That concludes our post-match.
So there you go, Kath Lachlan down there on the boundary with not only the winning skipper but also the player of the match as well, Mitch Marsh, for his 46 not out. It is our post-match show for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. We'll take a break and come back and wrap things up here live from Optus Stadium in Perth.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
G'day, Dermot Brereton here. Go on, impress at your next barbecue during the finals with something special from the Butcher Club. All their produce is locally sourced and 100% Australian. Check out their new Carlton Draft snags, made under licence from CUB and available exclusively at the Butcher Club. They're great on the barbie, making them perfect for the finals footy season. Download the app for rewards of up to 50% off weekly specials, plus get access to discounts on premium steaks and wine. Visit thebutcherclub.com.au.
Every Lexus gives you the luxury of choice, like the luxury to choose electric for short trips or hybrid for long ones in a Lexus plug-in hybrid. Book your test drive of the plug-in hybrid RX 450h Plus and experience the combination of 20 years of hybrid innovation and our signature dedication to excellence in one luxury SUV, designed to fit perfectly around your lifestyle. The choice is yours wherever you go at Lexus of Brighton now. Visit Lexus of Brighton to find out more. LMCT 9897.
Tassie is the perfect place to race, and now is the time to plan your trip to the Apple Isle this summer. The biggest and best time for racing in Tassie is over summer, with feature races across all 3 codes. There's Group 1 racing across greyhounds and harness with the Hobart 1000 and Tasmania Cup, and of course the 3 main thoroughbred cups in Devonport, Hobart and Launceston.
And like a Calyx, it's the Tassie winning the Tassie Derby.
Across every part of the state, Tassie is the perfect place to race. Visit tasracing.com.au.
Hello, I'm Dr. Lynn Burmeister, Medical Director and owner of Number One Fertility. Egg freezing can give you the freedom to focus on your career, sport or personal goals while keeping your future fertility options open. At the moment, we are offering egg freezing cycles for around $2,500, so come in for your bulk build initial consultation. You'll feel informed, confident and supported every step of the way. Find us at Collins Street in the CBD or Jolimont Road in East Melbourne. Book your consultation at numberonefertility.com.
Yamaha Marine Mega Sale hits Victoria. Prices slashed on in-stock Yamaha outboards. Every model from the portable 2.5 right up to the mighty 450. Wave runners more your speed? We've got mega deals there too. 5 days of unbeatable savings. Bag the bargain, hit the water. Only at participating Yamaha Marine dealers, October 15 to 19. Get in or miss out.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside and looking for quality workwear that gets the job done right the first time? Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have all the best brands you're looking for, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and heaps more. They also provide in-house embroidery and digital printing for full control of your uniform orders. Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Unlocked, stocked and full of value workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
This is it. OMF's annual Sleeptober event is on now. This week, get up to 60% off mattresses, up to 40% off Manchester, up to 20% off bedroom furniture when you buy any base, bed frame or bedroom item. Plus, get 2 free pillows when you buy any modern, family or signature mattress, like the Aussie-made Refresh mattress for under $1,400. Don't miss OMF's once-a-year Sleeptober sale. Ends soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN One Day Cricket.
Yet to score. Stark bowls. Coley in the air. Caught! Brilliant catch by Connolly at backward point. Diving to his left and Coley's out for a duck. Cooper Connolly playing at home. Flying in the air to his left. Taking it with 2 hands. Coley took the bait. Trying to play through the covers on the rise. He's walking off. India 2 for 21. Approaches again. And this time edging and caught! Sharp catch at second slip. Renshaw in on the action for the first time in Australian one-day international colours. And Sharma just pushing at that one, just short of the length. Healthy edge, comfortably taken. India 1 for 13. Steve Singh bowls, and that's been lifted into the onside. It's over everything. 6. Mitch Marsh over forward square leg. There was a man out there and he watched it sail over his head. And for the first time, Marsh finds the boundary. Goes again, bowls. Marsh advances and then smashes it over cover and into the seats, if you don't mind. How good is that? 1 run to get as we start the 22nd over. Natish Reddy bowls. Renshaw into the onside. Through square leg. And Australia starts its blockbuster summer with a comprehensive 7-wicket win, led by the hometown hero Mitch Marsh, who finishes 46 not out, Renshaw 21 not out. With some help from the local weather, Australia win comfortably here at Optus Stadium. So there were some of the sounds of the game as part of our post-match for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. Just a final word from our team here at Optus Stadium, part of our SEN one-day cricket coverage. Brad Hogg and also Tom Moody. I know we've spoken about it a lot, but, well, it's a win. A win's a win, and it's a comprehensive win against a very good opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless of, you know, what you think about their preparation coming into this one-day series. They just finished a test series in Delhi on Tuesday. Not all those players are obviously playing here today, but there's a majority of them here, plus support staff. So, you know, it's a big ask for them to be at their best in that situation, but also, given their very first game on Australian shores, couldn't be more of a contrasting difference to what conditions they've come from. So I think you'll see a far more, I suppose, organised and drilled Indian side come Adelaide. You can guarantee that. There's too much class there, there's too much quality, and there's pride.
Particularly, Hoggy, for some of the older players that are trying to hang on. As we said, this isn't a farewell tour for them forever. It's a farewell tour for Australia, but they want to get to the 2027 World Cup. They've got to keep the wolves from the door.
Oh, exactly right. And for me, Jaswal's got to come in for Rohit Sharma. He just looked out of sorts there, especially against Hazelwood. And then Virat Kohli. It's not the Virat Kohli of old. He's trying to drive, chest on, no elbow up through the line of the ball, no foot to the ball as well. So he's got some work to do very quickly. But if we're moving forward in this particular series, especially the contest I'm looking forward to seeing is Siraj and Axar Patel against Mitch Marsh, and also Mitchell Stark and Hazelwood up against Gill, and hopefully Jaswell earlier on with that new ball, because I just reckon those contests will be sensational and set up the series.
It feels like yesterday that Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazelwood were bowling, but it's probably the only real reference for the Ashes was to see how they would go, because we haven't seen them for a while. But Stark got his speeds up over 140. Hazelwood was getting the ball to move around both in the air and off the seam. It was a good pipe opener for both of those.
Yeah, it was just press play, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. That's a good way of putting it.
It just looked like, it's business as usual. It's quite a phenomenal story, really, their longevity, because they're not only playing one format. Those guys for a long time have played multiple formats and done it very, very well. And they've also had their times in the IPL as well, which is also physically demanding and mentally demanding. So the workload that they've carried is quite phenomenal. But it's coming to an end. And we, as Australians and Australian cricketing fans, hope that end is not during the summer, it's after the summer and when they decide in their own time. Because if they sort of hit some obstacles during the summer with injuries or whatever it might be, more so injuries, as we've discussed all day, we don't have an endless line of options that can queue up, and we can feel confident that they are ready to take on Test cricket, particularly in an Ashes series.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for both of you for being part of the team here. We feel like we're coming to you more than you are coming to us, being the locals, but to get both of your insights was fantastic. So really appreciate you being part of the team.
Been fun.
Thanks very much, Adam.
Tom Moody and Brad Hogg, our experts today on SEN one-day cricket. For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide, and also for Fujitsu. Get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. We are back live from the Adelaide Oval on Thursday for the second of the one-day internationals. Gerard Whateley will head the coverage on Thursday, but on behalf of the entire team, both the support team here in Perth and for everyone else back in Melbourne, led by Mitchell Scott, thank you for your help, thank you for listening, and enjoy the rest of your evening.